Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, chuku chuba jodiri ndemo, egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, chuku chuba jodiri ndemo, egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ask what they for your brand yourself when I knew since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I'm gonna move down, I'm gonna talk about.
Sunday, And there it is. We meet again. So there it is. We meet again. Good day to you all. Good day, dear friends. So let's start first thing first. Apologies that we didn't stream yesterday. I did put the flyer out that the session will start, but I was just too tired. You know, it's quite a grueling thing doing this thing. I was just too tired. I kept moving the time. And all of a sudden, I just thought, no, I cannot do this. So apologies. So yesterday's session, now today's session, I just needed to get some sleep. So some sleep I did get. So there it is. Good day to you all. Good day to you all. Good day. Ekason, Ekaro, and all of that. So good day to you all. The usual protocol, please click on the like button just as you're coming in. I ask all the time, so maybe one of these days you will surprise me by making the like button look anything like the viewership. So click on the like button just as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that immediately and right now. So correct that immediately and right now. So click on like and subscribe. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation. So I'll post it in the comment section again, so it's immediately to hand. If you're a new voice, we're especially looking for you because we revel in new voices here, just to expand the conversation and bring a different slant to what we're talking about. So if you're a new voice, then we're especially looking to hear from you. So that's the hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. So if you are that new voice, please click on that. So click on the stream, only if you feel emboldened though, that's voluntary. The like and subscribe, they are compulsory. You must click on those. The hyperlink that invites you onto the studio, that's at your discretion. Equally at your discretion, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, click there. It's three easy steps and just go as wild as you can. So do all that. Do all that. A lot of this session, of course, no surprises. I was going to actually start to win away from the politics and go into the governance. So yesterday's session was actually meant to talk about positions that people were jostling for with the incoming administration, especially the chief of staff position. where there are 4 strong candidates jostling for that position. And then we will start, I wanted to start opening up that space of what governance will look like in the Tinubu administration, because of course, the politics already done. We already have all of the declarations, so it's subject to whatever is going on. But really, I wanted to start opening the conversation into that space. So that was the intention. But in the course of yesterday, of course, you all know what happened. The bombshell, the leaked video of Peter Obi, which they are now describing as a deep fake. I've heard of fake before, but now we are having to contend with not fake, but deep fake. So this is where we are now. And it's just, you know, I'm scratching my head, not for drama of it, but as I said, deep fake, I just reached automatic. You scratch your head in wonderment, some of the things you hear from that space. So deep fake. Yeah, so don't worry, Rotimi, we'll get to Yes Daddy. It's too delicious, that clip. Yes Daddy, yeah, you're not worried. Yeah, yes Daddy, yes Daddy. You know, we get to, it's wild. You know, in Gonshele, Nigeria, something wonderful is happening. They say there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. It's not in the state of Denmark, or it's in the country of Nigeria. Not something rotten in the state of Denmark, something stinking in the space called Nigeria. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy. So we'll be doing a lot of Yes, Daddy in the course of this session. So that up for play. So now let me just run you through the headlines as I have them lined up. Obi Oyedepo alleged leak phone conversation. Obi Oyedepo's alleged leak phone conversation throws Labour Party's media team into confusion. So that was the opening phase of that video clip, that leaked audio being released. So, of course, it scrambled their brain. It's the antithesis of everything that they campaigned for. And you see, because it is the antithesis of what they campaigned with and for. But then, of course, we all know that a politician, as ever, double talking. And then, of course, now, Obi Oyedepo's alleged leak phone conversation throws Labour Party's media team into confusion. So, of course, the conversation has to be about that. So the conversation has to be about that, but I'm not going to abandon what I had intended to talk to you about yesterday. I did say I wanted to start opening up the conversation into what the incoming administration would look like. So you know, there are 5 stages of grief. So I think now the phase of grief that the political space is in now is now facilitated for us to be able to discuss now an incoming administration. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then acceptance. So I think they are now landing on the acceptance space. But whether they are landing on the acceptance space or not, the country has to move on. The marching nations of state has to move on. So the marching nations of state has to move on, but in which direction? Ganduje El-Rufai, sorry, I will probably need plenty of water for this one. Ganduje El-Rufai, Gbadabiamila Fashola, others jostle for positions in Tinubu's cabinet as Nigeria's president-elect disappears from public view. So, of course, this is a hostile platform that is giving us this news, because, of course, it lands with the president-elect, and they put, I'll be sharing the screen, by the way, so you can see the readout as well. It's from Sahara Reporters. So they have told us that the president disappears from public view. I never knew he was ever in public view at any point in time after the elections ended. The only really little cameos that we were seeing were photographs of him with what's that billionaire guy, the man from the north, and then we saw him in a clip with Elumelu. Dangote, yeah, of course, yes, the man from with photographs of him with Dangote, clips with Elumelu, so little snippets. That's what we were saying. So it was never really in public view. So him now disappearing from public view is a mystery. We've seen clips of him in France. We've seen him doing Umrah in Saudi Arabia. So he is in public view somewhat. Ganduje El-Rufai, Gbadabiamila Fashola, others jostle for position in Tinubu's cabinet as Nigeria's president-elect disappears from public view. So I'm not quite sure if he has disappeared from public view, but then of course there is that. So I'm going to resequence this so that this next headline that I'm going to read out to you now follows the first headline that I read out to you. So let me just reread the first headline. Obi Oyedepo's alleged leaked phone conversation throws Labour Party's media team into confusion. So that was when the news first broke. And then, of course, when they settled into the news, this is what they came up with. Deep fake audio. Obi Dati Media Office spokesperson, Diran Onifade, dismisses purported audio conversation between Obi and Bishop Oyedepo. So this is an evolution in narrative, because when that story first broke, the first instinctual response from the Obi Dati space was to alarm at private conversations being recorded and leaked into the public space. So they were not denying it as something that happened. They were alarming that a private conversation was recorded and leaked into the public space. But now that they've had that moment to gather their thoughts, they are now denying it completely. Deep fake audio file. Obi Dati Media Office spokesperson, Diran Onifade, dismisses purported audio conversation between Peter Obi and Bishop Oyedepo. So there it is. That is the color that is taken from those quarters. But of course, like I said, we'll be spending quite a bit of time there. I never campaigned for any politician. Bishop Oyedepo reacts to purported audio recording of him and Peter Obi. So that is a carefully calibrated statement right there. It's a carefully calibrated statement because, of course, it is not denying essentially the audio, but is denying that he campaigned for any politician. So what constitutes a campaign is an ambiguity. He may well describe it as support rather than, so it's an ambiguous language. It's a carefully calibrated statement. I never campaigned for any politician. Bishop Oyedepo reacts to purported audio recording of him and P. Toby. So, and him and P. Toby. Okay, so now this next headline. Incidents going on in Lagos State. A lot of incidents, of course, is it Olodu market that was burnt or whichever market that was burnt, and the whole place went agog that the Southeasterners were being chased. Yes, daddy, and all that. You know, when I heard that, let me just digress for a moment. I have a young son who's still at that phase of watching things like Coco Melon. I'm sure people who have children, they know what Coco Melon is. So there's this particular nursery rhyme. Johnny, Johnny, yes, daddy, eating sugar, no daddy. So when that guy was saying, yes, daddy, it just set my mind to the nursery rhyme that my little boy listens to. Johnny, Johnny, yes, that it's just the most delicious of things, you know. But back to serious matters. So now, a lot of incidents of fire outbreaks are all over Lagos being reported here and there. So another attributing, of course, that the spare part markets were being attacked by the indigenous people of Lagos State in an attempt to force an ethnic group out of that state. But now, another fire got another space in Lagos State. But this time around, it is not a concentrated southeastern space. So what is the explanation for this one? We do know that the way Lagos is calibrated and the way people run businesses, there's no health and safety regulations and all of that. So these incidents, they are recurring decimal. It's not anomalous that fires will got a space. It's not an anomaly. It's not something strange or unheard of. It happens with regular frequency. Another one has happened though, but this time around in a space not dominated by the Southeasterners. So I wonder now how this calibrates into the conversation. So we'll go through that. And then, of course, our attention has been, maybe I'll just give you this readout straight away because this doesn't look too long and labor. Oh, it is long and labor. But let me just, this is from Kenneth Okonkwo. So let me just give you this one and then so I can get it out of the way. This is from Kenneth Okonkwo, who goes into that. I think he opened up that deep fake space. which they then just rallied into. There it is. So this is from Kenneth Okonkwo's Instagram page. It says, our attention has been drawn to the publication of this audio tape of private conversation between Peter Gregory Obi and Bishop Oyedepo. It is not surprising that these political criminals are trying to spin the conversation as if Obi was making a religious statement. So I'm not sure if this is no, this was let me read it out first. Let me read it. Let me not preempt it. So let me read it out first. Our attention has been drawn to the publication of this audio tape of private conversation between Peter Obi Gregory and Bishop Oyedepo. It is not surprising that these political criminals are trying to spin the conversation as if Obi was making a religious statement. Firstly, the context of the conversation was aptly put by Bishop Oyedepo when he said all Nigerians have equal stake in this nation. Nobody has the right to claim that he is dashing something to someone. His Excellency Peter Obi was simply urging Bishop to help him push this message of equal stake of all Nigerians in the Nigerian project to his people and the Christendom, because the politicians of the other party is carrying on this campaign as if it was a religious war. To drive home this point, he informed him that he visited the traditional ruler of Offa, the Olofa of Offa, who is a Muslim, but who advised Obi to get the support of Oyedepo and be assured of his own support. No politician has ever visited the Olofa of Offa. It is clear to everybody that the APC political party that has a presidential candidate, vice presidential candidate, Senate president, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, National Chairman of the party, all from one religion at a time the Chief Justice of the Federation is a Muslim, is the party that has declared religious war on Nigerians, and we must all rise up together to fight this unconstitutional act of religious intolerance of other religions by the APC. I went around with Obi on campaign train and never saw him discriminate against any religion. Of course, he can't, because his vice is a Muslim. Unlike the APC, I resigned from the APC because of their religious intolerance. Nigerians should disregard any insinuation of religious bigots about this tape. So what that gives you is an explanation, is an excusing of rather than a denying of that tape. So that was the opening phase. So when that tape landed, that was their initial visceral response. So that was their initial visceral response. So that response, you heard it. Our attention has been drawn. I'll just give you the first two paragraphs again. Our attention has been drawn to the publication of this audio tape of private conversation between Peter Obi and Bishop Oyedepo. It is not surprising that these political criminals are trying to spin the conversation. So they are not denying it or that the conversation took place. So there's no denial that the conversation did take place. It is not surprising that these political criminals are trying to spin the conversation as if Obi was making a religious statement. So that was their initial visceral response. Then, of course, the deepfake came in. So that's that one out of the way. So now let me go on to the next. So this next one now is a deviation somewhat from the Nigerian space, but it's a space that is somewhat stylish with Nigeria by osmosis and a long stretch. So it's some vaguely relates to Nigeria. India will trade in rupees going forward, ditching the US dollars. So there was a time a few months ago, about a year ago, I think, that we did this piece. I'm not quite sure if it was a live streaming or one of those videos I just put out, when Nigeria was trying to realign its currency with the Chinese yuan. So there's a move to move away from that petrodollar economy that runs the world, and a lot of what is going on in Russia and all of those spaces, because of course in the global alignment, you may think that India is non-aligned, but India wants to cut into the American space, the European space, to have their space at the top of the table. And they're in concert with countries like Russia, countries like China, a little bit of the Middle East as well, because I'm now hearing smatterings that even the Middle East wants to move away from petrodollar. And if the Middle East moves away from petrodollar, that is the end of the American economy. So we'll just do a quick stop on that. I know that's not our usual Nigerian diet, but then of course, Nigeria is not an island. So Nigeria is not an island. Let's go on to this. Yes, I may or may not give you this one. This chart talking about how the world controls the African economic space. So there it is, a rich and diverse. I say that all the time, only because it is true. A rich and diverse menu always is a rich and diverse menu. So a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, please click on the like button. We really do need that like button to be looking at something like handsome. I want the like button. I want the likes to look as handsome as I do. That's what I want. So make the like look as handsome as I do. So there it is. So click on the like button and click on the subscription button as well. The invitation to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to buy me cups of coffee, that's also ever present. So let's take another micro musical pit stop before we launch into it. You know where we're going, of course, Egbe Elemu. Here they are. And by the way, there's still spaces left on the screen if you want to come join us. Don't wait till the last moment and then you're scrambling to the guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu faila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koni riwa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. Somewhat discombobulated. Let me kick it off with this one. I'll give you a very quick readout of pardon me. I'll give you a very quick readout of the talking points, and then we get to yes, daddy. Peter, yes, daddy. Eating sugar, no, daddy. No, daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. So yes, daddy. And this guy now is whoever sent me that little clip from the Northerners rhyming to that "Yes Daddy" thing. Please resend it so I can play it to the audience. Resend it. Do these two Northern boys in a bus in a car. So to it. Obi Oyedepo's alleged leaked phone conversation throws Labour Party team into confusion. So let's think through this. The trending audio of a leaked phone conversation between the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, and the presiding bishop of the Living Faith Church, David Oyedepo, has thrown the Labour Party candidate's media team into confusion. While the head Obidati Media Office, veteran broadcaster Deron Onifade, in a statement in Abuja on Sunday, dismissed the audio as deep fake and a product of the propaganda machinery of the ruling All Progressive Congress. A member of the media, Kenneth Okonkwo, confirmed the authenticity of the audio. Okonkwo's statement, issued in a series of tweets on his Twitter handle a few hours after Deron's statement, however, explained that the audio was taken out of context by Obi's opponent. So that is a totally different space from our deep. So we have two conflicting, and you can see it on your screen, by the way. So nobody please take my word for anything. You can. These are two conflicting narratives now. So on the one hand, it is a deep fake, but on the other hand, it is out of context. So if it's a fake, then you disregard it completely out of hand. But then if it's out of context, then you try and explain it, which is what Kenneth Okonkwo, a senior functionary of that space, did. Okonkwo's statement, issued in a series of tweets on his Twitter handle a few hours after Deron's statement, however, explained that the audio was taken out of context by Obi's opponent. In the audio, pardon me, in the audio which was released by an online newspaper, People's Gazette, Obi solicited the support of Oyedepo to help get votes from Christians in the Southwest. So it is quite significant to note the platform that actually released this audio. People's Gazette is, although it's notorious for making up stories, of course, People's Gazette, by the admission of the person that actually publishes that magazine or whatever it is notorious for making up stories. But this was an audio clip. What is also notorious for this People's Gazette is that it's a deeply Obi-centric platform. So for them to release it, that adds more to it. In the audio which was released by an online newspaper, People's Gazette, Obi solicited the support of Oyedepo to get votes from Christians in the Southwest. The Labour Party presidential candidate was heard saying the votes were needed because the 2023 presidential election was a religious war. He said, Daddy, also, I'm not going to read you all of it because, of course, we have the video which we will play, of course. Of course, we must play it now for the laughs, for the culture. It's too delicious not to consume. So you know the content. Onifade had, in a statement issued in the early hours of Sunday, said, it appears the All Progressives Congress, desperate to grab and retain power by foul means, has refused to go away more than a month after they have grabbed the election as they planned. Whilst we are towing the constitutional path to retrieve our mandate, those who have truncated the wishes of the majority of Nigerians have recourse to mischief and an endless subterfuge to continue to hold on to what they know does not belong to them. From the show of shame in Port Harcourt to the drama in the Ibom aircraft. So we must take a stop. We'll just make a micro pit stop at that Ibom aircraft incident, when a middle-aged man had a mental breakdown, chanting that Tinubu must not be president, and wailing and screeching and squealing, P to B, to the point that they had to muzzle him out. They wrestled him to the ground and threw him out of the window. So this is where we are now. From the show of shame in Port Harcourt to the drama in the Ibom aircraft, both of which were contrived. And by the way, they are saying they are retracing that person now, and it's actually some Machiavellian maneuverings by the APC space, and that is just, you know how it goes. I'm not going to, you know all the excuses, but two is, from the show of shame in Port Harcourt to the drama in the Ibom aircraft, both of which were contrived, they have now moved to the circulation of a deep fake audio file aimed at promoting religious division in the country. All these are meant to serve. All these are meant to serve no other purpose than egregious mischief aimed at demarketing Peter Obi. If the goal is to create a credibility problem, the ploy has failed woefully. So I'm not quite sure if that ploy has failed, because I'll be playing you the Peter Obi clip. Of course, it's about 4 minutes, but then I'll be playing you that clip again, which is about 1 minute 45 seconds. But that second clip, the reason why I am playing it to you is that clip has been dubbed into Hausa language and is circulating like wildfire around the north. So it's not filled woefully. It's just, and anyway, all these are meant to serve no other purpose than egregious mischief aimed at demarketing Peter Obi. If the goal is to create a credibility problem, the ploy has failed woefully. Peter Obi has long been on record as the only presidential candidate who has urged Nigerian electorates not to vote for him on the basis of religion or tribe. We will therefore like to advise our beloved Nigerian people to remain focused on the task to take back the mandate we know was freely given to Peter Obi and Dati Baba Ahmed through legitimate means. That is more important than to expect those who ran election on forged credentials. And by the way, I thought Reno Omokri went to Chicago State University to verify Tinubu'S credentials, but we pretend like that did not happen. It is more important than to expect those who ran election on forged credentials and even fake bishops to stop faking. They cannot stop being fraudulent because that is who they are. But in a separate statement, a few hours after, Okonkwo confirmed the authenticity of the same audio, but claimed it was taken out of context by critics. He wrote, already, we read what he wrote already, so we won't label that again. So there it is. So there it is, the back and forth of it all. So let's go on now to, okay, so we've captured this deep fake narrative. So let's go to, did we get Oyedepo's response? So let's go to Oyedepo's response and see what Oyedepo is making of this. Let's see what Oyedepo is making of this. So there it is. I never campaign, and like I said, the language is quite deliberate and it's a calibrated language. Like I said, the language is calibrated to be quite specific. So I never campaigned for any candidate. So he did not, of course, and it's so ambiguous, that statement, it means nothing. I never campaigned for any candidate. Bishop Oyedepo reacts to purported audio recording of him on P2B. The presiding judge of the Faith Tabernacle, David Oyedepo, has reacted to a purported audio recording of him and the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, on Saturday, April the 1st. You'd have thought it was an April the Fool, but it wasn't April the Fool, but there was certainly foolery going on. On Saturday, April the 1st, a purported audio recording of both men went viral. In the said audio recording, a man alleged to be Peter Obi was heard appealing to the bishop to help solicit solicit votes from Christians in the Southwest. So it goes on to give us the daddy, yes, papa, eating sugar, no, papa. Daddy, I need you to speak to your people in the Southwest and Kwara. So we'll hear that in his own words in a moment. In his reaction, Oyedepo said he never spoke to any group of people on behalf of any politician. Speaking to members of his church during Sunday, April the 1st service, Oyedepo said, nobody had ever told me what to say in this world. No, I have never campaigned for anybody or speak on anyone's behalf, and I will not do that till I go to heaven. There is no political party in this country that did not come to me for prayers and advice. I advised them. Some, they didn't take it. Those who chose to take it, they see results. Those who said no, they are going about it. If you still come again, I will still tell you it doesn't change. So that is his response, completely ambiguous and totally meaningless. The effort, because it's a non-denial denial. That's how they describe those sort of things. It's a non-denial denial. It says, I have never campaigned for anybody. Nobody accused him of stomping the rostrums and chanting Peter Obi, no. Or speak on behalf of anybody. So Peter Obi made the request, but whether he acceded to it or not is immaterial. And I will not do that till I go to heaven. So it's a non-denial denial. It's a bit of a meaningless statement. That one really has no real depth. But let's go on to this one. Just a minor departure from the Peter Obi space as we go into this one. Let's go into this one. Ganduje El-Rufai, Gbajabiamila Fashola orders jostle for positions in Tinubu's cabinet as Nigeria's president-elect disappears from public view. So this, of course, are from Sahara reporters. So the sort of bites that you'd expect, this sort of bites that you will see. So let's see how this one bites. Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje of Kano, Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna are currently jostling for a place in the cabinet of the president-elect Bola Tinubu correspondence Gada. Also lobbying to become chief of staff to the president-elect are the speakers of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, and Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola. So Fashola, of course, he tries to be a bit above the fray when it comes to politics, telling us that he has no intentions in politics anymore. But it's like a drug within their system. He will never let go. You can be sure that he's bribing or bribing bulls as we speak. Tinubu was on 1st of March declared the winner of the February 25th presidential election by the electoral body Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, after securing majority vote and 25% of the vote cast in 29 states. I thought it was in 30 states. He defeated Atiku, recently, correspondents exclusively reported how Tinubu traveled to Europe to seek medical care after falling ill after the polls. So we've seen him jogging in France and doing Umrah. So it's just these things, you know. Confirming the story, the president-elect said he traveled to Paris, France, and would later be going to the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia to rest and plan the transition program. However, the ailing, so they're still back in that space again, hand the shake. However, the ailing former Lagos State governor has not been seen in public since his trip abroad with no known date as to when he would return. Well, we do know that he will be back before the 29th of May. We know that for certain. He will be in Nigeria on the 29th of May, and he will place his hand on a Quran and he will swear that oath of allegiance. That will happen. You know, I'm almost minded to play you that clip now. So should I? Okay, I'll play it later. Speaking to correspondents on Friday, a source said some serving and past governors have also indicated an interest in various ministerial positions. Tinubu is expected to send the list of his ministers to the National Assembly within 60 days of his inauguration. So this 60-day bar now is one of those, you know that Buhari signed a whole swathe of new laws in Nigeria. So we put it like that, new amendments to the constitution. I think he signed about 16 or thereabout. And one of those constitutional requirements now is that an incoming must within 60 days present their team. So that is at the presidential, cascading all the way through the chain of governance. So within 60 days, an incoming must submit his list. So that is where you see them jostling now. But who should get what is where the conversation is now. So as we continue to evolve in the days to come, maybe we'll start to slowly open up that conversational space. Who should get what? Tinubu is expected to send the list of his ministers to the National Assembly within 60 days of his inauguration. President Muhammad Buhari recently signed a bill that requires the president and governor. So this is what I was just saying now. Let me resend the StreamYard to the comment section in case it's not. In case let me resend it. Let's see if we're able to populate the room a little bit. So let's resend it. Oh, all right. So where were we? So we were this one. President Muhammad Buhari recently signed a bill that requires the president and governors to submit the names of persons nominated as ministers and commissioners within 60 days of taking the oath of office for confirmation by the Senate or State House of Assembly. Kano Governor Ganduje wants to be the Federal Capital Territory Minister. Okay, so it's quite interesting actually, because a lot of the people that supported Tinubu's ticket, they must be facilitated for. But then, of course, you want to see new and fresh faces as well in governance. You don't want to regurgitate these rotten politicians. But then, of course, they have to be compensated in some form. So it's quite interesting now to see what they are jostling for and if you can see them in those posts. Right, Kano governor wants to be the Federal Capital Territory Minister, so I can see that. But now this one quite striking. But I'm not far from it in thought. Maybe you'll query if he has the credentials for it. El Rufai wants to be the NSA, National Security Advisor. So that is what he wants. And you will recall that at that Chatham House speech, when Tinubu was delegating questions to his surrogates, he delegated the security question to El Rufai. So that was the first inkling that might be a direction of travel. And it looks as though El Rufai's ambition propels in that direction as well. El Rufai wants the National Security Advisor position. Fashola and Gbajabe Amila want the Chief of Staff position. So the Chief of Staff, of course, probably the most powerful of all positions. Wale Edun wants to be the Minister of Finance, which a lot of people see him there, whilst Governor Bagudu wants to be... this one I cannot see it at all. Whilst Governor Bagudu wants to be the governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. I think you actually need proper qualifications for that, my Aboki friend. You need proper credential. It's not pick me and mix you to be even somebody that claims to have credentials, Emefiele, we saw what he has done. Never mind some guy from the cattle ranches. Wale Edun wants to be the Minister of Finance, whilst Governor Bagudu wants to be the governor of Central Bank, this was said. When Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State between 1999 and 2007, Edun held the position of Commissioner of Finance for the state. So I can certainly see Wale Edun there. I can even see him as the governor of Central Bank. Kaduna's state under El Rufai has been one of the most terrorized states in the country, with bandits roaming free, killing, kidnapping, and wreaking havoc of all forms. Meanwhile, over the years, Bagudu has been in the news for wrong reasons. one of which I think Bagudu was actually one of those Sani Abacha bagmen. I think is still in disputes with for hundreds of millions of dollars with the Americans looted Abacha money. So I'm not quite sure if you want this guy anywhere near the central bank. Meanwhile, over the years, Bagudu has been in the news, and people can correct me on that Abacha something because I'm going from memory. Meanwhile, over the years, Bagudu has been in the news for the wrong reasons. One of which was connected to moves by the United. Yes, so I think I might well be right. Yes, one of which was connected to moves by the United States to help Nigeria repatriate millions of dollars from the British island of Jersey. The funds were part of the billions of dollars. The funds were part, and I had not read this before, by the way. The funds were part of the billions of dollars traced to Sani Abacha, the late military dictator who ruled Nigeria from November 1993 till his sudden death in June 1998. Shortly after the agreement was signed in the United States, Bloomberg Wire Service reported that the officials of the United States Department of Justice kicked against plans by the Nigerian government to return $100 million to Bagudu from the Abacha loot. So loot and re-loot, which is the history of Nigeria. So those are the runners and riders jostling for position within the space. So those are the runners and riders jostling for position within the space. So let me bring you this one now. So all of these narratives that are markets dominated by people of a certain ethnic stock are being burnt in Lagos. Maybe this might go in some way to dispel that. Let me show you this. How are you, by the way? Yeah, yes, Daddy. Eating sugar, no, Daddy. So this is it. Fire got warehouse in Lagos. A raging fire has gutted the warehouse of a bottling company in Sapara Street off Oba Akran Avenue. That's not even far from, I live in Oregon, so that's not even far from where I live. Off Oba Akran Avenue, Ikeja, Lagos. This was made known in a statement signed by the director of Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service, shared on the agency's Twitter page on Sunday. The fire service said, "Fire alert, a fire has emerged at a company warehouse in Sapara Street off Oba Akran, etc., etc. The fire, which was reported at 0858." Commiserations to whoever was affected, but really the wider thing that I was wanting to establish is that this happened now in a space not dominated by anything Southeast. So there is that one. So there is that one, and we've already read the Kenneth Okonkwo's space. Yes, Daddy. Eating sugar, no, Daddy. So let me just bring you. Just bear with me 1 microsecond. Let me bring you that Indian piece, because I think it is important that we start to imbibe global goings on within the conversations that we're having, because let me see if this is a clip that I'm after. Hold on, let me see if this is just bear with me 1 microsecond. If it is, then I'll grab it. No, it's not. So let me see. There was a particular clip of some northern youths doing the mocking thing. It's just really to show you. That's the one. So thank you to you that sent that, the Facebook one. I'm going to be ambiguous because I don't like to reveal my sources, but I've got tentacles everywhere. I've got you know what they call tentacles. So I'm only really talking. So it gives me the moment to download these. And then I'll just pop it onto the screen, and then we go to that Indian story, and then we come into the room and kick off the conversation. So there it is. There it is. Let me just let me grab that quickly. It's already downloaded, and there it is. So you do your thing. So now let's not go to the Indian story. Let's go to India. Yes, let's go to India. Where's that Indian story? So bear with me 1 second. Let me click on it so it's highlighted. Very important that we do. We make pit stops in these spaces because our conversation must expand beyond just Tinubu something, hand they shake, leg they shake. So this is the going on now. This impacts on Nigeria somewhat. India will trade in rupees going forward, ditching the United States dollars. So this is going to impact on the American economy, whether you like it or not. India has decided to offer its currency, the rupee, for trade to countries experiencing shortage of US dollars. This move is aimed at reducing dollar demand and protecting its economy from global shock. And by the way, when I read you this, I'm going to play you just a 10-second clip of somebody that speaks to this space because I think you need to see this as well. This move is aimed at reducing dollar demand and protecting its economy from global shock. Countries such as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Egypt have shown interest in trading with Indian currency as they face dollar shortage due to various economic factors. So there it is right there. So India bringing its currency into play. So I was going to abandon this clip, but let me just play it to you because it tallies now with this Indian move. Watch this because these are important things, by the way. These are important things. So listen to what this guy has to say. It says, economist Michael Hudson explains how the World Bank controls third world countries. What did you guys think? So let's listen to him. Listen to this guy.
Of the World Bank, the International Bank for IBRD, the World Bank, is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. Makes African and third world debt different from the American debt. Number one, America is never going to pay its debt. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in US dollars. Africa has to earn the US dollars. The only way it can earn the US dollars is not to be assassinated for growing its own food and becoming independent, doing something that the United States does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank, the International Bank for IBRD, the World Bank, is that no country.
All right. So that's that. So hopefully we'll tackle that later. So let me bring the panel on as they continue to join us. So there's Gideon joining us from Edo Central. So good to see you, Gideon. The majestic Ajande Koko joins us. Joseph Sunday is here. Solly from Amsterdam. Back from hibernation. Kulata. And then pray for Igbos, who I suspect might well be Charles. Big Daddy, Big Daddy Chevy joins us as well. So still, I think about 2 more spaces left for whoever wants to hop on the conversation. But before we hop on the conversation, let me just play you these clips. So it starts with this. So note what Peter Obi is saying to the Ooni of Ife. So let's start from there.
In Nigeria and suffer. So let's not listen to the tribe. It is that we politicians, the elites, exist to manipulate you. Enough. Don't look at our religion. Let nobody tell you it is an entitlement. It is nobody's turn. It is Nigerian turn. The turn of Nigerian youth. So nobody will take anything from them this time. Nobody is entitled to it. And don't take their money. It's your money that they are giving you. They didn't print money. All of us, if I bring money, take it.
So you heard him right there. Don't look at our tribe. Don't look at our religion.
Nigeria and suffer. So let's not listen to the tribe. It is that we politicians, the elites, exist to manipulate you. Enough. Don't look at our religion.
So there it is. Don't look at our religion. So that's your unmistakable squeaky voice of Peter Obi. You heard him quite clearly speaking to no more eminence than the Ooni of Ife himself, Iku Baba Yeye. So there it is. So now, a long time in politics, 24 hours. Listen to this. You've all heard it all, but necessarily for the conversation, we must hear it again. Here it is. So yes, Daddy.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me.
God.
And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the southwest. Your people in the southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria going forward.
Yes.
And I'm coming out with the second one today.
Thank you, Daddy.
I wanted it out before when they won't have any time to do damage control.
Thank you, Daddy.
So, but in the name of Jesus, this project shall succeed.
Amen.
You know what I said into this one? A sickly nation like Nigeria will require a strong and healthy personality.
Thank you, sir.
And I said anyone whose source of wealth cannot be verified should not have access to governance, particularly in a draining economy like Nigeria. So all we are doing is appealing to the wisdom and conscience of people.
Thank you, Daddy.
To know where to go.
Thank you, Daddy.
But I want to assure you in the name of Jesus that the result shall be favorable.
Thank you, Daddy.
That the result shall be favorable.
Thank you, Daddy.
That the result shall be favorable.
Thank you, Jesus.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
So relax yourself, don't be apprehensive. Are you in Lagos or Abuja?
I'm in Onitsha now.
Good. So you'll be there for the election?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes, Daddy.
That's where to be.
Thank you, Daddy.
That's where to be.
Thank you, Daddy.
I said all Nigerians have equal stake in this nation. Nobody has a right to claim that he's dashing something to someone.
Thank you, Daddy.
We are coming out of it.
Thank you, Daddy.
So our young family in Jesus' name.
Amen.
So I the East generally.
East is okay. East is quiet.
Okay.
Thank you,
the Middle Belt, how are we doing?
Middle Belt, we're okay. But in places like Kogi, Kwara, and Niger, is a worrisome place.
Well, we'll get through to Kwara.
Oh, fantastic. I went to Kwara and visited Olofa Afofa, who told me that nobody has ever come here. With you, no problem. But the Christian community in Kwara and Niger, and listen, I'm also working in Kogi, same way.
Okay. Then I will target these clips to them.
Thank you.
I will make sure they get it today.
Thank you.
In Jesus' name.
I'll be looking out for the release as well.
Okay.
Ask your pastor to send it to me.
Okay. I'll do that.
Thank you.
I'll do that. God bless you.
Thank you.
Peace. So I'll still talk to you later today.
Yeah, thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you.
So there it is. But as I said, the Northerners they've dubbed it over. They've transcribed it so that they're clear, and they're circulating this round the entirety of the North. So this is what they're circulating. Can you, Dorothy, mute yourself for a moment. This is what they're circulating. Dorothy. So this is what they're circulating around the North at the moment. So this is how these things happen. Read the transcription. If you're an Hausa speaker, read the transcription because they transcribed it at the subtitle.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.
You notice that they only clipped it up to the spot that he said this is a religious war. And that is the message that they get in the North. So they're circulating that like wildfire in the North, that this is what this guy is looking to present to us. And the North responds. They respond with humor, even though it goes deep for them. The deep fake. This is either deep fake or deeper life, whichever one you want it to be. Either deep fake or deeper life. The North, they've transcribed and they are mocking it.
LOP, yes daddy. OB, yes daddy. OB one name. Thank you, daddy.
So there it is. The North response, but what is Kulata's response? Yes, daddy, Kulata.
Yes, daddy.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, daddy. Thank you, daddy.
Oh my God, I don't know how to handle this without mock. It has to be mocked, so we have to mock it. Yes, daddy.
Thank you.
Is this the end now? Petition or no petition? This is it now, isn't it?
This is it. Obi is gone. That is the end of his political career. It's just the end. I mean, how can you recover from this? If he has to run again, the place he has to win is the North. And then they are sharing video that they're going to have, it's a religious war. Those people they take religion seriously. That's like Obi saying there's a Christian jihad. And Oyedepo too acknowledging that he has prepared a message to people to say that they shouldn't vote for someone that has not made money in legit and someone that's sick or something. So it shows like not only that, Oyedepo too entertained in the shenanigans. Guys, reduce the volume. Oyedepo too be reduced one. That he participated in the shenanigans. So what does that mean? It means Obi'S is done. He's done as a national poet. He can't be president for sure. I can say that as a statement of fact. You cannot recover from this now. Someone that's even struggling to penetrate the North, you now have this going.
And this, of course, has always been the North's deep suspicion that they were being played somewhat on a religious and an ethnic line. But now this audio it goes then to solidify what their suspicion or to validate what their suspicion.
This is confirmation now. Can you say with this now? Can you say they were wrong? You can't say they were wrong now. This just confirmed their suspicion. And first of all, we've had issues with his voting patterns during the election. Why is it the Christian North that only voted for him? And El Rufai mentioned that when we were even talking about the polling. So you can see that that narrative has already been laid. And now this is just icing on the cake. This is just sealing it. So this is as devastating of a video as you can get. And the funny thing is, this would have been the devastating video before the election, but it is so devastating even after the election that I think they're going after Obi's credibility. APC is they're playing propaganda for propaganda. They're playing fire for fire. They want to decimate all oppositions so they'll be able to govern the country. That's what you're seeing now. This is Machiavellian politics. I don't think, we were talking about they should make peace and do all that. I think they want to do a show of strength, brute force. Like Atiku now, they're taking him to that SPV. They're taking him to court with SPV. Obi, they're taking him to the cleaners with this yes daddy, narrative. So I mean, there's no way. I mean, another thing again, if Obi had any chance in court, definitely with this, you cannot even try and make him president. Imagine the riot that will happen in the north.
It's getting more and more remote to envision. Not that you could ever really envision it, but it's getting more and more remote to envision Peter Obi as the president of Nigeria. It was impossible to, yeah, you know what I mean? Yes, that day.
It's too.
It's a religious war.
It's a religious war. It's divisive. And you know, these things like this are not supposed to be out. Of course, we need to talk about illegally tapping their lines, because someone tapped the lines to listen to their conversation, which which is illegal. I don't know if who tapped the line or how they got to tap the line, but that's a different story. But you cannot imagine if court now says this guy is your president. The North that will normally keep quiet. Do you think they will just let someone that says they want to fight a Christian religious war get in there? Lie. The kind of terrorism you see in Nigeria, I'm sure you've not seen that before. If they make him president based on this leak from Oyedepo, and Oyedepo is a very, very divisive Christian leader, a very, very divisive one. And I mean, look at his loyalty.
I wonder how he permutated towards Oyedepo of all people. What level of influence politically does Oyedepo have?
Yeah, but Oyedepo is a PDP. Is a kind of like is a PDP guy. Because remember during Atiku and Obi 2019, they all met in Oyedepo's house and they were doing Kumbaya. So Oyedepo has always been a PDP person. So it's not surprising that he went to Winners Chapel. That's how the guy rolls. Even listen to his. I have some family members that go to that church. I mean, the whole thing is just getting. So I mean, it's just that's their natural home. Is the maybe you can call him spiritual guide of PDP. I think Labour Party and PDP are kind of like the same. You could expect him to go to a different. But you can see that you will never see Adeboye get caught in this kind of mess. I mean, there's wisdom, the man has some wisdom. So another thing, you can see Obi has not come out to deny this. Because guess what? I believe they recorded more videos of and more audios of him. So if he tries to come and deny this, they will shock him with more video and more audios. And more damaging things.
You preempted me somewhat, Kulata, with that, because I was going to ask you that is this the first in what is likely to be a series
this
of
is the first salvo.
They are going to they want to massacre him, don't they? Metaphorically speaking. Yeah.
They want to literally destroy this guy's political. I mean, even though they're going to beat him in court, but they want to beat him so that it doesn't even have the political power to run a credible opposition. Do you get? You know, when you seek and destroy, like army style, that's what they're doing to this guy. They want to literally finish him. And I mean, that's the strategy they're going for. I mean, that's why I said when we have a politician, this is our first politician winning election. Wow. We've not had a real politician winning election.
So is the OB, whatever it is this now out of political discourse, and are we now to move the conversation now towards the incoming government and what shape it will look like? Because we are, just as early as today, we are hearing in the OB spaces now that they are abandoning the language of president-elect to president-elect. So this now, after this now, that's it, isn't it? And what are you making of this now deep fake narrative that they've come in at the 11th? Who's buying that?
No. That deep fake narrative has been debunked. Yeah. The what's it called? Federal Association of FIG, Federal Investigative Journalism Association. They already checked it with a software called. What is that software called again? Is it Weaver or Driver or something? They already checked it with the software and found out that no, this is not a deep fake. And Kenneth Okonkwo has acknowledged it. So now they moved to they shifted to another spin to say that it was altered. meaning they took they did join on the video and put it out of context, because that deep fake thing has already been debunked. Because was it True Nigeria that was saying trash on Dr. Damage?
No,
So I
no.
had to go and
Tonight is it's on. I love that guy. He's on a special planet of his own. I like to visit that planet once in a while. But still more questions on that space. But Alexander joins us, and he never stays for more than a moment. So let's give him the space just to have a word.
Okay.
But let's bring him in properly. Bring him in properly.
LOP. Yes, daddy. OB. Yes, daddy. OB1 name. Thank you, daddy.
So thank you, Daddy. Alexander, good to see you.
It's rather unfortunate that Peter Obi would ruin his political career this way. Like Kalata said, let me first of all say hello to everybody on the platform. I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody. Ajale Kukobi on the platform, I called you 3 times today to no avail. I don't know what's happening to your phone. One man, I called you twice today. You didn't answer your phone either.
Apologies. I was on domestic chores.
I understand. You always are.
Yeah.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that it's become glaringly clear that Peter Obi was always monitored by the federal government in what he said and what he did. This wiretapping was done by the federal government. I don't know why. I mean, that's my position. I don't have concrete evidence to that effect, but I think it's by the federal government, and I don't know why this was done, but I think it was unfair. I think it's unethical to actually record.
Do you think it's unfair for us to know that this is the mindset that this guy has, a religious war?
Well, but you to your credit, actually, to your credit, and I never bought into it. I never subscribed to it. But to your credit, you always hopped on the fact that he was working on this Christian angle to the whole election, tapping into the Christian faith. And it's played out glaringly right now. It was premeditated. It's always been premeditated based on a conversation that transpired between him and Oyedepo. I've listened to this conversation once or twice, and I think it wasn't Oyedepo that called Peter Obi, right? Not the other way around.
No, it was Peter Obi that called Oyedepo from the way it sounded. From the I don't know where the conversation started, but from where it started, from the clip released, it sounded as though he made the call, and he was the one soliciting anyway for support from Christians. And but do you think out of all of the 4 minutes of that clip, is those 3 words, it's a religious war? Is that what damns him out of the totality of every?
I was having a conversation with my sister-in-law today, and being an Igbo woman, she wanted to support the conversation. She was in agreement with the conversation that transpired, and I said to her with due respect, "You're not making any sense." It is that was the German catch to the whole conversation. That is a religious war, which means it's essentially the Muslims are trying to take over the country. They want to Islamize, or whatever word that is. I can't even pronounce that word right now. And he was tapping into the Christian faith to turn that around. And unfortunately and sadly, and I'm very, very, very sorry to say this, Peter Obi can and will never be the president of Nigeria again, based on this conversation, because the Northerners are just they will be so upset about that statement, and it's going to be twisted, and you can see Northerners gloating about that. So you can't be the president of Nigeria if you don't have a big following in the north. Whatever he has in the north today is going to die a natural death. They're not going to support him anymore unless they're Christians. Even at that, they're still going to have some connotations to it. And it's very, very sad that they could do this to this man. It's unfair, but he should have known better. I guess he didn't understand what it is to be the president of the biggest, greatest black country in the world. It's not for the faint at heart, and it's played out glaringly in our eyes. It's sad, but they played dirty, and they've gotten him where they want him. Period. There's nothing else we can say about it, and it's very upsetting. It's damning, but he should have known better than what he did. He should have known better. As a seasoned politician, he should have known better that there's every possibility that my phone has been tapped, and he didn't think about that. So,
Alexander, there used to be there used to be a jewelry house that used to sell jewelries that was called Ratna. This was back
under there anymore. I used to buy jewelry there in the 80s.
They were there. They used to be there, but not anymore. You know what destroyed them? The person that actually owned that company is a guy called Gerald Ratner. And then in a private conversation, he said this. He says, people say, how can you sell this for such a low price? I say, because it is total crap. He compounded this by going on to remark that one of the set of earrings was cheaper than a prawn sandwich from Marks and Spencer's, and that company folded within a year. So
when did this happen?
No, this is decades ago. But
really, because I used to buy jewelry. They used to have a store next to Bond Street train station. So
yeah, they probably still have, but their fortune lost off the back of that statement. So that statement now, it is a religious war. So that is his Ratna. That is
that's the damning. That's the
Ratna moment. Yeah.
I don't care about yes daddy, no daddy. I don't care about that. The Nigerian pander to this so-called pastors who 9 times out of 10 are just phonies. I don't care about that, but that particular statement.
The skit makers will buy Ferraris of that yesterday. Or the skit makers.
But the crux of the matter is it's a religious war. That is the damning statement in that conversation, and I'm sad about the whole thing because I wonder how he's feeling right now. He must be very, very low in spirit now. That this is the whole thing, his whole effort is going to end up in tatters just because of that single tap. And like Kolata said, because I'm going to hand over to Kolata, I don't want to take over space. Like Kolata said, maybe they're more in the bag than we see right now. Maybe this is just the tip of the iceberg. Who knows? But I think moving forward, let me finish this. I think moving forward, you will see a step down in activities from Peter Obi and his inner caucus concerning him being the president of Nigeria, because this is too damning. It's too damning. Yeah, go ahead. Who wants to ask you a question?
Yeah, no, take a question. Rational Mind wants to come in. Rational Mind, come in.
I think I've had everybody, even you one man yourself. What about if this thing is taken out of context, like this guy said? Well, I understand the optics of that language. It's a religious war. But have you guys also
can you explain how it can be? Explain how it can be taken out of context.
One man. You see, I was just waiting for my turn so that we can go into more details. Sometimes when we have these early people who talk about these things, it seems to set the pace. I don't know, we might lose the audience in between our discussion, maybe before it gets to my turn or other people's turn. But then my point is that have we considered the context of what was said?
Please, you should speak loud. We can't hear you.
Can't you hear me? Oma, can you hear me? Can other people hear me?
I can hear you, but I think maybe they want you to be just a smidgen.
We can barely hear. We can barely hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Even the volume of your. You need to do that because I think.
No, carry on. You're audible enough. Carry on.
So So what I'm saying is the context of what was said. Is he had a conversation with a religious leader, who has one of the largest church in Nigeria,
Mm-hmm.
and he was saying to him that this election is a religious war.
Right.
So isn't it? Is it not a religious war? Now,
if it's hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Let me land.
No. You still land. But if it's a religious war, which side is Peter Obi on?
Thank you very much. So
right.
we've seen the battle line drawn when a candidate, something that's once upon a time it was done, but we saw how it ended. Let me land.
No, I have to go.
Okay, all right.
All right. Come back, Alexander, when you have a moment. Yeah, but carry on, rational mind. Land that point, and then we'll go back.
So the point I'm trying to make is that we see a repeating in the person of Tinubu and Shetima.
Right.
Same people of same religion in a country that is as diverse as Nigeria, which is not a problem for me. It's not a problem if there's no underlying issues on ground. It's not a problem, but there are underlying issues. But let's leave that. But we saw how Tinubu also played his own politics. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: that in the context of what he was saying, he was talking to a religious leader. He said, "Look, I need your help. You need to help me. Talk to the Christian in your church. I know you have this tentacle spread to Kwara, Kogi, and all of that. Talk to them because this is a religious war."
If it's a religious war, then that by extension makes the Muslims the enemy, doesn't it?
Well, this is what you see. You and I will have a private conversation. I want you to always avoid certain comments, woman, because when you say certain things like this, you are inciting other people. You are inciting some people.
No. Sorry, is it not implicit in what was said?
No. It's not for you to be saying that, one man, because you are a media man. You want to watch what you say, so that you understand you are baiting some people. No. So we need to put them straight. These people who wants to think erroneously, who are fanatic, who are extremists in their view. Now, look, guys, this guy said it this way. Look at it this way. Is it not what you should understand, is that you're talking to a religious leader? Like Tinubu was speaking to Sultan of Sokoto, canvassing for his support, even though he did not use the language the way this guy used the language.
Spinner, please.
No.
He said, please. He said religious war. Please provide the context for that. Please do.
I'm giving you the background to that. That's what I'm saying. He was speaking.
Go ahead. Religious war. Give us the
context. Was speaking to a religious leader. The same way Tinubu was speaking to Sultan of Sokoto, who was the religious leader of the Muslims in Nigeria, asking him, "I want your support. It is me. I want you to give me that support."
No. I'm asking you. Please provide the context for. He said it's a religious war. Please.
I just gave you the context. I said he was. Hold on. Why is it background or context? He was speaking to a religious leader in the person of Oyedepo, who has one of the biggest mega churches in Nigeria.
And it's a war.
And hold on. In the conversation, he says, "I want you to speak to the people in the southwest, the Christians in southwest, in Kwara State, in Kogi State, in Niger State." He didn't even limit it to southwest alone. Talk to these people. We need their help. And besides, even in this election, I know that some Muslims voted for him. But what's the numbers of the Muslims that voted for Obi? If you look at the demographic, I don't have all the facts in front of me, but I know from the 6 million that I'm seeing that this guy got, I know that almost if not 70% of it were Christians that voted for him. So in the north, the core north went for Atiku and what's his name? Went for Bola. So have we not drawn that line there? I mean, what are we looking at, guys? I mean, why do we have to say things like as if we just want to say something just to gaslight the whole thing? Already, that is religious war for you there. That the core north, the KK states, none of them voted for this guy. Besides the Southern Kaduna.
Can I come in?
None of them voted for Obi. They all went for Bola, and the one for Atiku, who are both Muslims. Is that not the religious war there? So if he's telling this man, if being a candidate, he has seen it all. He has seen the reception he got from when he went to those core northern states, how they welcomed him. He felt that, I don't have any chances here with these people, because already battle line has been drawn, because they have 2 major candidates, or not 3 major candidates who are Muslims I'm the only Christian, which is the only major candidate. So the only thing I can do is let me pedal to my own Christian base too. So please help me. It's a religious war. So what are we talking about?
All right, let me bring Kulata back in. Kulata, off the back of sorry, Joseph, have a very brief interjection, and then I want to bring Kulata back off the back of what Rational Mind just said. Come in, Joseph.
Okay. What I want to know is this. I think the contest word is it is a war, a religion war. There's no other contest there. Just like my brother has said, the Tinubu who went to Sultan of Sokoto and solicit and say, give me your support, never used that statement, religion war. The same thing applicable to all the contestants. They can go to any religious leader to say, give me your vote, I am the best. But that word is a religion word. That is the problem. That is where it lies. What they just try to prove to him is this: no man is an island, and no man is God, and no man is angel. When you claim to be angel in the public, what you do in the secret is what God knows, and no man knows that. Just as the KK state that you have said about, Tinubu never win any of the KK state. It's article that clear all the KK state. So never, not Tinubu or Peter Obi, none of them won in the KK state. And Tinubu won this election just because God said he will win it.
Sorry, make the interjection brief so I can. You'll still get your turn, but
no,
yeah.
my brother that is saying that it did not see any problem in that issue, that conversation. My brother, we have to tell ourselves the truth. If you have to claim free fair, you have to come with equity and cleanness. You understand? There is problem in that statement. You might not see any problem with it because you support to be, but when somebody you are supporting did wrong, have that courage to tell the person that you did wrong instead of supporting what is wrong. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Kulata. Off the back of what Rational Mind was just presenting, but we are getting excited by this tape. But this is not the first time that we have visited this space with Peter Obi before. You recall, of course, Kulata, church, take your country back. So it's a progression of that language, isn't it? Rational Mind feels it's gaslighting or out of context.
I was actually waiting for Rational Mind to make it for any point. He just talked. That's all Rational Mind did. He complained bitterly and talked. There was no rhyme or reason to what he said. There's a difference between canvassing for votes to go and meet a religious leader and say, please vote for me. But now it's different when you now put the war context and say, this is a war. I mean, do you know what a war means? If you know what a war means, the definition of a war, that means it's a war for survival. Is voting. So is voting a question of survival? It is not. So why do you escalate it to use fatal language? War. Do you know what war means? I mean, come on, man. When you say religious war, if a Muslim says a religious war, it's a jihad. If someone says jihad now, you, Rational Mind, will be pissing your pants. So I don't even know what you're on about, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. And you can respond whenever you want to respond, but it's total nonsense. And when you can't be making false equivalence just because you don't like a candidate. How will it feel if Tinubu goes to Sultan of Sokoto and say this is a jihad? How will you feel? I mean, come on, come off it. Let's be serious here.
The Christian. Just go on, just say whatever you want to say. Don't give me this come off it. What is this come off it?
No, now it's the context. You know, the equivalency of what Kulapra said in Christendom is a crusade. You know,
right.
So yeah.
So woman, that is the reason why I asked him for clarification, because even Tinubu picking Shetima was not because of it wasn't because of it was religious. It was more of political move, because he's not seen as a Christian, as a Muslim per se in the north. So he needed to, and he cannot have a Christian representing that space. So you had to pick him. It was more of a political move. It wasn't some kind of religious war against the country. So I don't know, like you said, the equivalence is what baffles me. So when you come up with this idea, because I had to ask Spinner, please clarify what he meant by religious war.
Yeah,
so I know.
You see, Babati.
Babati.
Yeah, Babati.
Daddy T today. No, Daddy T today, please.
Yes, Daddy T today. Look at that. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
Okay, yes, Daddy. Are we some kind of porn? I beg. Let me know.
Look at that. Where this thing could go. I'm just looking forward to the skits. I'm looking forward to the skits.
All right, let me just go into some. So the thing is this, Babati. I condemn that language, that choice of word. I quite agree that it's the choice of word. But why I'm excusing it is that you know how we speak in Nigeria. We don't use English very well. There's a way we use English. Somebody say, I get the other speaker that spoke, that sounded like the Edo guy there. I don't know if he's from Edo, but he sounded like an Edo person. And then I understand what other people, the choice of word, it's a war. And then when we use it in Islam, we call it jihad. And so we should understand that they in Islam can use the word jihad, and we know what it means in a strong term. It could mean war, and it could mean people who want to equate it to meaning terrorist, well, whatever people want to use. But my point is this.
No, don't use that word.
My point is this. That's why I refrain from using it. So my point is this: that each choice of word, we can condemn that, but we need to consider the context of what was being said. Who was he talking to? He's soliciting help from. Maybe he could have said it in a better way.
Does the context excuse the words? Because out of the abundance of the heart,
we are blowing this out of proportion. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we are blowing this out of proportion.
They not have transcribed it, and they're circulating it.
This is what this kind of thing. This is what it breeds. This is the kind of thing that comes out of all of this. You see, Nigerians. I know our people. I know that. I know our Nigerians are. Some of our Nigerians are very sophisticated to understand this. But I don't want to go into all this situation of our social issues and educational issues. But when we feed our people with informations like this, because some of us here, deep down within our heart and our heart, when we sit down, we listen to that statement very well and consider the context. We can understand what this guy is saying.
What context is the point? What context are you speaking?
What are you saying? I don't know
what context is a war. What context is a religious war?
I just told you that he was speaking to a religious leader who has one of the biggest church in Nigeria
about a religious war,
soliciting for his help, telling him
for a religious war.
Look at
my brother. Soliciting for somebody's support is different from making it a religious war statement.
That's insightful.
Can I ask you a question?
It's insightful.
It's insightful.
Rational mind.
No, hold on. Come with your question. No. Is it insightful? Those words. If those words, it's a war. The war language. What he said.
Woman.
Oh no. Hold on. If that gets to the north, where the abundance is of a different faith, how would they interpret it?
One man. You see, you're trying to you're squeezing me out to say certain things I don't want to say on your platform.
No, I'm just wanting to put our context.
I understand. If we were to look at it, maybe the example I'm going to cite is not an example of after all, these people are done in the context. One man, we've had so many religious clerics, Islamic clerics in the north use the word jihad when talking to about this election. Even with
I've not saying that.
How is that equivalent to a presidential candidate using that word?
Those persons you are using, they are not contestants.
That's another false analogy.
That's what? What's false?
A presidential candidate call for religious war. You are comparing it with
no. I'm just giving you. Hold on. This is my reason. This is where I'm getting at with that. We are the one baiting these people with this thing. Because
did I put the word in his mouth?
National mind.
Can you please allow me to speak? Can you people allow me to land?
Hold on. Let him land, and then I put the question to me after Solly. Land.
These
Carry
people,
on.
they go to Moshalashi every time. They hear their imam or the clerics tell them concerning this election, most of them, that this election is a jihad. The Muslim, the Christians are trying to, they considered, what's his name, this guy, Obi, as an infidel. We don't want to have, you see, there's so many clips online. Go on YouTube. Just allow me, Lando. They are accustomed to this word. So when a Christian uses the word war, should that be a problem to them? If not that we are the ones stoking these embers of these flames of disunity among us. If they use it in their own Muslim, in their own moshalashi to describe certain people, or the fight they have with them, what
Kulata is pointing to you is that the imams or they're not
in the context. They're not in the context. I get you, and that's why
they are private citizens.
And I admit that could he have used a better word? Yes, he could, because he's a candidate. I won't excuse him for that. But my point is, the point I'm trying to make is that let's stop blowing this out of proportion, because the more we try saying, the more we start, trying to talk about this more and more, and I'm not sure we can discuss it, but we should just mind our language, because the more we're talking this.
Should Peter Obi have minded his language? Should he have minded his language?
Woman, you and I, we have a private conversation. Imagine I leak a private conversation to the friends, to our guys here on this platform, or you leak out my conversation with you on this. How do you want me to feel? There are private conversations.
We don't discuss anything on two words.
Running for president comes with his own occupational hazard. One of the occupational hazards is you need to be mindful of your security.
I'm answering one question because what he asked me, I'm saying it. He presents in public that this is who I am, but in private conversation, this is the private conversation he has with somebody, and he used that word. And I know he definitely will not use that word in public. You see, that's what I'm saying.
It's not what he claims he is.
That's another angle. That's the hypocrisy angle that we've not even visited.
What hypocrisy angle?
Spinner. Remember, he came on Arise TV and said there's never any religious leader. There's one man, if you can find, let me find that tape. So
that's what. Just say it before.
He's never behind the scenes or anything tried to incite some form of religious conflict.
Sorry, is that pre or post this tape? Is that pre this tape?
That was pre.
Okay.
No, before he always claims that he doesn't. He's not playing religious politics. Blah blah blah. He says that.
Well, you guys will agree with me that every candidate in this election they went religious. So why should we exempt him if he sees that he's fighting against a tide?
Did any candidate ask for war?
Yeah, I understand. I agree with you. No other candidate I heard use the word war the way he used it.
Not just the use of the word, it's the intent. It's not just the use of the word.
That's why I'm giving you a context.
Is intent. Let me put it this way. I expected someone talking to. Please. Wait. Before you interject, I expected someone talking to a religious leader to say something along like, this is spiritual warfare. Nobody's going to panic when they hear spiritual warfare. That means you're just going to go pray, right? But when you say this is a religious war, it's different. And I would have expected some, it's naive because, I don't know why you'll be running for president and you don't think people...
Before you respond, Rational Mind, take a question from Solly as well, respond to that, and then we bring Yes Daddy's voice into the conversation. So, no, there's a guy that's coming as Yes Daddy. Yes.
Daddy, Daddy actually can take as well.
No Daddy. Eating sugar, no Daddy. But
Agbaspina, you can't escape tonight. Agbaspina.
All right. Solly, you wanted to ask?
One man.
Yeah, hold on. Let Solly ask his question.
After the response, please, I will quickly say something because my battery will shut down.
Oh, all right, Joseph.
I can't hear. Are you still there?
No. Solly wants to ask you a question.
Yeah,
But don't do it in bits. So just ask directly the fullness of the question. Yeah.
Okay. If Shetima had called his imam and said this is a jihad, would you have still blamed the English language for it?
That's a good question you ask. Is a private conversation, right? Or is it something public? He said it public.
Private and was leaked. Same situation. If Shetima called his imam and said this was a jihad,
in all
would you have
honesty,
still blamed the English language?
Hold on. I'll answer your question, and I'll be truthful with that. In all honesty, maybe I would have railed on him. Yeah, I would have railed on him. I would have found fault with that.
Then this is hypocrisy then.
Hypocrisy as how?
Because it does.
I know that was why I gave you the answer. I know you would want to say it's hypocrisy, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, well, if you want to tell me that way, maybe I am. I mean, I will agree with you that I'm hypocritical when it comes to that, because that's one thing I've always refrained from being. I mean, over the time I've been dabbling into politics.
That means your interpretation of this is somewhat biased and doesn't.
No, you can say it's biased. Well, you can say it's biased, but then I will give you my opinion on that. Like, what I'm seeing here is that I don't know this guy. Hold on, listen. Why I'm saying this in defense of Obi is that I know him not to be a bigot. But Shetima,
how do you know that? His track record betrays you. How do you know that?
How do I know that? Yeah,
I've met him before.
Okay. I'll tell you from his antecedent in Anambra State. I don't know.
That is exactly why it's a bigot. It divided Catholics from Protestants, Catholics from Anglicans. That's his antecedent.
Well, you can say that. Well, where's the fact to that?
That's his record.
Well, where's the fact to that? Well,
the facts are all over the newspaper article. If I stand up for my butt now, I can start posting.
The same way we give you.
I can start posting links.
Don't get me started.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to post some links.
You say what?
It's not about what about. I'll post some links.
All right. As you look for that link, let's bring Yes Daddy in. So Yes Daddy, good to see you. Is this your first time here? Yes Daddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. One man. Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
Hold on. If it's your first time here, then we have to bring you in properly.
LOP. Yes, Daddy. OB. Yes, Daddy. OB1 name. Thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy. Good to see you. Let's hear from you.
Yes, Daddy. You see, there's one thing that we don't really understand in this game. We have some people, they are born to win, no matter what, and no matter how difficult it is. And Tinubu is just one of them. That is number one. Number two, remember that Dati Baba Ahmed went to Channel TV and he was talking about ending of democracy if Tinubu is sworn in on the 29th of May this year. And if we look at what Peter Obi was discussing with Yes Daddy, we don't have to just say, okay, the only problem is just that he used the statement of war. That statement alone has killed him completely. Maybe he doesn't know the implication now, because now his political career has already ended. That is number two. Number three, this same man went to Oni of Ife's palace, and he was talking like what's so called, like a saint, that it doesn't have anything to do with all this ethnicity problem, religious problem. And we fail to realize that Peter Obi built his political strength on anger, which is NSAS protest. So everything is just playing out. Look at the way they have already said so many things about Tinubu, including his drug business or drug cartel. This guy has never got anything like that. In America, you cannot be in the United States and be a drug dealer, and they will just deduct some money from your account. They have to seize everything that has to do with you. So this guy is just winning every day. It's either he's around or he's not around. He's just winning. Mr. Owosoko, I just don't want you to talk like the way you are talking, because Tinubu went to Sultan of Sokoto saying that they should support him. All these politicians will go to different space to ask for support. Now Obasanjo is fully in support of Peter Obi. Look at what Obasanjo said. When you listen to what he discussed with Charlie Boy, Occupy Nigeria. You see, Ayo Adebanjo said, if Peter Obi did not win the election, that is going to be the end of Nigeria. SARS. We don't have to talk like this. The use of English will not be the problem.
Baba Adebanjo said that.
Baba Adebanjo said, if Peter Obi does not win the election, that will be the end.
When did he say that? When did he say that?
One man. I know you are very current in this.
And my brother, Ayo Adebanjo is deceiving himself. Just forget about that one.
I don't want to forget. No,
talk about another thing.
Dude, you can't just come here and say something.
No. We cannot forget about it. I'm giving you, those insightful statements that these.
But then you cannot just say he said it. Where did he say it? Where? But I listened to most of his interviews. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Have you not also had?
I don't have the link.
No,
but one man will find it for you. I know one.
So the conversation can take place between the speaker and rational mind, but not three voices. Carry on.
Yeah. So is it this thing that this guy is doing? He thinks he's just only playing. What's so called? He's playing
He's just playing. Yes, Daddy.
Yeah. He thinks he's playing just ordinary Ludo. Nigeria is a country of the most black populated country in the whole world. Handling that country over to Peter Obi is going to be the biggest mistake Nigeria has ever made. Is it going to be worse even than Buhari? Because this guy doesn't.
No, I don't think you can say that. I think Peter Obi will do a decent job as the president, but maybe no, that's just my own view. No, you don't have to agree with me. But I don't think he will do. I don't think he will do an inspired job, but I think he will do a decent job.
Okay. If you put it
down, my battery is going.
But
okay. Coming after yesterday, yeah.
Okay. The thing is that this guy will not really, play this. He will not perform on his own. He will perform based on these people that are supporting him, because he doesn't have the mind of his own. Maybe he's a good man. He's got good intention. But the way he's going about this thing, they will hijack the government from him, unknowingly. So let me just rest my case. Maybe.
All right. Let's bring Joseph in, just so we don't lose him before his battery runs out, and the rational mind can pick it up. But I want you to do a rating of my face as you're saying it now on the scale of handsomeness. I want the like button to reflect that. So if you think I'm up to 100, then take the like buttons up to 100. So let's do it that way. That's my way of saying click on the like button, please. But Joseph, come in.
I just want to say, if you see anything that is wrong, say it that this thing is wrong, no matter who you are defending. This same media space, article SPV issue was brought to the media space, to the public notice, and everybody condemned it. Nobody said that article was not talking. It doesn't mean what he was saying, but his people who are PDP was also defending him, just as our brother is defending Obi now. The same way, when Tinubu make a statement and said a Milocon during APC, before the APC primary, he made that statement. He was never talking to the whole Nigeria. He was talking to the APC as a political party, that this is my turn based on what I've invested in this party, based on the support I have brought out to this party. But everybody took it out of context and said that he was saying Nigeria is his turn. But nobody said what he was saying was not talking to the whole Nigeria, except the APC people was defending him, just as you are defending Obina. Now, I always ask question, what has changed between 2019 and now, when Obi contested as the vice presidential candidate of the PDP? If the same PDP that you are condemning today, you have been their vice presidential candidate, then what has changed between the space? If PDP are corrupt and you have been the vice presidential candidate, I think there's nothing that have changed. You might also be a corrupt person also, because if you are not corrupt, you cannot be in that space. You cannot be in that group. Now, when you tell people different things in public and do different things in secret, this is what you get as a result. Because people are looking at you when you are claiming to be angel, political angel in Nigeria. People look at you and they decided to follow you up and know where that decency will lead you to. This is the result we are getting from it. So nobody should stand and say this thing is not what it means. You have to say things the way it is. If it's good for you, you say it is good for me. But if it's not also good for you, also be able to say that this is not good for me. If you cannot consume this as a person, if it were happen to be opposition, then don't also consume it because it is somebody that you are supporting. That is what I think. No matter who else is involved, we have to say the truth at all costs. You understand? It does not take anything from you. This statement was not made by me or you that is defending him now. He made the statement. Before he make it, never consulted you or me to say this is not what I mean. He knew what he means before he was saying it. We are not to defend him that that's not what he means. So what is wrong is wrong, no
if he
matter
knows
how
what it
you
means,
try to
how
change
do
it.
you know? Can I talk to you? How do you know you are the person? How do you interpret it if you know he knows? He only knows what it means.
Spinner.
Yeah.
Please, Joseph, wait. One man, the gentleman that spoke earlier about what Adebanjo said, that was said on video. So I sent the link to you. The first 50 seconds you can hear.
No.
Yes.
So you can,
brother,
I've got it lined up. Yeah.
For the Adebajo issue that is defending, didn't Adebajo also say it recently that until Tinubu wins Supreme Court, he will not see her as a president? He also made that statement. Or do you want to also challenge that? You challenge it, I send it to you too.
Come on. Don't tell me this. There are certain things if I've not heard from him, I will say I've not heard from him.
That is what I'm saying. You might not hear everything, but if somebody tell you he hear the thing, don't argue with him.
Especially if it's coming from you, particide, who are the APC people.
All right. Just for the purposes for the purposes of document, I've not seen it myself. Babati is entertained. For the purposes of documentation, let's have a listen and see if it did say it or not. Let me unmute. And there it is.
Kilaribo Live TV. If Obi does not come in as the president, forget Nigeria.
And there you go.
And there it is. So there it is. So I want to take this topic round just because it's the hot burning topic of the moment. So I'd like everybody.
Let me just quick comment on the issue of the people that are.
Yes, you can respond. Let Joseph land, then I'll take it round. I'll bring it to you, and then bring it all the way down to Babati about Karen Joseph.
As for Adebanjo, I see those people as a doubting Thomas because they are still doubting that Tinubu is not president-elect because the person they are supporting did not win. They still remain doubting. They will continue doubting until he swore in as a president. So that is for that. But Let me quickly respond to the other statement you read before now concerning the people that are hustling for position on Tinubu cabinet.
No. Okay, give us a very, very brief summary on that because I wanted Kulata to lead that space because that's more his specialty. But let's hear your thoughts.
Okay, as for Ganduje, he never won his state, but the vote Ganduje got from his state is the highest Tinubu got all over the country in terms of vote that came out from a state. He got the highest vote from Kano, although he never won Kano. So in election,
Ganduje wants to be is it the mayor or whatever, the governor of Abuja?
Okay, he wants to be FCT minister.
FCT minister. Can you see that? Can you see him in that post?
And it might not, opposition that you want to give as a president, all of them have to go through the House of Assembly.
Yes, but in terms of what you know about Ganduje, do you think his profile fits that portfolio? Can you see him in that post?
That's what I want to talk now. That's what I want to say. You see, Tinubu will always look back how he got to this position. He was first of all supported by the northern governor. They moved this support first. Now, even Buhari never wanted Tinubu. The APC as a party, the leaders never wanted Tinubu. But the APC governor from the north was the one who pushed for Tinubu. That is number one. In terms of position, you always look at the state that gave you vote because politics is a game of number. Now, Ganduje
sorry, Joseph, is there not a part of you that recalls from all these names coming back still? Do you not want to see new names and fresh faces?
That is why I mentioned the issue of House of Assembly. You see, Tinubu will always accept whatever they need from him, but he might have options and said, okay, you need this position, no problem. He might have option to replace that position because why? If he accept that position for anybody, that means the problem is out of his hand. It's now less for the House of Assembly to clear that person and say, you are free to go for that position. You see, in that case, the issue is no longer in Tinubu's hand. If that person is rejected in the House of Assembly, Tinubu can always replace that person with the person he have in mind. That is what I want to tell you.
All right, brilliant. So I want to take that.
Sorry, I also sent the Twitter link because I was talking about him lying about denying that he never spoke to any religious organization or person about them voting for him because he's a Christian. So there's a video of him talking about that on Arise TV, and I put the link also there for you as well.
All right, let me line that up. I want to take this Yes Daddy topic round just so everybody gets to respond to it because it's the hot burning topic within the Nigerian political firmament. So let's take it to Ajanle Koko, who immediately wanted to come in under Adebanjo's space. So Ajanle Koko, to what you wanted to say, and then your take on Peter Obi'S Yes Daddy.
Thank you very much. I love you all. Good morning and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Join us next time. Carry on, Ajanle Koko.
Okay.
I want to know what's the reason for showing that video. What's the reason?
No, somebody said that.
Yeah, I'm saying that. What's the reason for showing that video? That Baba Yadubanjo video. What's the reason for showing?
No, somebody in conversation with Rational Mind said that Pa Adebanjo said if Obi doesn't win, Nigeria would end, and Rational Mind said he has not encountered that. So somebody then went to dig it up to show us just where he was saying in that direction.
What was he trying to? What picture was he trying to portray? What was his exact point that he was talking about that justified that video?
Basically, vote for Peter Obi or else Nigeria ends. That was the context. That like you have to vote for him to keep Nigeria.
He says
alive.
you can forget Nigeria. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Forget about Nigeria.
But that's what I'm saying. He just said Obi, you need Obi to win for us to keep Nigeria together. Is what he was saying. That's the context.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. I don't know why. So, yeah. So, what's the other question?
The other question. Okay, let my friends from the north ask you.
LUP, yes, daddy. Obi, yes, daddy. Obi1 name. Thank you, daddy.
So it's thank you, Daddy. Peter Obi's leaked audio tape, which everybody has an opinion on, but of course, everybody wants to know what yours is. The damning words by some people was that this is a religious war, and people are wondering how it's able to reverse from that statement. And people are already buying the funeral wreaths for Obi's election future for his electoral career. So Peter Obi, yes, Daddy, what says you?
Yeah, thank you, Mama. Greetings to our listener around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. It's unfortunate.
And by the way, Ajale Koko, we have close to 250 people with us, only 50 likes. How is that possible? Maybe they needed to hear from you, but carry on.
Yeah, please, if you haven't clicked, please click on the like button now so that we can help the YouTube algorithm. This is a fantastic platform that is factual based. It's not a echo chamber platform like others. This is a platform that push it out the fact as it is out there. So click on
Okay,
the like button,
yes.
subscribe if you haven't done so. Thank you. So it's very unfortunate.
So sorry, first, have you seen the clip? I'm sure you have. Have you seen it? The Yes Daddy.
Yeah, I've seen it. And it's so derogatory of his personality. I don't know the reason why Nigerians, particularly our leaders, have to, respect this religious father than even God. The way he was the way he was constantly saying yes, daddy, yes, daddy. I don't know if he ever done so. To his real dad when he was alive. But this is what Nigerians have done to. They worship this religious leader like God. And can you imagine that person of Obi? That's highest, one of our um, the high-ranking politician. That is that almost that was going for the highest office of the land, saying yes, daddy. So would that have been the way he would be saying, he would be, bowing his head if he had been voted for to be the president? Is that the way he would have been bowing in heads to the religious leaders? I don't get it. So to me, I think to me, I think he didn't carry himself well for his constant yes, daddy way he was talking to that religious leader. So, but that aside, he first of all, I think he violated the electoral law, or maybe election the laws that guide the way you can campaign. I think it is very clear in that law that you must not campaign on the basis of religion. You must not campaign on the basis of maybe ethnicity. I know that of the religion is well specified that we should not.
Well, but Koko, that was a private conversation. That was not.
What did you say?
It's a private conversation that they recorded, so you can't use that against it because it wasn't the public campaign.
Well, you could be right. He didn't do it outside. It was
Yeah, but what he was inviting was
campaign.
it was inviting that the bishop campaigns on the basis of religion and ethnicity.
Religion, yes.
Well,
So
because he said it violated electoral law. I think that was why Pilata had to say.
Yeah, but he did violate electoral laws. That's the point.
Publicly did not. Maybe privately, but you cannot use
No,
that.
but now it's in public. So if yes, now what is it? Was it not
One
invited?
Can you add for proper context?
One man.
Can you add that Twitter where it was denying ever inciting religious or tribal war, just to buttress what you were saying? So if it ever becomes something like a legal issue, that would be something that would come up, saying that on TV you said you've never tried to incite any.
But that's a private conversation. Don't you understand what?
But it's public now. Is the point? It's not
it is
private.
public, but he never said it in public. He never went during the campaign on the on the podium saying, "Oh, it is political war." I mean, it's a religious war. You never heard him say that. This is a private conversation, so you cannot use that.
What about if you looking from this angle, the person he was talking to a cleric that controls thousands of followers, and he knows them. When they go to the pulpit preach with their mic, they can control thousands of people. They can influence them. They hypnotize them. You know what? How dangerous it is.
All right, let's get back. Let's get back to Ajande Koko. I'll take the topic round so that everybody gets to interact with it. But back to Ajande Koko.
Yeah, so it could be used against him that he as a violation of campaign law, because he was soliciting for campaign. I mean, he was soliciting for votes. He was pushing that religious leader to please contact those in the southwest, Kwara and Niger and other places that they should come out and vote for him. And they could use it, and he could get what's for him, and they can get him because of the ridiculous statement he made there that this is religious war. For the fact that he make that erratic statement, because this is religious war, it could be used against him at the law court if this audio had had come out before the election. Maybe that would have been a serious case for him to contend with at the law court. But election is over. Somebody has been declared the winner. He has taken it to court in fulfillment of his electoral law.
How do you think this tape? How does it impact on this court case? Or does it impact on it?
I don't think it can have any impact. I don't think this can be presented at the law court now. I don't think it can, because it cannot be used against him now. I'm not sure. The lawyers knows better, but I don't think that this can make any impact against him at the law court now, because election is over. What he did was in violation, that I was saying, against the campaign law. So, but Obi, this video, I think he has damaged his image, his reputation, because he successfully portrayed a reputation of a man that is different from other politicians, of a politician that is different from other politicians, a politician that does not run his campaign based on religion, based on ethnicity, based on anything. And he himself, said it several times during his campaign trail, that Don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Don't vote for me because I'm a Christian. Don't vote for me. Vote for me on the basis of I am different from other and I can run Nigeria well.
Competence and character was the mantra
Competence.
that he was
Yeah.
chanting all over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was what he was chanting all over the town before the election. So, but I don't want us to overflog this thing and because I've heard some people saying, "Oh, in the north, people in the north are angry. People in the north can run their anger in any way they like. They have done the worse than this. What is it in that country that we have to pander the north? Oh, the north are not going to. No, the north have done the worst than this. Atiku said the worst during the campaign in the north against the southerner. He said the northerners should vote for him because he is their son. They should not vote for Yoruba man. They should not vote for Igbo man. Atiku said it around the campaign. We treated it on this platform. So what is the overflogging, or we want to say Obi should be crucified for said? He said it in the private, but it's not a good thing. We can use it against him to say, yeah, this man is not really what he is doing behind the scene.
Does this Ajale Koko, does this end his political career, or will it blow over with time?
I don't think it can end his political career because Nigerians people does not vote for issue. Nigerian people vote for ethnicity and religiosity. So if Obi come out,
can I 5 seconds interjection? The
yes.
place Obi did not penetrate in this election is the core north. That is where this audio is going viral. They don't forget things like this.
Oh, yeah.
If we cannot, if we cannot get the core note, it's toast.
You don't know what tomorrow gonna bring for Obi. The fact that they cannot get the core note today doesn't mean they cannot get the core note tomorrow. If you
This is more reason why it won't get it tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. They won't forget it.
I disagree with you.
Yeah, but we don't use it as a campaign tool against him anytime he's vying again.
Let me tell you, if Obi should get political shakers with him in the north, it's not going to hold any water. The northerners go for their leaders, where their top political leaders are going. That's where they follow. If the top political leaders come out tomorrow to say, okay, we want to back this guy, their people will follow. You can play 1,000 times of this goddamn video.
Oyedepo is toxic in the north.
I don't think so. It's not. Oyedepo have not done anything, contrary to the interests of the north. Oyedepo practices religion and run his religious organization.
So are you saying that there's the impact, the damage of this video for his political future is minimal or barely nothing? That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that if Obi just came out for the first time. He has never attempted this. He didn't even prepare for it. But look at how far he went. If tomorrow we see political shakers cooperating with Obi will go far.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are too many variables attached, and that you also forget that it also depends on how the incumbent performs. Like if Tinubu goes in there and does an excellent job, so there are too many variables that's going to affect what you're saying for him to even get back to where he is right now in the next 4 years.
I agree with you. If Tinubu perform very well, yeah, Obi might not have chance in the future. But if Tinubu fail, within the 4 years, if he couldn't transform, the system and the economy as a promise, it brought more pains on the people. People will be looking for another option. So if the leaders tomorrow now say, okay, Obi stand out to be the best that we can work with now, yes, Obi will go far. This video is not going to have any effect though, or anything against his ambition in future. Tinubu have said worse than this against Nigeria before. Tinubu said he doesn't believe in Nigeria before.
On
He
video?
said Nigeria is a crap.
That is different from war, religious war. People are not patriotic, but people take their religion seriously. Tinubu saying he doesn't want Nigeria, whatever, doesn't matter to Nigerians. Everybody has said that.
Look, you
like you care about religion, right?
You guys.
I don't personally. I do not care about religion.
So why are you stoking it here? Why are you making it look like as if it's an issue?
I'm not stoking it. The people that care about religion, they're a lot.
Let me tell you the rational mind. Look, they are overblowing this. Kulata is overblowing it, and others are overblowing it. What he said, this is a religious war. He didn't say this is a religious war against Islamism.
He has to specify. He has to specify.
Yes, he didn't mention.
Come on.
Is it religious war against Shango worshippers?
He didn't mention Islam. He didn't mention any
Come
other
on, you know we come
so
on now.
what are you guys talking about?
You know what he's doing.
No, he didn't mention anything. We look. Statement can be interpreted in so many ways. I am interpreting it in the way I think is fair now, that it didn't mention war against Islam.
Yeah, but your own interpretation is just for you. It's not for people that feel otherwise.
Your own interpretation is just for you too.
The way you guys are interpreting it is that statement means a war against Islam. That is the way you people.
I'm shocked you are saying this though. So I'm shocked that you know exactly what is the dog whistle. You know what he's saying, but to act like you don't know what he's saying, I'm surprised you're saying this.
Can I ask you a question,
You know exactly
Ajani
what
Koko?
he's saying.
Ajani Koko, can I ask you a question?
Ask me a question.
Let's say it is not a word against Islam. What would a word against Islam sound like? Can you give me an example?
What a gotcha question here. I mean, sorry, you do this a lot.
No, because I don't want to argue. I want you to.
I know, but you like to do this your gotcha. This your gotcha kind of.
Yes.
I don't get it.
It's better than
It's the Dutch in name now. You know it's from Amsterdam. It's the Dutch in name. That's how they are.
Can you?
So what would an inciting statement sound like, and then compare it to what he said? Can you give us an example?
I don't know how to answer your question. The statement this man made, yes, it sounds ridiculous, but at the same time, he opened ground for his defense, and that is what I'm saying. That he did not mention it expressly. That is a religious war against Islam or a Muslim ticket. He did not say that.
Coco, now why are you ignoring the context? The context is a Muslim ticket. It's implied that it's a Christian religious war for Christian survival. That's implied. It's implicit.
If you go to the law court and you present,
people that are voters are not going to the law court. Public opinion.
Look, and if you want to interpret this statement now,
it is not a legal interpretation. It is a public opinion interpretation.
Okay, public opinion. It depends on where you stand. If I'm a Christian, I will defend it. I will say no, it doesn't mean that.
Exactly. He's already maximized the Christian voters. Look at where he got in. He's supposed to attract more people.
So I will say,
I gotta go for this now. But then look at what you're saying now, Kulata. Was this video released before the election or after the election? Because
after the election, but it doesn't really have.
Hold on.
We're talking about his political future here.
You are making it sound like the reason why the seeming, I mean, okay, let's say the seeming failure in this past election for him not to have win is because of is supposed to as
they were discussing
no.
We're
talking about so what are you saying then? What are you saying then?
No, it's political. Listen to the one man asked the question before about this political future. That was the response we were responding to this political.
But the present failure. I mean, based on the declared result by the INEC, the one they declared by mouth, it shows that what you're saying. It means that
they didn't
the reason why
by mouth. They
failed,
counted the votes. They counted the votes.
What vote did you count? What vote? The one we're saying on IREM, Abi?
Don't do this again.
Well, let's not go there. I don't want to go there, but I'm just saying to you that the reason.
Good morning. I want to ask one question, please. Sorry. Who verified the audio that make it authentic? Who verified it?
Federal Association of Investigative Journalism verified with Deep Wire.
With Deep Wire. Okay, thank you. And they verified that one that came out before, that Tinubu that said he was giving one.
That's a different video. We're talking about this particular video.
I understand.
Why are you bringing? I mean, you are bringing this is generalization. You take one video, you want to attract it to another video. Why are you doing that?
I'm not attacking that video. Why are you guys so forward? I ask you a question, you answer me. I ask you a second question, then you answer me. If you don't want to answer me, tell me you don't want to answer me.
All right. Take us to where you want us to be so that we can get back to
that. Who are people verifying these 3 videos? One for article, people came out is fake. One for Tinubu, people came out is fake. One for Bina, people are saying, why did he say that? Nobody's saying it's fake or not. That's why I ask, who is verifying?
No, they're not saying it's fake. They're saying it is deep fake. It's even faker than the other fake ones. Deep fake.
Because there's AI everywhere now that can mimic your voice and repeat whatever you are, anything that you say in your own voice. So many.
Yeah, but they've already checked. That's what we're saying. They've already checked.
Everybody can check.
What's it called? Federal something or investigative journalism, FIJ or whatever.
Yeah, which federal
they use Deep Wire.
I've been following you since 3 days, 2 days.
Can someone just, I'm going to Google it again. I mean, they've checked it already. And also, his spokesperson already admitted.
His spokesperson admitted, yeah. That's what I want to say.
So what are we talking?
But we have two conflicting statements now.
Did he admit or he spoke on?
What is concern article with this video now? No,
I think we have two conflicting statements from spokesperson of
There's nothing conflicting about what this. Why are you doing?
No, I mean, one man, you are here now. You read it now. You said the media, whatever, to the campaign says that it's doctored or something like that. And you said Kenneth Okonkwo said. No, I mean, he didn't say maybe it was
doctors is different from it's a deep fake. His doctors means it's a legit video, but they cut some part out of it to make it sound more sinister. But it's a deep fake means they engineer the whole thing from scratch, and they confirm that it's not a deep fake.
So who's saying it's fake? Who says it's doctored now?
It's Wolf is bringing up the spectre that
hold on one piece. Let me just interject what Rational Mind was saying. The spokesperson of the Obi'S organization campaign, he has come out to say that it is deep fake, consistent with the sort of behavior of APC. So he said that. But another senior functionary of the Obi'S campaign, Kenneth Okonkwo, he's saying that it is authentic, but out of context.
Yeah, that of Okonkwo, I read it, and to my opinion, he was just speaking on his capacity. Like, what if? That's why I read it. Hold on, but what these guys are saying here, why you guys so upset on it? I've seen same videos came out from Atiku and Tinubu, and everybody was fast to throw it off like it's fake. Now I don't know who is approving this that is right or is not right, and everybody's just on it and try to make it real now. First of all, everything that is going out right now on this public space is questionable. So we should not be on that and start speaking on that. Election is over. Why are we bringing a video that is, we are not sure that he said it? And the other guy was on platform there. The pastor was on church on Sunday, and he made something like remark to that. If you understand, this is not important at all. It's not really important. This is like you're naming the dog a bad name.
I've sent the fact check to show the people that checked the audio.
Have you fact checked that? Have you fact checked?
I've just sent it. You can read it.
I know. I didn't say you didn't send it. I'm saying that did you fact check those people in themselves?
Did you fact check the fact checker?
Jesus Christ, man! Come on, man! Wolfies. Foundation for Investigative Journalism.
Hold on. What piece? If he fact checks the people who fact checked it, who then is going to fact check the people who fact check the people who fact check it?
That's how to be Nigeria. Because
So,
when
so,
we were doing conversation,
so where does it land?
Now, let me say one man. When we were dropping permutation of spreadsheets, there are people who fact check. Like nobody that spreadsheet now will fact check them now. Their company, how competent they are, how reliable they are. When we see like 7 Igbo name or 5 or 3, 4 Yoruba name, we'll throw in the bin. We say they're party loyalists, right? So have you fact checked these people that is fact checking this fact now that these things that is
all right, let's fact check now. So this is the fact check. So this is the fact check. The Foundation for Investigative Journalism. It says our fact check is the trending phone conversation of Peter Obi and Oyedepo a deep fake. So which is of course the language that we're hearing. It says an audio conversation reportedly between Peter Obi, the Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the 2023 presidential election, and David Oyedepo, the founder of the Living Faith Church or Winners Chapel, has surfaced online. In the viral audio, both men can be heard discussing ahead of the February 25th presidential election about the Christian voting community in Nigeria's southwest and north central regions and how to get them to support Obi. Obi can be heard saying it is a religious war, to which Oyedepo replies, I believe that. The story was first published on Saturday evening and the audio was shared in MP4 format forwarded. Following its publication, several social media users said it was a deep fake and the voices were AI generated. So it says claim, the viral video clip between Obi and Oyedepo is a deep fake. So this is just an example of a social media commentator pushing back. This is Kelvin or Dance. It says, of course, this is a deep fake audio or something close. The question is whether obedience will disbelieve it too if Tinubu or Atiku was the subject of this audio. People's Gazette is their favorite platform because of their propaganda against others. They should deal with it. So there it is, and then on and on it goes. So it says, so we go now to the verification. So you can see it on your screen, verification. It says FIJ, which is the Foundation for Investigative Journalism, FIJ subjected the audio to a deep fake test using DeepWire or DeepWare, an AI tool used to detect alteration in audios and videos. DeepWare's deep fake detection technology was designed to detect deep fake videos or simply any fake content in the area of visual or audio communication. So it goes on. So it gives us then a screen grab of DeepWare. The Cable, a Nigerian newspaper, had used the same tool to detect that a supposed audio conversation of Atiku Abubakar, a former vice presidential candidate of Nigeria, Aminu Tambuwal, the governor of Sokoto State, and Ifeanyi Okowa, the governor of Delta State, plotting to rig the 2023 presidential election was a deep fake. According to DeepWare, the Obi Oyedepo audio was not AI generated, and it underwent no technological alteration. So it's not deep fake, according to the fact checkers.
And it is not altered.
Yes, it says yes. Let me survey. So it says according to DeepWare, the Obi Oyedepo audio was not AI generated, and it never underwent it underwent no technological alteration. So not only is it not AI generated, so I'll highlight that space and then I'll copy the link and put it in the comment section. So what this is telling us is that, one, the voices are the real voices. They are not artificial intelligence generated. So that's the first half. And then the second half is, it says, and it underwent no technological alteration. So it wasn't even a case of people editing and then packing together So it was their voice, and that conversation took place according to people who have tested it using the appropriate technology. So there it is. It says FIJ also analyzed the voices in the audio and found unique characteristics that are almost impossible to replicate in deepfake. So there it is. It is not deep. It says FIJ was able to establish that no AI was used in generating the voices or modifying the audio, and made efforts that ultimately proved unsuccessful to reach both men for comment. So there it is. So I'll post this then in the comment section for people who want to reread it. So there it is. What is? Hello.
I had your readout. Who are the people? Who are the people that own that company?
So we should fact check the fact checker. Sorry.
Let's fact check the fact checker. Yeah, we did it for the rest too.
Who is bankrolling them, right?
Who's bankrolling them? Who are the people working there? Let's find out. If there are 3 Yoruba days, let's forget it. Just drop it on the bin and let's go move forward. And if Obi'S countering it and is bringing a fact checker to, there are 3 Igbo names, drop it and let's move forward. Because these things, there are too many lies out there now. We don't need it. We should focus how the country to move forward. There's so much ahead of us than these tribal.
Yes, but for the country to move forward, all of these things that are clogging up the wheels of our nationhood, they have to be removed first. So it's the removing of the clogs that will let the country move forward. But let's get back to Ajanle Koko as it continues to regale us. Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Well, one man, I don't know, politicians are very good in playing their dirty game behind the scene. And the one for Obi cannot be exception. This is who they are. When they are in the contest, they will go all in to make sure that they say true. They want to do everything to win election. So I am not surprised that Obi went this direction. I'm not surprised. He was desperate, like every other politician. Atiku was desperate. He campaigned to his people not to vote for Yoruba man or an Igbo man. Tinubu was desperate as well when he came out in Abeokuta with that house boss in Milokan. So, but the issue is that Obi still have good chance in the future. What he has been able to achieve, to me, if he can build on it, he has been able to build a little infrastructure for himself, for the party and himself across the country now. If he can build on it, if he can improve on them, it could become something more useful that we marketing better to Nigerian people, particularly in the core north, in the future. But people saying he cannot, his election, this thing is been said, not cannot do this. Shagari said the worst in the 50s. Shagari does not believe in federalism. He doesn't want us together. But Shagari became president in 1979. Tinubu is president-elect today. He said he was in 2009. When they are fighting against the military juntas. Well, who we see today is the president-elect. So people should not think that because politicians say something, your country is not a country that hold politicians accountable. You have never done it before, and you are not doing it now, and there's nothing to show that you're going to do it in the future. Nigerians don't hold your politician accountable for what they say and their action. If we are a nation and people that hold them accountable for what they say, and Tinubu wouldn't have been in that position of president-elect today. We are not. It's not part of us. It's not part of our politics. You vote for ethnicity, religion, and other nonsense. You don't vote for issue. If Kwankwaso had supported Obi, a partnership with him, he would have delivered Kano to him. We will have won in Kano. Maybe the election would have been different. Maybe he would have won the election. If some other bigger politician had so, he would have won the election. But he couldn't get people on his side, people that we regarded as structure. So, as far as I'm concerned, what he have done is shameful. I believe that he will learn a lesson from this. But I don't want to agree with those of you that are jumping up and say this has killed his political future. No, it should never kill his political future, because you don't hold your politician accountable for what they say and their action. It's going to clear his political future. A lot of politicians have said the worst than that, and they were still re-elected. So what are we talking about? So
all right.
That's my take on it.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me take the topic round before we open up to the space, because we know we still have an incoming administration and we want to know what that looks like. But this hot burning topic now, I'm sure everybody wants to have a say. Certainly, we want to hear what Gideon has to say about it. So, Gideon, are you there? I mean, you don't cook. You don't go cook, me. Gideon, you there? Gideon, shake body now. All right. I think Gideon may not be with us fully at the moment. So let's take it then to Solly. Solly, you are there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
No. I think we have Gideon now. Gideon, you there? I see you on mute now, Gideon. You don't sleep? Yeah, there. We in body, not in spirit. Do you want to talk about the Peter Obi'S viral clip a little bit? We are taking the conversation round, Gideon. All right. Stay with us. Let me take it then to Solly. So Solly, you're up next. But let me play this clip as I build you into then your commentaries on Peter Obi'S now viral audio.
No longer compete based on character, competence, compassion, and capacity. They resort to ethnic, religious, and be shouting, "Oh, Peter campaign on religion. Oh, Peter campaign on..." But they are the ones doing it. I've never in any way told anybody in any church, in any gathering, vote for me based on this. I've said it. You not vote for Peter Obi based because of this part that is from the southeast. People voted for me on the issue of somebody being young and is laughable.
All right. So to you then, the Peter Obi clip, Solly.
Factually, he's saying the truth. All those things he said, he never said or did. He actually never said or did it. You get? But what he said or did is something different. This guy, it sounds like somebody that must have had some court cases before. He sounds like a lawyer. Very, 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 very precise with his words. From the video clip, that's what I got from the video clip.
And the audio clip of do you have any thoughts on that?
Now, for the audio clip, where is Oyedepo from? Is he Yoruba?
What do you imagine? Is from Borno?
From
Is from Borno?
He's from Anambra. He's from Anambra.
He's from Bayelsa. He may be from Kogi now. I don't know.
Where is Babatunde from? Is it from Sokoto? Sokoto is from Sokoto.
No,
carry on, Solly.
Just to educate me. I never really focused on him. And it points out to my narrative and the way I interpret it. From the voice audio, it seemed like Peter Obi was trying to portray, this kind of Yoruba respect, when he was trying to form, daddy, respect, please. That's the way I interpreted this. But it just wasn't unique, It was just like a portrayal, the way he was saying it. It didn't just seem genuine. Now, it sounded like he was trying to cajole Oyedepo based on religion. I am the same religion as you. So please, based on respect, based on I'm the candidate from your same religion, try to influence your members in this specific states, because I know that you have people of this religion in this specific states, and I want to ask for it. But the way he now added, this is a religious war, he wanted to stamp it that, okay, I'm asking you respectfully, but I'm letting you know that, okay, there's something at stake, a religious war. Knowing you're a pastor, we should go to battle. It was manipulative. Even the request was manipulative. So that's just the way I maybe this is how he does business, and it would work, but the average citizen is not going to take it like that, because it can also, the average citizen is not going to take like that. So it was just a manipulative phone call. He tried to manipulate his way to get votes using religion. That's the way I saw it.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant and succinct. A man of equal succinctness, Babati. So let's trail Babati in with a clip.
LP. Yes, daddy. Obi. Yes, daddy. Obi-Wan name. Thank you, daddy.
Okay.
So thank you, daddy. So Babati.
One man. Okay. Let me just get to the point. Okay, make it short and brief. Now, I've had some people compare what he did in terms of, that we just go to what Trump would do with the rednecks here. In America, they have institutions that can buffer that. Okay? And I was surprised that Anikoko took that position, being dismissive of the clip and not really, I'm surprised he spoke in that manner. This guy is exploiting our fault lines. The two fault lines of Nigeria, like you said earlier, Yelikoko, are the religious and ethnic divisions. These are very sensitive issues. And anybody running for office that tries to exploit that needs to be condemned. You can't set the country on fire because you want to win an election. I don't care if it's private, public, middle, I don't care. These are fault lines of the country. You don't exploit that for your own political gains. It's public now, and he has to come and address this. Clearly, what Kate posted, luckily, it's not fake, so he can't hide behind that. He needs to, the same way he jumps on that dumbass TV all the time, talking about on his what's the name of his favorite guy on the rise. Go back there, go by Monday morning, go and address this issue. I want to see him on TV address this issue because it's very important. I remember one man, I told you on this platform that Obi owes the country. It is his duty as a protected Nigerian, once he loses the election, that he has to calm his fan base down. I've said that numerous times. And he's not doing enough. He's not doing enough, one man. And he needs to come out frontally and he has to condemn this. He has to. You cannot keep exploiting our fault lines for your political gain. Enough. And anybody that thinks this guy has a political future is fooling themselves. He's done, in my opinion. And let me even push it further. They are going to push him out of the Labour Party. Because remember, like I've said before on this platform, the highest ranking officer in politics runs the party. The governor of Abia, by default, is now the Labour Party's, in that controls the party now. I don't care what Obi says. That guy now runs party. He has the watches, he has the political post. They are going to push him out of there. I don't know where he goes from there. Obi has not shown me. He can't start any part of his own. It's an opportunity, like we've all said. Where's he going to go? PDP to go meet Wiki. Abga to go meet Wu. He exploits loopholes in the system. And I've telling anybody, if you're obedient, like you say Tinubu, for instance, he has disciples that he has raised. Show me one or two disciples that you say Obi during his 8 years as a governor raised. You cannot point out to any disciple. We don't even know who they are. Were they ghosts? Nobody that worked with him for 8 years came out to campaign for him. You never saw anyone that you can say, okay, this is the guy that he raised. No disciple. He exploits Nigeria's fault lines for his own political gains. And I better see him on Monday come out and address this video. He has to, one man. He has to, for the sake of the country.
Do you agree that those now three words those are the damn, because everything else, the yes daddy is good for skit makers, but when it declares that it's a war of our religions, and then it'll be a real push to walk back from that.
Right, and that's why I was kind of surprised when everyone was talking about, we're not sure if you're talking about Islam. I'm like, what are you? I'm surprised you're taking that kind of position once again. I'm not calling you out, but I'm calling you out. At the same time, we all know what he's doing. You know exactly the game he played. It hasn't worked for him. He's already maximized it, but he's not going to get any more votes. Even if he runs, I'm saying again, Labour's going to push him out. Because their governor is saying, no, it's like, dude, you vote for me, I won by myself. So, but exploiting those areas is a very delicate spot. I don't want anybody going to that area. That is unacceptable. Don't make the excuse that it was a private conversation. I don't want to hear that. It's public now. Once it's in the public forum, you need to address it like he put it in the public. So, religious war? Do you even know what that means? Like he was saying, people put religion even rather than their tribe in Nigeria at some point. You know, they can even abuse their own king. They can like the way they stoned the Ooni of Ife's palace. One man yesterday. Did you see that video?
No, I saw it. I was going to bring it. It was too graphic. I would have brought it.
But the same people we did not go and stone a mosque. The same Yoruba people, they will not do that too. They will not do that. But you go to Ooni of Ife. Do you even know what that means? Do you know how? But that I'm saying, you don't trample on areas that are very sensitive.
All right, thank you, Babate. So that's Babate. You are just indignant, Babate. I think that's the most indignant we've heard Babate yet. But the conversation goes on, and it goes then to Rational Mind, who has, I'm sure, a different outlook on it. So Babate. Yes, daddy. Rational Mind, rather. Yes, daddy.
Yes, daddy.
Yeah. Don't use that. Oh God. He has used that before. We are getting some secrets now. You know.
Don't make me remember some things I don't want to remember. Yes, daddy. Anyway, let's
you know, just from that voice you use, there's a there's a place called Soho here in the UK, and Old Compton Street. Soho first came from here now. But there's a place called Old Compton Street, where full grown-up, extremely wealthy bankers, they go there to wear nappies and get their behind tanned. And say yes. So that was the voice you used, but quickly back to Obi.
They call it lifestyle.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway,
Yes.
I think I've already said what I think about this whole thing. Do I condemn what he said? Yeah, I did condemn it in some ways. He could have used better words rather than use the word war. I want to say "ger," "ger," "ger" means war. Yeah, so I mean, I use the word or I would name or some other word. Like this is this is something between. Well, I don't know how you would have said it, because even though if you had said it like, oh, it's something between the Christian and the Muslim now, see, people will still remain into that. And then people, I don't know, maybe the other words he could have, maybe he could have said it a different way.
Rational mind.
Yep.
Rational mind. Can I interject?
Go on.
Yeah, I don't think there is any other word he could have used. He knows what he wants to do. He wants to go into what's it called? Oyedepo's heart. He knows where he's going inside his heart. Like he wants him to see it like, oh, there is religious war, and he knows for a clearly what it means to him. Let me finish, please. He's sending Oyedepo to people now, and he knows, so he wants to be able to get to church on Sunday and overreact. And many times we see all these clerics, the way they talk on people. Sometimes you see what's going on. These are the causes, and it doesn't start today. That started from the PDP. All the money PDP stole in Nigeria, half of it goes to the all these our clerics. They give them. That's why you see all of them always singing their praises. You understand me? So that's how it's been long, and he knows what he's doing. If he doesn't use that word, religious word, it won't have more. It won't have that effect that he wants. He knows what he's saying. He knows he can use other words, but that's the perfect for him to achieve what he wants to achieve. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. So as Fash said, is it a case of feeding? But I think you indicated in that direction as well. Is it a case of feeding raw meat to the carnivore? Is it feeding the pastor what he knows he would like to eat, the language that he knows he will want to hear?
Well, I think in some ways, Obi'S is naive. He's politically naive. I can understand that from that part of Nigeria where he is from. They say that as it is, the way they use words, they don't hide. They will always say, Kanu, what's his name? Kanu, the Apple man who says, we are independent, we are Republican. So that's how they operate. They just say things the way they say it. And even sometimes very offensive, but then they just say it. So, but then I can understand why his choice of words. But then in a broader context, knowing where Nigeria is right now, maybe you should have used a better word. But then the point I'm trying to make is that we should not blow this out of proportion. Because from what I'm seeing here, now that the northern people have already some of these videos you are showing, even the one you just showed us, people that are saying LOP, daddy, yes, daddy, something like that. I don't think that those guys are really northerners, except for another guy that was driving.
They not look? No, they look and sound northern.
Oh, yeah, they don't sound to me.
Wait.
LOP, yes, daddy. OB, yes, daddy. OB1 name. Thank you, daddy.
No, they don't sound. They don't look northern to me. Even the guy that's wearing something on his head, I don't think. Well, maybe they are, but I don't think they sound to me like that. But then this is just an example of what I'm trying to say. This is how we start. The same way we started with this issue of he doesn't speak Yoruba very well, because I know where these people who are promoting these rhetorics, where they are going with that thing. It's going to lead to something that most of us will live to regret. So my point I'm trying to make is that, so the same thing with this. I'm not saying we should not criticize him. Yes, what he said in the context of considering the Nigerian context where if you say something like that, it's war, and we can say that, maybe it doesn't mean that war between Christian and Muslim. But then if I were to look at it, I would say maybe it means a war, a division between the Christian, because this election is a division between Christian and Muslim, because the battle line has been drawn. Who drew it? Tinubu started first.
How?
Oh my goodness!
No, please, Spider. How did Tinubu start the religious war? Please tell us.
Thank you. Muslim. You see, this is what I'm saying. I just said it now. You took it out of my mouth.
No. How did Tinubu start religious war?
Hold on. Maybe okay. See, this is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes we start to say certain things, and then maybe we have to take it back. Let me rephrase myself. Let me rephrase what I said. What I meant. What I meant, Tinubu started it first. I mean, the division this division, that this perceived division of, oh, now it's now a Muslim ticket. Maybe he didn't. I don't mean to say he started the war or jihad kind of. I know that's what I meant to say. That Tinubu started. But what I'm saying is Tinubu brought. Hold on now. Tinubu brought that divide. Yeah, he brought that divide by picking a Muslim.
I just told you earlier on that was more of a political move. No, please.
Whatever you want to call it. This is the same you. Hold on. This is the same you.
Wait. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
Hold on, please. That was more of a political move. The way you guys make it look like on purpose, though, I'm going to pick a Muslim so that we can run the country. That's what the way they are making it look like. But he knows he's not seen as a Muslim in the north. They don't value his own faith as much. So he needs a Muslim in the north to win the elections. It was more of a political move. It was some kind of...
So hold on now.
Why are you spinning it down? You are spinning.
You
are spinning.
No. I'm not spinning. Hold on.
Yes, you are. You are spinning.
Hold on now. We all here. We all here spin. I can say I spin, and I spin based on what I see, how I perceive things. Now you are telling me now that for political expediency, Tinubu has to do what he did. So why can't Obi also do the same thing for political expediency? And we are finding fault with that, right? The same way I'm finding. Hold on. The same way.
It's quite different.
This is how you.
Let the conversation take place between Babati and Rational Mind. Carry on.
So for political expediency, Tinubu can take another Muslim. That's why he's been a Muslim. But this guy cannot go and ask for votes from Christian religious leaders in his own space so that he can get votes. Come on, guys. What are we doing?
Wait. Spinner. So let me. You are equating a politician that understands the political landscape and wants to win to a person inciting religious violence.
He did not incite any religious violence.
No. Let's correct that. He did not incite religious violence or.
No. I mean the language itself. Not. I'm thinking before. Yeah.
No, so, he did not.
Maybe divide, not violence.
Sorry. Division. But I'm saying that it is not. There's no equivalence in what you just said. It's not equal. It's not the same thing.
It's same thing.
How?
You can spin it that okay because he wants to win. He has to take a Muslim. What? Okay, are Muslim only people in the north? Don't they have Christians in the north?
For him to win, it's politics. Stay on the political.
Thank you. For him, I like what you just said. For him to win, same thing will be for him to win. He had to appeal to the Christian base that please give me your vote. And in public, he never incited anybody in public that this election is about ethnic or religious. He says don't vote for me because I'm a Christian. Don't vote for me. He said that is in public, where every media were covering it. He didn't incite anybody, but in private conversation, because that is political horse trading or what they call it, political maneuvering and whatever. He had to do his underground work, and somebody has to go and some idiot has to go and leak it out. Well, so, but you can't tell me that Tinubu never did the same thing, which I don't have any. I don't have any evidence to that.
First of all,
from what we're seeing playing out in public,
that person was a Nigerian patriot. That's an that leaked that conversation. It's a patriot for leaking that audio. It's not a fool. Then that person for doing what he did. That way, at least we know what he's really thinking. Than all these lies is being perpetrated on TV. I never told anybody to vote for me because of religious stuff.
Babati.
Go ahead.
Why is it that it's only Tinubu or Peter Obi and Atiku campaign tapes that are releasing? Why are they not releasing other tapes that affect Nigeria? Have billions.
Listen, if they have it, bring it out. Please, if you do, bring it out. Let's know who
I don't know why you are so fixated on this matter today about Obi.
I thought I was surprised too. I'm surprised.
I don't get it too.
Wait. This is my point. This is how it starts, okay? Because you dismiss something.
This is how it starts. I mean, did he say it publicly?
I'm telling you. This is how it starts.
Did he say it publicly? Listen, there's a difference between what you're just saying. This thing that was released, it is some kind of, how do I put it? Some kind of insidious move here to stoke not just religious, not just ethnic already that's already playing out, also to bring religious dimension to it. That is why I'm saying, guys, we need to be careful what we say, what we promote. I'm not saying one man is promoting anything, but we are discussing it here. But if we discuss it, let us discuss it and just end it there, rather than trying to put some innuendos to it and put some kind of spin to it, like, oh, if people in the north, if you hear it now, it's going to be this. I mean, are we spoken? Are we feeding these people to violence?
Listen to me.
That's what I'm saying. I agreed. He aired.
I said
he has committed blunder for what he's
for political future. So I was taking to politics now. When you asked me about the North, and I said, Kay was saying that for future elections they will not forget what happened, which I agree with. That will be used against him in the next 4 years if he decides to run.
Like you heard Ajale Koko said, in Nigeria, did Tinubu not say even worse in the past?
No, that's
how did that affect? Even with this drug case here in America,
I agree with you.
The way everybody spin it, did it affect him?
But listen to me. I'm saying that they will use it now. How effective?
Let them use it. Let them use it till then. Let's see how it's going to play out till then.
Yes. Then how effective it is
But let me make my point. Let me make, because I'm already when you interject me so much like this, I just lose my train of thought.
All right, carry on, rational mind. But the wider point that both Babati as amplifying what Kulata said earlier. In 2027, if Peter Obi is indicating that he wants to resuscitate his ambition, will this clip not be resuscitated?
It can. It may. They would. I mean, probably they will. They will bring it up. But the point is this: that our people are people like Ajale Koko said, which I agree with it. We do not hold our leaders accountable. I'm sure they're going to spin it then too. The way we're spinning. I mean, some of us are spinning it now, or you can say you can accuse me of spinning it. I'm only spinning it based on what I mean. Let me know if I don't like using the word spin, maybe because I use the word often. But I'm saying it because the way I'm looking at the angle I'm looking at it is that we are playing to the hands of these criminals who wants to continue dividing us on the line of ethnic and religious. Because we're trying to douse this tension of ethnic tension. Now they bring another one again. Suddenly today again, it was yesterday or when did they release it? Now bringing another religious dimension to it. And now some people are saying that in the North already, they are already making videos with it. And then look at how it's, and you know when this thing is spread like wildfire. And before you know it, we start hearing of religious conflict and violence in the North, because that's where it usually starts from. And how is Tinubu going to even, reconcile all of this when he becomes the president? If eventually he ever becomes the president. Let us just talk about this objectively.
Yes, I
now,
agree
okay,
with you.
he had.
I'm concerned about it too. No. That's what I'm saying. That those kind of videos, even though I agree with this one, at least we know who they are behind the scenes. If you have more videos, let's really know who these people are behind the scenes, as opposed to what they put out there on TV. Let's really know who they are behind the scenes. It's very important. We need to know our leaders for who they really are. If Tinubu is one kind of ethnic or whatever, and they have a video or audio of him, please bring it out if you have it.
Oh yeah, you go. Thank you very much. The ones they played to you, they were telling you Bala Blue, it was doing all of this. Did you people not spin it? Say there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I beg. Let me just finish my point of thought. So my point is this, and I'm not saying you should not interject, but just hold on, let me finish. So my point is this, one man and everybody. How I see it is this. Yeah, he has blundered, he has said this, but I won't excuse him for that. That is something considering the nature of but the thing is this. How I look at it is it's a private conversation. One man, despite I present in public like this, the way I present, you know me, like when we started on the platform, when I started on the platform here, I was always on this our Fulani people, forgetting that I have a part of me that has ancestry with that, but I still attack them based on how they be rounding around Nigeria. I was hitting hard on them and their clan's leader, which is Buhari, who is there. But after the whole thing dies down a little bit, I have to subpoena that. So in private, I have conversation with people in private. I might present like, somebody who is equitable in public. But in private, I might be talking crap to other people about other people. But that does not mean that is who I am, perhaps. It's just maybe conversation around that when I talk in public or in private, I might talk to them like that. So my point is this, that what he has done in the context of what he did, he was only canvassing for vote. And he has to feed that ego of that person that, listen, this thing, it is now a religious war because APC has started it first. When I mean war, doesn't mean they started war. Don't get me wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. The way we use English in Nigeria, because that's the only way I can express myself. I'll never use that to people who are from who are English speakers from, say, here in America or in the UK or maybe other parts of the country or where they speak good English. I will never use that because they might interpret it to mean like, what is going on here? What are you meaning? What do you mean? So what I mean war here, it is now a religious divide now. Maybe that's the word he should have said. This election is now a religious divide.
Do you think do you think politicians should be guarded at not even politicians alone, but public figures? Do you think they should be guarded at all times, both in private and in public? Because this is not the first instance of things like this globally that you think you are speaking in private, but then of course it damns you then in public.
Yeah, they should. I agree with you. They should. But you see, sometimes, in private, we are at liberty, we feel at rest to say anything we want to say because we felt we are not presenting that way in public. But then sometimes you never know who is recording you, who is eavesdropping into your conversation and having it recorded, So, well, for me, I just believe that we should be guarded at all times. Okay. But I would exclude private conversation because in private we do other kinds of kinds of things.
Spina, sorry for raising my voice. Actually, that was not meant. But
no, I didn't take it that way.
But it's my worry with Nigeria because I'm looking at with a bird's eye view. You're having this tribal thing going on as well, and now you have I'm just worried about the country. Like if care is not taken, this thing it might spiral out of control. So that's where my own concern, my own opinion is coming from. That
I agree with you how you say it. I mean, in the sense of what you just said now. But my general point is this: that we can criticize, but however, let's just not go beyond certain things. Like, okay, having to promote, now people in the north now, how would they feel? Yes, you see, now if they start rebelling now, saying that it is we are kind of feeding that flame, fanning that flame or that amber of conflict and usually when this thing like this, it triggers them up in the north like that, forgetting that they themselves, they use the same word in their moshalashi, in their mosque, in whatever, even when they are religious leaders, they use the word jihad.
So therefore,
but be mindful of the language.
They use the word J.
So basically, you said this so-called religious word has been going for a long time, even before it's been going on.
But see, that is the point I'm making. That Tinubu saw that divide. That I, a Muslim from the south, I will not be considered a Muslim if I have to choose a Christian from the north, because the Muslim part of the north, or political hegemony there, they've hold sway there a lot. They've hold that region by the jugular. That if I have to go and take a Christian, I will not get any vote from them. He saw that divide. That's a divide there. Because if there was no divide, then why would he not pick a Christian? He being a Muslim, so that's to balance the whole thing. But he felt that if I go and pick a Christian, he's like, I don't want to become president because these people from the north, they are crazy when it comes to religion. You see, say me, because they don't consider me as a Muslim already. So I better not even do that. Let me go and take a Muslim like myself or another Muslim. John Body, my people from the south, hold on now. My people from the south, hold on now. My people from the south, they will understand me. They will understand. Say yes. After all, my wife is some of my kids are Muslim, so that should not be an issue. For my people, they understand in the south. But my people from the north, they will not understand. So I better go take a Muslim. That is what I'm talking about. He saw that divide. Because if there was no divide, he wouldn't have done that. He knew that he will never win if he does otherwise. So why can we not excuse Obi if Obi does the same thing? That's my point. As long as he doesn't say
hold on. Don't interject because I want to move the conversation to yesterday, but you can just make a comment. Yeah.
Okay, comment.
A brief one though. A brief one, yeah.
Okay, rational mind. What you're trying to do now? You're trying to condemn Obi on one side, and the other side, you're trying to create an excuse for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because
hold on, please. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me land. But why can't they do this in Tinubu's case and say, oh, that was his past. The drug issue was his past. For Tinubu of today, he's no more into drugs. He's now a clean man. He's into politics. Why can't he go that route now?
You see,
Tinubu as well.
Okay, are you done talking?
Yeah.
You see, there's certain matters of principle that we cannot ignore. You see, don't let me go into some of that because I don't know. I don't want to take time because one man has to move forward with other people. Tinubu's matter, it's a matter of not just morality, but national security for that country. You cannot have a compromised head of state or head of government who is susceptible to some kind of remote control because some people have some dirt on it.
What dirt?
Or even some other things that we don't even know they have on it.
No. What dirt?
Let him run through, but otherwise,
But Fash, the point is this: what we're talking about is different from what you are talking about. We cannot excuse Tinubu's past on whatever conviction they call it or conviction in the United States here, where he was said to have been a mule for some people laundering money, and it was in paper that was where he was indicted. He was said to have lost some money, which in a sense that's a conviction of some sort. So let's just leave that, even though you don't want to debate that. That's not that. So my point is this: that this guy's thing, number one, was a private conversation. Number two, he's talking to a context like I was giving to Babati is that he was talking to a religious leader. He was feeding that flame of, okay, look, listen, this is a religious war here, a religious divide. Maybe that's what I should have said, because APC has already started it, and there's no way I can win in the north because with these two strong candidates that are Muslims, it's invariably that these people they're going to crush me at the election. So my only best bet would be let me get at least 90% of my Christian vote base. I know that there's some Muslims that will vote for me. That would maybe cost him to victory. It doesn't need that core northern states to give him that victory. If he can get some victory, well done. With the way we have so many about 4 leading candidates there, the whole thing will be fragmented. The whole votes will be fragmented. Whereby the way he's playing it, I saw recently, I had to look at his game, the game he played, and which makes him look like he's the winner of this election, in my own opinion. So I think he played his card very well because really you don't really need the North. I mean that core northern state, even though they claim to have the largest vote in those core northern states, but the way he played it, he won that election from what I'm saying. And then, well, let me leave that. So my point is this: that you see, why I'm excusing him on one side is that number one is the private conversation. Two, he's talking to a religious leader. He needs to talk in that way to make him look, it's very urgent. You need to give me that support because these people decided it already. So if they can do it, why not? Why can't I do it? But that he said but he never said it in public that, oh, everybody, this is a religious war. He never said it in public. That would be inciting people to violence or inciting the Christian against the Muslims. But somebody now has to go and release this because we know who they are. Either it's APC or PDP. Because I've been hearing recently that PDP now they're trying to make some kind of alliance with Obi, and Obi said it's not going to give anything that. Let's just leave that. So now we're seeing this video released.
No, I saw that too, by the way. But
So I don't know what is going on because we can say it's APC doing it. I mean, because I won't put it above them. It could be the PDP too because I know they're trying to get Obi on board with them. But Obi seems like he's not playing ball with them. So my point is this, Pash. However you want to see it's up to you. But for me, I will condemn him the use of that word. But can he do better with any other word? Yeah, he can do better. But the way we use English in Nigeria, you need to understand how we use English. That's why I'm excusing me for that. And the context as well. Well, man, let me move forward.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Brilliant, well put. So I'll take the conversation next to Yes Daddy. But on my way to Yes Daddy, let me do a little bit of housekeeping. So Yes Daddy, I'm going to bring you in with a clip that somebody sent in. I've not seen it. Hopefully it's not anything too controversial, but it's around this conversational space still. But before I do any of that, like I said, let's do a bit of housekeeping. So the super chats that have been coming in from Rotimi, he kicks it off. He couldn't help it. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. So I think a lot of Yes, Daddy. That's going to be the diet for the whole of tomorrow, isn't it? All of the anytime you switch on any social media, it'll be Yes, Daddy. So Rotimi gets in first. Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. He couldn't help it. It tickles him so much. His super chats again. Yes, Daddies. Click on the like button as you come in. So if you're a Yes Daddy, then please click on that like button. We want to take it up to 100 and we're 20 short. So as Rotimi is now bribing you, please click on that like button if you're a Yes Daddy. So Yes Daddy. So from that, let's go on to Ayo, who of course the official sponsor of the one man went to more platform. So Ayo super chats to say, it says, one man with the nursery rhymes, good job. So I was just saying in the opening phase that the Yes Daddy that we were saying from Peter Obi, it put me in mind of the nursery rhyme, Johnny, Yes Papa, that so my children listen to. So thank you for that. Let's go on from Ayo to Alexander Gomez, the chairman of the proceedings. He says, quit glouting Nam. His brand has been damaged somewhat, unfortunately. Disheartening and unfortunate. Was monitored throughout the campaign. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez. But that super chat is actually speaking to where the leak may have come from. And a lot of people are suggesting that the security agencies were actually monitoring his communication. You know, in Nigeria, you cannot draw breath without the state knowing about it. You have to tie your BVS to your NIM, to your XYZ and your ABC, all of this to say that Buhari can sit chewing his toothpick and listen to you toasting a girl on your phone if he wants to. So thank you for that, Alexander Gomez. Ayo, enjoying the super chat so much, it carries on. Was Obi wiretapped? That is the suspicion of so many people that it almost certainly was wiretapped. So that's Ayo. He continues still, Ayo, with the super chat. Obi's political career decimated right before our eyes. So that is the end of Solomon Grundy. So that's what that means. That is the end of Solomon Grundy. So that is the end of Solomon Grundy. Thomas Adedeji comes in. He says, one man, my obedient girlfriend don't want me to press the like button, but I still manage. She's killing me here. So no yums for Thomas tonight, that's for certain, but the super chat anyway. So thank you for all that. And of course, as we mentioned that Ayo, the official sponsor of the woman, went to more platform. Anytime he turns up, he usually clocks in with the buy the coffee function, which it does as it routinely, regularly does. So thank you, Ayo, for that. And thank you for the super chatter. So let the super chat and the coffees continue to reign in, just as Ayo said the example. So as that continues, let's take the conversation then to Yes Daddy. So Yes Daddy, this clip, I'm playing it with some trepidation, is only 20 seconds long. I've not watched it myself, that's why I'm being cautious, but let's watch it together, hopefully not controversial, and then you come in off the back of it with your Yes Daddies. Here it is.
Waking up in the middle of the night to see that post from Kenneth, it was really, really very heartbreaking. He could have said something else, even if he must reply to that. He could have said, there are so many things he should have said. There are so many ways he should have spinned it, especially when he saw what we were doing.
So there it is. Kenneth should not have told the truth, according to them on Twitter Space. So Yes Daddy, what says you? Yes Daddy, unmute.
Hello, sir.
Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. You see, I just don't understand why we are just taking this matter back and forth. When somebody, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. Carry on. Your voice was low, but it might come back. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm just trying to say is that I just don't like us sometimes when we want to play the game of hypocrisy, and that is very common in our space in Nigeria. Not only in Yoruba, state or Hausa or Igbo. All of us. First of all, when Peter Obi came out to say that he wants to run for the presidency, he was in the PDP, but when he saw the game they were playing, he left and he went to Labour Party. In 2019, he was with Atiku. He must have said so many good things about Atiku. In 2019, he must have seen something very good about Atiku before he could, agree to be his running mate. But look at where we are in 2023. One thing is that we should always preach what we practice and practice what we preach. There is this saying that says that a well-known devil is better than new angel. The way Obi is portraying himself is just like an angel to every one of us. I supported Peter Obi right from the beginning. I don't know why, but I just believe he's young and he's vibrant and the new person in this political space. Like the way when we talk about Atiku and Tinubu has started this journey since early 90s, and the same thing goes to Atiku. If Tinubu, people are saying because Tinubu started this problem of religion, but definitely, Tinubu has mapped everything out. Tinubu is not recognized in the North as a good Muslim. And let me tell you this for free. No one from the South is recognized. No Muslim is recognized in the North. I mean, if you are from the South. So that is why Tinubu is like, okay, look at Kenneth Okonkwo, Babashi Lawal, Daniel Buhala. They were all in PDP. But because Tinubu chose to pick Muslim as his running mate, that is why all these people, they dropped his mandate. They said they could not go with him because of the fact that they have seen the division. And Tinubu has seen it all before he could do what he did. Now, if Tinubu has been the one to say what Peter Obi has said, that is going to be all over the news. All the bloggers, they will just be like, painting in several, colors. But now that Peter Obi has just made this terrible mistake, some people are saying, why is his phone was tapped in the first place? But this does not only implicate Peter Obi, it has also implicated Bishop Oyedepo, because of the fact that this current political dispensation has already exposed so many people, so many fake people, and so many real people. It depends on how we all see it, because we see things from different perspectives. To me, this has already destroyed his political career. Like what somebody said, the Abia state governor is going to take the lead now because he looks like he's more popular than even Peter Obi, and that is how the politics is played. I believe Peter Obi should have been very careful, and he should not be just showing any form of tantrum or playing a victim card. So Peter Obi does not really understand politics of Nigeria, to be honest with you. He doesn't really understand. He believes he only understands the politics of Anambra. And if you look at what
I
he
mean,
did,
what are you saying? He doesn't understand politics of Nigeria. Yet,
he doesn't understand the politics of Nigeria.
able
Because if he does, he could have come out to say this.
hold on.
Wait, no, wait.
To
I did
defeat
not interject
Tinubu in
anyone.
Lagos,
I
he
did
was
not
able
interject
to.
anyone. Wait.
Hold on now. Let us
Anyone.
interject you. You are saying something that is not factual. It's not the fact we have on the ground
I'm
now.
listening, sir.
Yeah, the fact we have on the ground now shows that yes, he knows the politics well as well.
Okay.
If he doesn't know the politics well, he will not play the religious card that got him an ethnic card that got him that vote. And that has always been the basis of politician political power base in Nigeria.
Okay.
And he used it to his advantage, and it worked for him. This guy just jumped into that race 8 months ago to see how far he went. So you can't say he doesn't understand it. He understands it very well, and he played it very well in the public, and the way they play it behind the door, he play it behind the door effectively as well. One of it is this video that we are talking about now, the way he was able to call for the support of the religious leader. So you can't say he doesn't. Let's give credit to him for what he has done.
No. I did not dispute what he has done so far. He performed very well. Don't get me wrong. This man has gone to several churches, and they recognize him in the church. This conversation could have been a physical one. It shouldn't have been a phone conversation. That is where he has messed things up for himself. He should have done it better than the way he did it. He could have gone to to visit Bishop Oyedepo. Maybe after the service, they could have just sat down and said, okay, this is what I think is playing out. It's about religion right now because of the fact that Tinubu could, pick a Muslim as his running mate. But Tinubu knows that if he pick any Christian from the north, he will not have the majority. And still, he did not win in several states in the north. Like somebody said, in most KK states, he did not win. So an article cleared most of those areas. But the reason why I said Peter Obi does not really understand the politics is just that it should not be playing like when Tinubu wants to say anything, he will say it publicly. When Tinubu discovered that they wanted to sabotage his ambition to be the flag bearer of APC, he went to Ogun State, to just made it known to the party members. He was not actually talking to the public. But at the moment, because that they are all fighting for what they believe it is their civil right, because everybody has got right in Nigeria to pick any form, to contest for any position, as long as you are qualified for it after you have been screened from the INEC or wherever they do the screening. So Tinubu went ahead to say that, and it was all over the news, all over the bloggers platform that he shouldn't have said this, blah blah blah. But he has never said anything that will incite the citizen that, okay, if I did not get the ticket, this is what is going to be for the APC or for Nigeria. But this guy could have come out. If you go to, he went to national TV on Arise, and everybody saw it as one man played it out, that he would never even do anything of such. And why are you doing it? Why are you doing it in secret? You could have just come out that this the current political campaign is about religion. Then everybody will know where it stands. But he shouldn't have used the word of war. That war statement is, it carries weight. And that can go so very far. And to make the matter worse for him, Kenneth Okonkwo came out and said, yes, it was actually his voice. I like the fact that he confirmed that, at least to just show that they are very transparent in whatever they do in Labour Party. You see, everybody is just fighting for their, for themselves in their own different capacity. So maybe that is what Peter Obi thinks to give him what he actually wants, or what it takes to become the president-elect and the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria this same year, which is going to be next month. The spinner, I just don't like the fact that what is that man's name? Spinner. That he was just trying to.
Leave Spinner alone. No, everybody entitled to their opinion. You express yours. He expresses his.
One man, no problem. Let him mention my name. No, I don't have any problem with that. Let me go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying that we should all just call a spade a spade. It is not all about religion or ethnicity anymore. The poverty in Nigeria does not recognize maybe Hausa or Igbo. It just recognizes everybody. So we should just stop saying, we should just stop trying to cover something that is not supposed to be covered, just because we have love or interest in someone. Tinubu is the most criticized politician today, and we all know that. And look at what happened to Tinubu at the end of the day. He won the election. The first thing is that they said this election was rigged. Yes, I accept that the election was very rigged, right? It was flawed. one way or another. But I'm still putting it to everyone that this election, the election was still the most credible one compared to the previous election that has taken place in Nigeria. Since this current republic, fourth republic, right? So, if Tinubu could lose Lagos State, Buhari could lose Katsina, Gandija could lose Kaduna, and El-Rufai could lose Kano. So what else do we want?
All right.
So let me just rest my case for now.
All right, brilliant, well put. So thank you, thank you, Yes Daddy. So from Yes Daddy, let's go on to War Peace. So War Peace, a different slant on it, I suspect. So War Peace to you, Yes Daddy.
Yeah, one man, people already know my stand on this. Yes Daddy. To me, I feel all of them are fake, and we are overstressing it. But I believe it's because the Patified and the let me say the Patified one stressing it more. Yeah, I will call my brother here, people like Babati. I so much on it, trying to make a point out of. I don't understand. They're all criminals, first of all. But again, this is national security. Who leaked the tape? Not even whistleblower. We didn't even get it like it's subtitled like a whistleblower released the tape. Now, who released the tape? We have to call our Minister of Information to question. How can such tape be released at the point they claimed they made such recording? It was during the campaign. It was a potential aspirant who should be under security. So if tape like this can be recorded,
Can I say something real quick? Sorry, you continue. Just one thing.
Yeah.
You see, on that what you just said now, I think they said there are two people that has that capability in Nigeria to do that: DSS and the Nigerian police. I mean, maybe NSA. I don't know, maybe. But I think either the police and the DSS, they have that capability to eavesdrop into to wiretap your conversation. But if you look at the way that thing was released, it was ringing. It was ringing. If it's something that they wiretapped, you would have seen it maybe in graphs or something like that. You would have seen it. But it was ringing, which means whoever called the other person must have been recording. Have another backup recorder recording whatever going on. You see that people around Obi, some people around Obi doing that, or somebody around the pastor himself doing that. That's what I think. I don't think it's a wiretap. I think it's somebody within around that area, or they bugged that surrounding where that person is, and they were recording that thing. That's what I think it is. It doesn't look like wiretap.
Okay.
And if it's wiretap,
what's to say that it wasn't even Oyedepo himself who recorded it, and
it could be that too. Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah.
Ijadosa, no? Why are you calling me? Sorry. I continue. Sorry, my daughter is calling me and he's in the living room. That's what I was asking. Why is he calling me on my phone? Now that if you're off the phone, you're calling my phone. Hello? Continue.
Do you need a moment or?
No. Continue. I can see my daughter. She's lying down.
Yeah, you have the floor, so we were listening to you.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, that's the area that I don't want to go. I don't want to start making it like let's start defending it. When we start defending it, then we start giving it a meaning. To me, it's a fake audio. They all release fake audio, and they're all in bed to paint one bad. First of all, people don't understand the game they're trying to play out. The game they're trying to play out right now, they're trying to influence the court's proceeding. Now you're trying to paint to be public opinion to the judge right now that this guy is somehow desperate, so the judgment can go one way. All these things is not needed right now. We don't need this. Of course, we understand the court will always support there's no way they can defeat the incumbent. There's no way. But all this they are doing is getting out of hand. That's my own. And true, the other day they were showing somebody in a plane shouting, they want to swear Tinubu in, they must stop this and they must stop that. Man, for crying out loud, man. Who is paying all these people?
They're saying that guy is actually an APC person trying to paint the obedient space bad.
Yeah, who is paying all these people? We don't need all this thing right now. I don't understand why people are so scared of. I don't know what they're scared of. We have seen the worst. We have seen the worst in Nigeria. We have seen civil war. We have seen Abacha regime. We have seen Buhari regime first time. We have seen hardship in this country. Now probably is this new Gen Z that have not really seen things in Nigeria that's coming up with this honor, and the politicians are really using them. Because this is nothing. This election have come as past. If all this was happening before the election, I could have understand. But not after the election where everybody's trying to make peace. No, the way my own stand is different from where other people stand. About you trying to say there'll be a campaign 2014, 2027. That means Papa, this is new to Nigerian politics to say that you damage which reputation in Nigeria. Nigeria has this mentality, this problem of forgetting real quick. Everything that happened this election, they are forgotten in the next 2 months. Everybody will move ahead. In the next election is a different ball game. It's a different campaign, different propaganda, different strategy. People will come out. If Atiku should come out 2027, people will still come out and support him with all the record he has. As people even went to jail in America for him, people will still come out and defend him. With all this we are saying, Peter Obi will still have double support. Tinubu will still have double support. Tinubu will still have double support. So we should forget about this. But what I'm saying, we should stop right now. Stop all this propaganda campaign. It's not going to take us anywhere. It's not going to take the Southeastern anywhere. It's not going to help the party fighting. It's not going to help us. And look at the South. I mean, we're supposed to start thinking how to let that man govern the country. The country is collapsing every day. I just sent you a video that the aviation minister said he bought 10 fire trucks for 12 billion naira.
Yeah, how much is that? Yeah, yes, that everybody sent me that clip. But how much is that in dollars? Is really the question. So
it's not up to. It can never be up to. In dollars,
yeah,
12 billion, 12 billion, 1 billion in dollars should be about 1.something million dollars for one truck. How can you buy a fire truck for 1.something million dollars? It's not done anywhere. What special truck?
It's last minute looting, isn't it? Last minute looting.
If that man can take that from aviation, just aviation, imagine what the rest people will take for the remaining 36 or 40 ministry.
You know, they were trying to borrow 22 billion just a week ago. People that have only 8 weeks left in government, they want to borrow 22 billion.
But 22 billion. Now they are trying to do census, spending about almost 800 billion for census.
Last minute looting.
That we don't need. Last minute looting. Now we are here talking about voice message and no voice message. For me, what I will campaign for, let everybody seize this sword, come together. This month will be swearing in. Let us swear in on 29th of May. And let's see how we move the country forward. It's affecting everybody. Our infrastructure is not there. Our healthcare is dying. You cannot go if you have headache. Now, if you go to hospital, they'll diagnose you of cancer. As bad as it is in Nigeria right now. If you have cancer, you go there, they'll diagnose you of toothache. But these people can jump on the private jet and jump out of the country. They don't care. We don't have roads. Our naira is depreciating. China is taking over the world. They're changing to petrodollar. Sooner dollar will hammer our economy badly again. People are not seeing all this. Now, if we cannot tell the country that we see the danger ahead, they will blame people for everything. Because if they enter power, we will see the damage Buhari has done to that country. Buhari is funding the Western, economy people not to really release the statistics that Nigeria is fixing, like bribing. Anyway, we will know what I'm trying to say. We can put it there. The economy is as bad as worse than we think. If Tinubu get in there, we'll start seeing the damage that man left. Economy will drop again. Dollar would crash again. And naira will crash again because too much of this borrowing. The naira will crash again. Then we are here talking about audio tape of who not release audio tape. For I care. I don't care for those rubbish. Tinubu has won. He has won. Drop this, as you said, one man. Drop the dead donkey. Nobody's going to unseat that man. They're going to swear it in. This was going to close. There's a reason I showed that picture, that video, because people should understand this APC will remain in power. They loot too much. The loot is too much for them to change power. They will allow people to stay there to cover their loot. Imagine that lady that was in Ministry of whatever that said they shared 600 billion for feeding. I think that one wants to go to the next.
Sadia Farouk,
yeah, that one will even got 10 billion. The INEC is bringing that 3 billion. I never heard where INEC is going to court to defend what they said is not is a in a pro in a pro. I mean, how they say the election beavers is not the best, but in a progress to get better. Then you're still going to court again that what you did is perfect. Doesn't make sense. Who is INEC to defend? INEC should be called upon to tell the court what they did or what they did not do. Now you are paying 3 billion. Who's 3 billion? Where are you getting the money from? We don't ask questions in this country. And it's bringing 3 billion to defend. What is going to defend? Is it Tinubu mandate or Atiku mandate or Peter Obi mandate? I don't understand. Then Tinubu has his own son, and Atiku has his own son. Lawyers are cashing. I wish I was a lawyer now that make more money. We should stop this. We should focus on a bigger picture and let's see how we get out of this problem. It's a big problem facing everybody. And forget who records, who don't record who. And again, they should question the DSS and the Minister of Information. How did this state get out? Who is releasing it? Mama, that's my submission.
All right, but I'm not sure that it's a question for the DSS how do they come into that? Whoever recorded it would have just sent it on to the media house. So
yeah. Somebody's in charge. Somebody recorded it. Somebody in charge of listening to that place. How did it get out? These are national security issues.
How is it a national security issue? Peter Obi is a private individual.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to give it any attention. Anyway, probably as you said, and as I'm saying, let's drop that issue and let's move forward and face the most important thing. Let me use the floor for the next person, Mama. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace coming in from Japan. Konnichiwa. Now from Japan to Cyprus. But is it yes, daddy, or no, mommy? Fatai, the Peter Obi viral video. That's the topic of discussion. Your thoughts, Fatai?
Hello, one man.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum. I don't know. I don't even know where to start this conversation. But I guess I just have to start with my favorite quote, my favorite line. If there is no hypocrisy, there will not be obedience. Right? So if so many deep fakes of Tinubu have been released, right? There's not even anybody defending him. There is we could see many times they will make a video of Tinubu slow walking. Okay, we know it's slow walks, but they will make it so you would think he's already dead. And it's been common. So it's like, so I've heard a lot of deep fakes. But that is the first thing that struck me. I was like, well, there was so many deep fakes of Tinubu. So many. I mean, it's so common. It's amazing. So the thing when I first heard that when I first heard the discussion about deepfakes, I personally don't believe it's a deepfake. I believe that Peter Obi needs to take care about 50 column, because if you look at that, if you listen to that very closely, you will probably a conversation on a speakerphone, right? So when you're on speaker, even these conversations when you're in campaign with your team, maybe it's what they call their situation room or whatever, or somewhere in the office, and you're on speaker, and it's probably that. Probably, I would like to believe it's that. So I think he needs to be careful with his own team, right? I think probably for that angle. But I pray to God that actually it's a deep fake, right? I believe it's not a deep fake, but I pray to God that it's a deep fake, right? Because if it's not a deep fake, I can't believe it, right? I heard one time somebody made a comment one time that Tinubu, Peter Obi something, and you said no, that you believe. Oh, somebody said Peter Obi would have been worse than Buhari, and you said no. Actually, he would do a decent job, and I was like, hey, one man, I have never seen a grown adult, millionaire, multi-millionaire, maybe even billionaire, right? Ex-governor, right? And they call, how are you? Yes, daddy. What do you want? Yes, daddy. Thank you. Yes, daddy. Excuse me. I want all the time that I lost, all the sleep that I lost, thinking I was following a serious campaign. I want it back. I want it back. It's so amazing. It's so amazing what this whole situation. I don't even want to think about it. Look, this thing cannot be a deep fake. Look, if somebody made a deep fake of me like this with the variations in that sound, I will leave town because the amount of obsession. Look, the first thing that came to my mind, there is something they call. I mean, I'm not going anything technical. There's something they call dimensionality reduction. So you feed in data. If you want to create a deep fake, you feed in data and you do a lot of feature. You do a lot of feature selection, extraction to create the output. Right? It's not something you just speak into. So you're going to need a tremendous amount of feeding in data, right? In order to train the machine to bring out the output. That if you look at that sound, the variations, the timing, the everything, the conversational variation, the tonal variation, both sides, both ends. It's a lot of work to create that. It's not so monotonous that you could easily tell a deep fake. Sometimes, there's so many deepfakes of Trump, right? That's created. You will see the monotony of the sounding. But this is like regular conversation, right? And also for somebody to create that deepfake of you, how low does somebody think of you to imagine that is a possible conversation that you could have? To imagine that that's a conversation that you could have. If there is somebody that thinks that low of Peter Obi, I don't know. I mean, that person must have seen him beyond what we see in public, right? So in that regard, I don't believe it's a deep, but I hope it's a deep. I hope I don't believe it's a deep fake, but I hope it's a deep fake, because otherwise, if this is what we are looking at to become the president of Nigeria, that country will go to shit in 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, that country will go to shit. I mean, what is this? So it's some kind of a joke. Hello, yes, daddy. Hello. It's not even the yes, daddy. I could understand, like, okay, it's as a pastor, the way people bow down to pastor.
Daddy Gio now, Daddy Gio.
Daddy Gio. Well, I could understand that, but it's not that. You have to look at the dimension of the yes, daddy. I mean, it's so amazing. I was like, what the heck? I mean, now you can understand. Even if you look at the way this guy was moving money around as a governor, that the average person, average sharp guy, is not going to be doing like that now. You move more, you take money, you steal money under the table. Not like this. You carry cash around. You do this, you do that. You know how amount of cash this guy was carrying around. The whole millions and millions. He said he invested in the banks. They were by cash. Millions and millions of dollars. The guy was moving around. Like, nobody does like that, right? I mean, now everything makes sense now. I mean, it's incredible. I don't think it's a deep fake, right? Because you're going to need I don't know, the amount of work you need to. The person that will create that deep fake must be so obsessed at destroying this guy. Like, the obsession must be great to sit down and create it. It must be a lot of obsession to create that amount of deep fake. But whatever it is, even if it is deep fake, we have seen many deep fakes of Tinubu. Right, we have seen many throughout the course of this campaign. We have seen deep fakes of many Tinubu. There was a recording of SPV of Atiku that was released, right? So these guys are having a lot of conversation behind the scene. For me, when the whole argument about religious, everything like that, I don't really. It's not for me. It's not the takeaway from me from there. I think that probably what grabs the headline. Right, religious. Religious. In the next 4 years, you go to the north and promise them you will implement Sharia, they'll probably forgive you, and you give them Ruga or whatever. You say, I will put Ruga. You can promise politicians, you can promise things, and they will forgive you all your religious dimensions. But I think for me, the takeaway is the manner of that conversation. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I have never seen an adult talking like that. I have never seen an adult rich. I'm not saying like a poor guy, Even me, I'm so poor, I will never talk like that. I don't think we even speak to God like that. Oh yeah, Mom, I don't want to do the impression again, but it just keeps ringing in my brain. Yes, Daddy.
I'm
Yes,
saying
Daddy.
this will be meat
Oh
and
my
drink
God.
to the skit makers. This will be meat and drink. A lot of
Oh
people
my God.
they will buy houses of memes of this.
I think I can even go to. I think at this point I can go to rest. I was like very interested in the campaign. In the, I mean, I'm like we did. I want all my time back. I want the time of my life that I can never get back following the campaign. I want it back. I want it back. You know. I
Because
don't really have much.
people will
Yeah.
say that, yeah, people will say that this takes a lot from, because it's a credibility issue, isn't it? If the tape is authentic, then it's a credibility issue. And the one thing that Peter Obi hinges all of his narrative on is piety and fair play. It says, vote for competence and character. That was his campaign mantra. And this goes to the heart of that.
But Walma, where is the competence in when you are saying,
well,
what do you
no,
want? Yes,
I
Daddy.
don't know that.
Where is the competence? Where is the competence? Yes, Daddy. That is competence. I will pray for you. Yes, Daddy. Amen, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Excuse me. I didn't. Yeah. Yeah.
2014, 2013, 2014, before the 2015 election, we saw leaders going to churches, kneeling governors, and even a president to be, maybe except for maybe Buhari perhaps. They go in front of Jonathan, one of them, who was the sitting president, was kneeling before Adeboye, the redeemed man.
No, it was actually leaning before. Was it not RCCG?
Most of them, I don't know. Maybe RCG. That's what I'm saying. Adeboye now. It's Adeboye, not RCG.
Jonathan did that.
That's what I'm saying. So, but we know he's an albatross of some sort, some flaky kind of person of some sort. But that does not. I mean, looking back now, comparing Jonathan with Buhari's administration, we can see that we're better off under Jonathan than this man that we thought that was an integrity keeper. So what I'm saying is this: kneeling down before, don't get me wrong, I'm against it. Like I've often said on this platform, religion should be taken out of. But I know in the Nigerian context, you cannot do that. It's going to be here for a long time. So my point is this: for the fact that a leader, like in the case of Jonathan, kneeling before a religious leader, does not diminish his person. Even though that's the optics. Sometimes that's what we see when we, like in the case of this guy who was saying yes, that is several times. If really that video and that tape was to be true, and I assume that tape is true. That's what I want to assume. It is not doctored. It's not fake. That's why I spoke about it. I didn't go off like saying, oh, that is doctored or whatever. I want to assume it's true. So my point is this: why are we finding fault with because somebody kneeled before a religious leader? I mean, we saw Tinubu portraying before this guy's mom. I mean, I'm not saying she's a religious. Ojekalu's mom. I mean, this is a precedent. I mean, someone to become a president. Does that diminish Tinubu as being incapable of being a leader? I mean, your mom. I don't think your mom was even senior Tinubu, maybe with just 2 or 3 years.
Can I interject a little bit? Sorry.
No, hold on. Let rational mind interject, and then when Fatai rounds up, you are up next after Fatai.
So my point is this, Fatai: if Tinubu could prostrate before a lady that I think that Tinubu is older than that lady, or they are same age. Oji mom, forget Oji Kalu. The mom gave birth to her at a very early age. I mean, she started early. So if that woman senior Tinubu, yes, Tinubu, but I mean, maybe like 5-10 years. So, but that doesn't mean she should not prostrate. But for the fact that he prostrated before the lady, does that diminish Tinubu's ability or capability or leadership as a president? That's the question to you.
Well, I mean, I think I already answered that question in what I'm saying, right? I'm not faulting the cultural dimension, or even the religious dimension, right? I think a lot of people give a lot of respect to the religious leaders. It's not in my place to fault that, right? It's a matter of faith, it's a matter of what people's belief, and also especially in most African cultures, is a tremendous amount of respect given to elderly, right? I will prostrate any day, any time for somebody really elderly, right? I can call Baba Janli Koko and say, Baba Ekale, or something like that. I can say, anybody can say that. A president can prostrate to a pastor. It doesn't matter. I'm not speaking to that. I'm talking, how do you take out competence out of somebody? What do you want? Yes, daddy. Do you want biscuit? Yes, daddy. Yes. What the heck, man? I don't care about the religion. What is this? We will not use all the mouth.
Hold on.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir? Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy. Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result. Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. Sorry, carry on.
One man. Why would you do that to a gentleman like that? Why?
Look at that. So softly spoken as well. Yes, Daddy.
So even if you go, there is even a deep end in the conversation where his voice went really low. And
you can tell it was fatigued. You can tell in that that's just a grueling.
The one man, there is no fatigue. How many elderly people talk so? How many about my teacher used to say in primary school, how many one man we not feel use all my top now. It's not about religion. I don't care about religion. I mean, I care about religion. I know the religion predated the time I came into the planet. So I don't know. It's a debate that will go on forever. So I don't have respect with regard to the religious angle. But my angle, I stated my angle. And I can't shout, I can't open all my mouth to be talking.
All right, brilliant, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. So we'll let Remy round off the Yes Daddy space, and then we'll go on to Tinubu, the composition of the incoming administration. But Remy, is it Yes Daddy or Yes Papa? Remy, the viral video. What says you? Yes Daddy, Yes Papa.
Okay, thank you for giving me such an opportunity. From day one, I'm sorry, I never believed in Peter Obi, and I know he's not going to win the election. When you look at all the indices, when you look at a man that sneaks behind another person, when you look at a man that went to a rival, or maybe the person he was deputized in 4 years ago, and you went to his declaration, and the following day you declare your own, you already seen the handwriting on the wall. It's not to be trusted. And from day one, I know he's going to use tribal and religious politics. Ask Jonathan, he knelt down for all pastor churches all over all in Nigeria. At the end of the day, he lost the election. This one too is not also an exception. He also lost. He knows that he lost the election. What he's trying to do is just fighting because he knows this is his only chance. Now coming out with this audio, this man is done with Nigerian politics. There is no way he can become Nigerian president again. Perception or reality is very important. A lot of people that supported him thinking he presented himself as an holy man, but I never seen him as such. You are part of an establishment, and people always say he's 60 years old, he's very young. What do you mean 60 years old is a young man? He has been a governor for 8 years. He has run businesses. He has done a lot of things in life. And these are the people you roll with before, and then you come around and giving people false hope. I am holy. I am the best guy for this job. But behind that, you are doing another thing entirely. I was listening to Rational Mind and Baba Angelic Coco. First, I will address Rational Mind. I'm sorry, because I know you are fixated on Tinubu. You really hate the guy. It's true. That is more than 100%. But as you will have it, as you can see it, that he won the election. Everybody know the truth, unless you are just pretending. Baba Angelico, just to justify his point that everything goes in politics. It's true, everything goes in politics. But when he presented himself as an holy guy, I'm so clean, I'm not corrupt, I'm the best, I'm not. This draw a lot of people to him apart from religion. But those people listening to this audio tape now, they will be so devastated and they will be so sad that they have picked the wrong choice. He has lost a lot of people this way. In the next 4 years, everybody knows this is a damaged product. Nobody is going to pick him to be even vice president, talking less of president. This is Nigeria, and everybody knows that tribal politics plays a big role. Actually, anybody that is coming from the south, if you really want to be president of Nigeria, and you are picking a candidate from the north, especially from the northwest or northeast, no way you are going to pick a Muslim. So if you are Christian from the south, you are going to pick a Muslim from this. If you are picking from these two regions, even from the north central, you have to be very careful because you have to look at the totality of the whole vote there. So Tinubu played his game very well because everybody laid their cards, and he came top because he knew if you pick a Christian, he will lose. He's not playing that politics because of religion, but this guy Obi play his policies because of religion. Because he know if he now, sell himself to the Christian faith. And unfortunately, I always said it, religion is what is killing Africa. How can a grown-up man like Obi, how can you be communicating just an ordinary person because they call themselves a pastor? Daddy, what do you mean? What is the difference between Obi and this Adeboye? Because you want vote, then you must say your honor, your dignity, everything. This is totally uncalled for. And to me, it's very, very disgusting for him doing that. Whether he meant it or he does not meant it, but the whole thing has come out. And to the layman or to people that aren't highly educated, no matter what he's selling religious card, and that is what he's doing. But at the end of the day, did you win? If you look at the electoral map, where does the vote? Where does this stop? It stops at the North Central and it's over. Can he do better in 4 years' time? No. If they're going to take the election again next month, he's not going to have that vote anymore. It's a damaged product already. Let's say the truth and let's say it. We must tell ourselves the truth. And I'm so sorry. It's not the kind of candidate that can be a good president for that country. Because he already shown his card. If he becomes a president, if even saying it on the telephone call that you people will not regret it, that means he will take from our money and start giving it to all these pastors and all of them, and they will continue to buy their private jets. And while a lot of Nigerians going to their church, they will continue to pray. Oh, daddy, oh, pastor, blah, blah, blah. I believe in God and I worship. I don't want to tell you whether I'm a Christian or a Muslim. But I know that religion is killing Africa and is killing Nigeria. So when you look at the totality of everything, you will see that what he has done is not good. Let's condemn it. But for his chances in the next 4 years or the next 2 years, forget it. It's not going to become Nigerian president anymore. This is totally damning.
Do you think it impacts on his petition, or do you think it impacts on his?
No, it's not going to impact on his petition. When you look at his petition, it's just probably there is no petition to me, to be frank, because I listened carefully and I read a lot. I listened to a lot of people and I also read a lot. What can he prove? Does he win in Northwest or Northeast? When you just look at all these two regions alone, there is no spread. Or is he going to tell me that the vote they gave Kwakwanso in Kano is his vote? Or the vote Article 1 in most of the northern states is his vote? Let's face reality, for God's sake, for once. How can he win? Or is he going to say, okay, I won Tinubu in Lagos, the vote they gave me. And I was listening to one guy the other day telling me that they take vote from APC and then they will take vote from Peter and they will give it to him, make it 900,000. Even with that, can he also win? Can he cross the threshold? He cannot. So it's not going to impact on his petition, but on morality and perception of how people look at him in Nigeria, especially for those young people that supported him. I'm talking about, they call themselves obedient. I think they will be so disappointed. You can see that those ones that really supported him clearly, they see come out that Okonko should not have said something like that, like the video you just played now. But a lot of these young guys that maybe they are very realistic in that, they already move on. We have a president. The problem with black men is always this. You know you lost the election, but you still want to flex muscle. Well, you have money, and some people are ready to take your money. That the lawyers will be happy because they know you don't really have a case. Everybody knows the truth. The Beavers perform a very good operation. I've watched that interview that Arise have with that lawyer before you play it here.
Did you see my documentary, my reaction to it?
Yeah, I've watched that interview before you even brought it here. The lawyer have already break it down for them because I know that Oseni always like to pinpoint or try to find fault. There is no fault. In the electoral heart, there is nothing like IREF. Or I've told people here that at the end of the day, the lawyers or the judges will just, it's about this from EC8A or what that collateral result. That is very important. And this, to me, I will also agree that this has been the fairest election in Nigeria, except those since 1999, because the vote really counts. Although we have flaws as usual, but it does not mean the winner, the person that won the election is the true winner. And when you look at this election, how can you say they rig you out? When you say they rig you out, you won 6 million votes. If they really want to win you, how can you get 6 million votes? You cannot get that. They are not stupid. And we have a new set of leaders, senators, and the rest. And sometimes I see some Nigerians, they always generalize. You will be calling your leader stupid, criminal, blah, blah, blah. They siphon money, they do this. I want to tell all Nigerians, everywhere in the world, there is some form of corruption. Maybe it's not magnitude as Nigeria, but don't tell me every country is clean. You have to do, when you elected leaders, you don't need to continue to tell us that we have this problem or that problem. As an elected leader, you are going there to solve problem. That is the beauty of democracy. If you are not performing very well, you can vote him out after 4 years. But telling us hey, our hospital is not working, you cannot generalize. Maybe in some states, things are better. In other states, things are not okay. But trying to generalize and then telling us that he's a criminal, I think our people is like Baba Jalekuja. I know he has a soft spot for Showore, but he knows that Showore cannot win. But sometimes deep is in his heart, he always thinks, oh my God, it's Tinubu again. What can he do? So for rational mind, he supported Obi, and he does not say anything good in Tinubu. Whenever he talks, every day, every minute, every hour, everything, he has to refer back to Tinubu. And I told him like 2 weeks ago that hatred is going to consume you.
No. Nothing is going to consume. It's not a meal now. Why should it be? No. Nothing is going to.
Let me finish.
Don't consume Bashar mind.
Let me say. Are you saying I have hatred for you? You see,
let me finish, please. Can I finish and you can talk?
All right.
That was last week. I was listening to you, and I can see your voice was cracking. I think it's really consuming you. Your voice was cracking, and you were talking about you, and I can see you are. To me, you are a little bit jittery and cracking. It's like, oh, whatever I'm going to see, people are going to against me. Come on, man. I know you have an hatred for this guy. Fine, but
my voice was cracking. How do you mean?
Yeah, your voice was cracking. It was shaking. I can see it. You are really jittery, and I think it's consuming you. It's really
Oh my
consuming.
goodness.
Sometimes you have to check yourself.
Can
No,
I interject one?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the
Oh,
truth.
hold on. Let Ajanle Koko come in. Ajanle Koko come in. Apparently, rational mind is being consumed. I didn't know it was a meal. I don't know. Where are we going to with this one?
Spinner. Can you do me a favor? Can you say I love Tinubu? Can you say that I love Tinubu? Can you say that?
When you're
love him myself.
And they shake voice, they shake according to
Just say, okay, I support.
Can't do things anymore. They love her, you know.
So, rational mind,
so, let me interject one.
Take it easy.
Let me interject one.
Okay.
You see, this assumption by those of you that doesn't see anything good in what rational man says against Tinubu, and with that conclusion that he hates Tinubu or that he hates him, I don't think you guys are fair to rational man. If somebody criticizes a politician who he feel doesn't have anything good for the people, how does that represent hatred? How does that connote hatred to that person being criticized? So I don't get it sometimes when some of us talk here and say, oh, it's Tinubu, or Baba, Adebanjo hates Tinubu. I just don't get it. Tinubu have not done fighting to develop Yoruba land. Everything he has done is for himself, for his own politics, and advancement of his own political career. Period.
Okay, thank you, Baba.
So, but when you see rational mind coming out here and criticizes him and some of his things that he has done that maybe some of you celebrate it as the best, something he sees as, poor performance, and you want to say he hates him. I think we shouldn't. I think it's very unfair. We shouldn't be saying that he doesn't hate him.
Okay,
can you say that? Okay, hold on. Can I? It is fair to say that you hate Obi for your criticism of Obi.
I have a right to respond, right?
No, do you hate Obi?
No, I don't hate him.
All right.
All right. You can.
Every time here, you come here, you never say anything good about Obi. You always attack, criticize. The highest of the highest criticism is what you come to unleash against Obi here. And now you say you don't hate Obi. But you can call rational mind when he's doing the same thing against Tinubu. You want to say he hates Tinubu. I mean that is very unfair. We have to back.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Respond to that, but I don't want it to build to just respond to it and cap it off, and then cap your yes that day off, and then we move the conversation on. Yeah.
Baba Njali Koko and rational mind. I do not hate Obi.
You don't? But your voice is always shaking anytime you talk about Obi. Now your voice is always shaking.
Okay, I understand. So I never hate Obi, but I know that he's not going to win the election. The reason why I said that rational mind is fixated on Tinubu too much is because when he gives his response 100%, at the end of the day, you always relate it back to Tinubu every time. And you always look at the negativity. Most of the topics that have been talked here is not only about this several times. You talk about human life and something like that. And I do my own contribution. I do not hate Obi, but I know the politics he's playing cannot make him to become the president of Nigeria. And Baba Janle Koko, if you have to be fair and objective, I never talk anything about Adebanjo. And when some people are saying here recently, just some few minutes ago, that okay, Tinubu prostrated for Ojizokalu, that has to be culture in Nigeria, all over Nigeria. You can respect people not because of old age. It can be because of position. It can be because of a lot of things that sometimes you show respect. I also know that in Nigeria, people show respect to their pastor or to their imam or to their whatever. Fine. But when you look at, if you are contesting for a position in Nigeria, you already put yourself in public glare. And Tinubu, as somebody said, Tinubu was criticized virtually every day. I do not take it personally with everybody. Everybody enjoy it, fine. But when they criticize your people you are supporting, why do you take it so high? Why don't you just let it go? Let it be. Free yourself. You said you never see what Tinubu have done in the Southwest. I think you are not saying the truth. Let's be objective here.
Can I respond now? Do I have the right
all right, respond, and then we'll cap that space off. I want to move on to Tinubu's.
You see, my friend,
there's one more commentator, and then we go.
Yeah, my friend from, I think you said you're from the United Kingdom. Yeah, I don't, that's Remy, I'm sure. Sorry, let me address you by your name, Remy. So, Remy, really, I know you, I come across as anti-Tinubu. Yeah, maybe I am. Do I hate him as in hate him? Like, when I see him, it disgusts me when I see him, like when he's in my presence, in my front. No, I don't. Probably I would have a conversation with him. But I keep repeating myself. I don't like standing like a broken record. I know sometimes people doubt my sincerity when it comes to this response that I'm giving you right now, that I don't hate him as a person, but I hate his politics. And maybe that could also maybe give the impression that I hate him as a person, because every time I speak, and every time when I speak, I talk about it, or I find to like link him to some of my discussion or anything I'm referring to. I could be talking about maybe marriage to a man and a woman having problem in the bedroom, and then I would link it to Tinubu, right?
You can be talking about how to fry dodo, and you will say
and then
this
Tinubu. Well, I might do that, but you must also look at the context of what I'm trying to say. But you don't get that would be ridiculous of me to say that because I'm frying dodo, somebody's frying dodo. I have to link it to Tinubu. That would be the height of ridicule. I mean, whatever it is, me saying that. But I'm just saying that I'm just talking in general terms that it's like I find a way of linking Tinubu to virtually any topic. Yeah, some people say that shows the man. Dude, listen. If I show you my workspace here, as I'm talking to you, I have other things going on here. So I mean, you read Tinubu room. The only time I think about Tinubu is when I come on platforms like this, or I read anything about him on online, or any news online. That's the only time maybe I get to speak about it.
I believe you.
I don't go about talking about Tinubu to everybody I see. It's only when I have discussion like this. So when I have discussion like this and I talk about it, it's because number one, he's the major player in Nigerian politics today. From the election, I mean, even pre-primary for their party to the election and after the election. See, look at him, he won the election. So, I mean, according to INEC. So, but what I'm trying to say is this, that why I find a way of talking about him is that
according to INEC.
Yeah, according to INEC, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, it can only be according to INEC. You can't accord it to anyone else. They are the designated.
Look at the way you say it. Come on, oh my God. Okay, no problem.
Dude, you don't have to be mad about it. If I say it, please don't be mad about it. It's just this is politics for us here. Let's just.
I wonder who rational mind. I wonder who is more fanatical, the Obi'S supporters or the Tinubu supporters. I think they are. Oh yeah, fanatical.
Both of them are fanatics.
No.
Both of them. I want to say, yeah, you want to say that it's up to you. So my point is this, my friend. Listen, I don't hate Tinubu. I don't hate Tinubu as a person. I just hate, like Ayale Koko just rightly explained to you, and that is what has been my position over the time. I don't see Tinubu because I believe that to whom more is given, more is expected of him. If this guy says he's a political leader within the Southwest, which I think he is, because I don't see anybody with the kind of his clout, kind of influence that he has, I must give it to him. But I expect more from his political games and his development of Southwest through that influence he has over virtually every Southwestern governors. He dictates who gets there for most of them. So he could have done better. Not just
he could have done better where? As governor or as president, which he has not taken office.
Well, if he wants to wear the toga or the mantle of of Awolowo, which I think he is wearing now, even though I say it's not. It doesn't stand for
You know, just to interject a little bit, you know, they said they've been prepping this Tinubu for this post for a long time. You know that his glasses are deliberate
I know. I saw that. I know.
to mimic Awolowo's
Yeah,
it doesn't wear the hat though. That's just the thing.
Even from after 1990. Oh yeah, man. That the hat is it's you know, everybody has to shape their own kind of how do I call it their own brand. I think that hat is his brand. You know, that's his brand, and that's what everybody. If you look at this election, that's the kind of hat everybody wears on their head. So that is his brand. That, I mean, like let me go into all those minutiae things that are not really.
One man, do you mean the shape of his glasses? Because I think he has eye issues.
It might make that of
the shape of his glasses. Yes,
Yeah,
not that he doesn't have eye problems. Yes, Awolowo. You know, I want to do a video on the moniker on his hat. So I want to research that because I want to understand what is. Yeah,
it's called, let me just say what it is. It's infinity. That's what it means. So number 8 sign bent towards the left. So I'll send you some things.
No, it's not.
Walk up.
No, it doesn't mean. He explained it now. It's not about 8. If you see this thing is broken. He said it's broken. Shackles.
Broken shackles.
Broken shackles. The guy is too confident of himself. Like if he is going to break the shackle of, Nigeria is a potential. Where is the potential? This country resources. Like there's too much poverty. We need. He believes so much that he can create things. He can take the space to a new level. He can break the.
It's go and look at number 8. It means infinity. It's a bent 8 sign. That's okay. One man, I'll send you some things you can follow up with. Okay?
Yeah, send me some things because I want to do something on it.
Sorry, I want to ask this question since with this cashing out that is going on over the world with Russia, China, everybody's complaining with China cashing out. Where do you see Nigeria and Tinubu regime? Do you think the West will allow him?
I think we'll talk about that later. That's one of the reasons that brought me here, one man. So let me quickly just go through what I'm saying.
I want you to answer me later if you have.
For later. Yeah.
Sorry, one man, please, guys. Let me just finish. So, my friend, I don't know how many times I'm going to be sounding like the way I'm sounding. I think Ajale Koko has put it to you nicely. I don't hate Tinubu, and like I said, it's because he wears that mantle of Awolowo in the southwest, and I expect him to do more better than Awolowo, given the resources that he controls from Lagos.
Let him just Fatai, let him just land. Otherwise, we'll just go back.
Where's that influence that he has from Lagos State, which has shot him to limelight within the southwest, and he most of the governors within southwest, it dictates to some extent he has a role in their emergence as a governor. So, like I've said oftentimes on this platform, I said he could have at least create some kind of a synergy between all these governors that are under his party, under him, kind of create a form of whereby the development would spread, not just within Lagos, so that if he wants to make Lagos an urban city, he could have just. I mean, dude, there are so many ideas that I think Tinubu, but rather he centered it around just making money.
Oh, here you come again. That's
no, I'm sorry. I don't want us to spiral down that. All right. Sorry, Remy. Round of the yes daddy space, and it's just been round of the yes daddy space, and then it's just been brought to my attention that the Tinubu camp, they've released an official position on the audio clip. So round off your thoughts, and then we'll give the final word then to the Tinubu's camp's response to the yes daddy clip. But back to you, Remy.
Thank you very much. And I think in rounding up, I hope that the space of religion will be totally removed from Nigerian politics. I like what happened in this last election. At least we now, if they swap Tinubu in with his vice president, which is also a Muslim, that means in the next 4 years, if you are confident enough, I think people should look for intellect, character, somebody you think can really work with you, whether it's a Christian or a Muslim. If you are a Christian from the South and you believe that you can pick a Christian from the North, you should go ahead with it and stick with your gun. I hope the space of religion will totally remove in Nigerian politics. That is the one aspect that is killing that country. not only in policy, in every day of our life. How can we fight? Muslim and like Christian, we are brothers, we have interwoven, we have married, but because of religion, then a lot of trouble will happen. Like in the West, in Southwest, or even in Southern part, especially in the Southwest, you can see a family that comprises of both Muslim, Christian, even Aborisha. Everybody live together happily. Nobody cares. But what I'm happy about is that in the next dispensation, anybody can pick any. People will now know religion does not mean about character of a human being. If you believe in the person you want to pick, just go ahead and pick the person and then roll the dice. This guy rolled the dice. I mean about Tinubu. He rolled the dice and he came up top. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you. So, as I said, it's been brought to our attention that the Tinubu camp has released an official position on the Yes Daddy audio clip, the leaked Peter Obi clip. So we'll just we'll digest that, and then we'll go on then to the composition of Tinubu's cabinet, because I feel we should start moving conversations to the incoming administration. Hopefully Kulata is still around. So thankfully, a lot of the people that are around now, they are experts in that field. So a robust conversation around that I'm expecting. But before we go to that space, let's just then see how the Tinubu campaign team are positioned on the Yes Daddy audio clip.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I'll preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
I don't think I could ever get bored of that, but there it is. So apologies to everyone, but I couldn't help it. I could not help it. Let's carry on and let's move the conversation in this direction then. Ganduje, sorry, can people still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Was this the space you said you were keen on, or is it the Indian rupee one that you were keen on?
They call them BRICS, which is the Indian one you're talking about. BRICS.
Brazil, yes.
Russia, India, China, and South Africa. They call that's a new block now.
Yeah, Nigeria used to be on that block under Goodluck Jonathan's administration.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yes, Nigeria used to, and I think there was it Malaysia that was on it as well.
One man. Nigeria is never a part of BRICS. Nigeria is never.
I'll find it. I think they used to be. I think I did.
No. Just like Nigeria want to accept Nigeria accepted the Chinese renminbi, which they call yuan, as part of exchange rate during the Jonathan regime or any time of Buhari, but which never manifest. So don't. Okay. When we go, I will talk about.
No, I think it's an emerging economy space. So do you want us to go to that space, or do you want us to go to the composition of
maybe from my experience, because I live in China for quite a while, and I know about BRICS very well, which comprise of Brazil, Russia, China, India, and South Africa. They come together to form an economic bloc, but I don't see that one as a threat to the West. Because I've lived in China a lot, and I know that before I moved to Europe, China always like talk, but I don't see any threat, to be frank with you. I don't see any threat that is going to affect the Western or Nigeria or wherever. Because sometimes they just play their politics. They are just looking at how they are going to foster their interest in business most time.
But Remy, they are moving aggressively to catch up.
To be frank with you, not really moving aggressive to catch up. They already catch up. But unfortunately, some of their policies does not sit well with the international community, with the rest of because sometimes they change their policy very often. Maybe a policy can be changed within 3 months or 6 months, and this does not sit well with a lot of West or a lot of countries. Even as I'm talking to you, when I was there was a lot of African students. But when the COVID-19 came, they sent everybody packing. And there are so many of their policies that is not good at all. But one thing you must give to them is because in terms of business, they are very, very crafty and they know how to do their business very well. So like everybody said that Nigeria is getting a lot of money from China for infrastructure. I supported it because we are lacking infrastructure. So if they give us a soft loan with a low interest, get it and develop your infrastructure. This is very important. and then you can now renegotiate the loan. Everybody can renegotiate the loan because that is exactly what China did. They borrow money of all around the world to develop their country, and they continue to renegotiate the loan when their country prosper. So Nigeria can do the same thing. So that is the most important thing in life. When you develop your infrastructures, if they can give us constant 24-hour supply of electricity, they can build our road, our bridges. It's fine. I think I'll be fine with that. Look at the second Niger bridge. It was for 16 years. TGP were unable to build it. Just on that many years that this guy finished it. Look at our train from Lagos to Ibadan. If you don't want to take the loan, who's going to give you? America is going to give you the money, or UK is going to give you money to develop your infrastructure in Nigeria. Let's just appreciate the little we have. Everybody always complain, well, why do you borrow money? The condition is not good. Do you have the money to do it? You don't have it. So sometimes you just have to bend a little bit for you to get what you have. Let them continue to develop our infrastructures. Let us continue to get loans, although we must be careful with them. But I think in the area of infrastructure, they are doing very well. But in terms of really competing with the West, I don't see that. They are not going to win.
One man in the early stages of the BRICS, whatever, when it was just like, when it was just like market interest situation, Nigeria was part of BRICS, right? But when it got more complex, and it became formalized as like it was becoming formalized as a bloc, that's when Nigeria was not formally part of BRICS. But when it was like trade interest situation, Nigeria was there. Was an interest area.
All right. What I was actually talking about is on the screen now. Is means that's the early formings of BRICS. So that's Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. So it says it's an acronym that refers to a group of countries with the potential to realize rapid economic growth. The respective countries were selected based on specific demographic, geographic, and economic factors. So means, but you were saying about you were saying about infrastructural developments going on in Nigeria, Remy. But then of course that in itself a very contentious space. So a very contentious space because a lot of people will query that there is actually nothing going on in Nigeria. Watch this.
See, and I push up. This is Lagos, so that the Molore way they say they don't commission. Might be this. Nigeria. You can never have it right. See, they push Molore for up. So that's how the train gonna go for road. The zone all lights go finish. They'll call the pusher like this. My guy, this country now zero. Dead on arrival.
So after the $150 billion that Tinubu spent on monorail is a push and start. Say push and start.
Yeah, but one man, is it a
push and it's not a
how can you be pushing a train?
That is not a good site. But what I learned is that the electricity they're supposed to use, they have not really finished that one. Because I watched a video about it today. If you like, maybe I can check the video and I can send it to you. So
Remy, you know what? You know what that is.
For everything.
Wait, hold on, Remy.
I'm not talking about excuse. I'm just what I just watched. I'm not giving you something. I said it's not a good site to see.
Okay.
I said
yeah. You know what that is? It's like you're building a shopping mall without a toilet. That's what just happened there. In every train track, there's a mini vehicle to put train. It's diesel used because they use it everywhere. Because if it's an electric train, when you want to fix the track or fix the train, you don't put on the electric. There's like a plane aircraft. There's a little car that pull the aircraft up from the terminal. Trains have it. How can you build a train track, a monorail? You don't have that such vehicle to pull your train to change it from track to track. That people are pulling the train, and somebody's telling me the light is not working.
What is that's almost certainly just a prank. I don't think 6 people can push it.
That's what I was
they can't push a train, you know.
And now what you are saying is what I was speaking to. How can they be pushing a train?
How can you be pushing a train? There's a it's very heavy. Train is very heavy. There's a little car, there's a little track car. There's a little cab track that pull train. Even in Japan, every evening, they have people work, they off all the electricity, then the little car will pull the train from the track, then people will fix the train. You see it everywhere. How can you be pulling that, pushing the train backward?
You are not. I don't think you're hearing what Fatah is saying to you. Fatah is saying it is impossible for them to do it.
It is impossible. I'm agreeing with you. I am agreeing with you. It doesn't sound to me like how can people be 2-3 people be pushing a train? 2-3 cannot even push a car.
Nothing will not go see for Nigeria. Even plane, even airplane, they were pushing it in Mutala.
It is not possible. You can't be pushing a cargo train, pushing it to go inside. Some guy just making skits and pretend they are pushing.
Let me guess. That plane that did not move, you also blame Tinubu for that one too, right? Spinner. That was Tinubu fault.
They're after you today, Rashida Bai. When are they not after you?
Look at
that. Look at that. Did you want to go at the emerging economic space, or do you want to go with the? Actually, let me bring you this. Ganduje, El-Rufai, Gbajabiamila, Fashola, others jostle for positions in Tinubu's cabinet as Nigeria's president-elect disappears from public. So the latter half of that headline, you can ignore that. But really, Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State and Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State are currently jostling for a place in the cabinet of the president-elect Bola Tinubu, also lobbying to become chief of staff to the president-elect are speakers of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila and Minister of Works and Housing Babatunde Raji Fashola. Tinubu won the election, blah, blah, blah. He defeated Atiku. Recently, correspondence exclusively. I'm just skimming through the ones. Speaking to correspondents on Friday, a source said some serving and past governors have also indicated an interest in various ministerial positions. So now the names and how they fit into the positions is what I'm inviting. Tinubu is expected to send the list of his ministers to the National Assembly within 60 days of his administration. President Buhari recently signed a bill that requires the president and governors to submit the names of persons nominated as ministers and commissioners within 60 days of taking the oath of office. Kano State Governor Ganduje wants to be the Federal Capital Territory Minister. So can you see that or not, him in that post? El-Rufai wants the NSA, National Security Advisor, which ties in with how he was positioned at that Chatham House engagement. Fashola and Gbajabiamila want the Chief of Staff, but who will most effectively occupy that space? Wale Edun wants to be Minister of Finance, whilst Governor Bagudu wants to be the Governor of Central Bank of Nigeria. So Governor Bagudu, infamously the bagman for Abaka, the Americans are still chasing him up and down. So the shape starts to take of the Tinubu administration. But what are you making of those names and the positions that they are vying for? Can you see Ganduje as I can see Ganduje as the minister for the FCT, but the controversy really El-Rufai as the National Security Advisor. I've never known that anybody that doesn't have a security backdrop has ever occupied that position. But what are you making of El-Rufai's aspiration and the position he's after?
Who, me?
You can go first. Yeah, it's you.
Okay. Because I'll be bouncing there, so I'll be going there. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, for me, you see, the composition of Tinubu's government, it's going to be both of criminals and criminals like himself. Like we're going to be criminals. Yeah, let me just say criminals. Ganduje, El-Rufai, and some with criminal record from back and from south too. Anyway, so you see, for me, what I expect him, because like when he said in his the acceptance speech, when after he was said to have won the election by Mahmoud Ainek, and he said, "Youth, you've spoken, and I've heard you. That was what he said. That was what he said. You have spoken loud and clear. I have heard you. So one would, by that statement, he knew that the youth are mad at him. If ever he wins that election, truly win that election, I wonder how he did it without the youth's base. So what those people who voted for him, I don't know, but that's yet to be proven. So, but let's assume that he got the vote, he won the election. Now, he said it himself. Because he said, in that context of what he said, they did not vote for him, and he know their grievances. I mean, who was that person again? And somebody was on one TV network today, representing APC, and he said the youth base, they're angry at APC. So they knew within APC that, yes, that the people who really propelled Obi'S, the youth. So now, having said that, knowing that, yes, the youth base, they want to see a real change from what is known in that country, what is the norm over the years. I would expect whoever becomes the president, if it's Tinubu, to make the composition of his cabinet to be, if not 60% youth, those who have never even been in governance. But will he do that? I doubt it. Like somebody said earlier, because
but it does have a reputation for bringing in fresh and innovative
we
talent.
shall find out. We shall see, one man, because I don't think
does it have that reputation though for bringing
that was
in?
back in 1999. Now nobody knew him back then.
That was the only time he has administered a space, so we can.
That was when he brought in people. I mean, pre 1999 it was all the years we never.
And by the way, the people he brought in are the topmost of the Nigerian politics today. Chris Ngige, Fashola, Alshibanjo.
No,
did he not? Did he not bring in Chris Ngige?
No, it was Ben Akabuezi. Ben Akabuezi, who is I think the DMO. I don't know whether I know he has a position now in Buhari's government, but I think either DMO, Department of I don't know, Deputy Management or whatever office. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is that 1999, these guys whom he brought in, the likes of Dele Alake, Wale Edun, and the rest of them, and this guy that I live in somewhere in Surrey before. But let me just so anyway, so these are people who pre-1999, they were nobody knew them, but he brought them into governance and they helped him back then, and they helped him to flesh out a very good governance. As far as back then. But then my point is that is he going to repeat the same thing? I doubt it, because this election, he almost lost the primaries, and those who helped him, especially the northern governors, the likes of El-Rufai, what's his name, Ganduje, this guy that was a former mule for the late dictator Abacha, who he said he wants to become Bagudu and the rest of them. You can't expect them to just hold their hands and not be given a political post. They want to have a part of the whole thing, because they also labored for him. So I would not even imagine he not even using them. And like you said, one man at his question and answer at the Chatham House, he was sharing questions. I also him as well sharing questions. And these people that he was sharing those questions to are known people in governance already. So what are we talking about? Is going to bring new people? I doubt it. It's going to bring new people that I'm yet to see that is going to pressure. Because I don't think he's going to be able to do that, because these people helped him. And if he doesn't want to incur their wrath, he doesn't want to incur their anger, he better use these people. So if Ganduje is asking for federal minister to capital, administer federal capital, you better give it to him, because you gave him at least a chunk of votes, even though those fraudulent votes were.
In terms of chief of staff, there are two names jostling for that position, Gbadagba Mila and Fashola. But who do you think would be the most effective? Who, if the choice was yours, who would you pick and why?
Fashola would get that. Fashola would be better for that position. Fashola is a good administrator. He's a good manager. He can manage Tinubu very well, because I think one of his there was when Tinubu was being interviewed before the election, when he was doing a question and answer thing. I think Fashola was there, and I think he granted an interview where he said that I think that same forum he said when I was chief of staff to him, I would say Oga this is not what we're supposed to do. I mean, maybe he's able to bring him back to his senses. But you see, but Obi'S is a yes man. He's a yes kind of person. But Fashola will stand his ground. I see Fashola as somebody who is a little bit of a principled man. When he was a governor of Lagos State, I see what the guy did. He avoided controversies, and even though he lived in a very divided religiously home, his wife is Catholic, I think himself is Muslim, and sometimes even he attends church service with his wife at this Catholic by Baja in Surulere there. There's a street called Baja in Surulere there. So he goes there. So when I walk by that back then, when I walk around when I'm in Lagos, I see the heavy presence. Even when the wife is, or maybe it's only the wife, there's heavy presence of security personnel there. So anyway, I seem to be a very balanced person. It's not a fanatic like I see other people who are Yoruba, Southwest, Muslim people. So anyway, my point is, I think he will be a better choice because Gbajabiamila is a yes kind of person. He doesn't. I don't think he can confront Tinubu and tell Tinubu that this and that. But Fashola will stand his ground and tell. I mean, if you want to fire me, Oga. I don't care, but I'll tell you the truth. And being that he's a trained lawyer who understands the Nigerian political scene more, I think it will be better. Do I think Gbajabiamila can also do the same thing? He can do something, but the same thing. But Gbajabiamila is a kind of yes person. We need someone who is not a yes person, who can tell Tinubu to his face. So, Oga, look, Oga, this is not how we should do it. Oga, this is how we should do it. I mean, he will give you, and he reasons he's very lucid in his, to some extent, I would say, he's very lucid in his, in the way he reasons and he expresses things sometimes. So for me, I think I will route for Fashola for that post. But then my question now would be, if he won his own election or his re-election, that is Gbajabiamila, what is he? That's why I doubt if he's looking for. But we don't know. We might be saying all of this, and it could be somebody different that Tinubu is going to bring as chief of staff. But I think he should look at Fashola. Bola, if you are listening to me, I want you to use Fashola.
Bola, you are now bodies now. It's that party, eh?
Of course, he's my president now, so I mean, it's going to be. He's my president. What am I talking about? So it's okay. Yeah, let me know. So
he can't help it, can he?
Fashola should be the person you should consider. So yeah, because you need somebody who would reel you back if you're derailing. I think Fashola is that kind of a person. So, but then what I'm saying about Gbajabiamila is that if he won his re-election, what is he looking for? He wanted to be in the presidency. I mean, what I think is just is negotiating. Is in negotiation for some people who are using him because one thing, these kind of things like this. There will be people who are party to a president. There will be the means by which you can negotiate your way. There are some people who are trying to come into the cabinet, which I think they're trying to go through Gbajabiamila because of his closeness to Tinubu. Because I wonder why would he want to abandon his speakership, which I think is going to lose at some point. If they were to look at the whole thing, we cannot have the whole thing dominated by one people from one ethnic group. If you understand what I mean, I say ethnic group, sorry, rather. I mean of one religion, rather. I mean to say one religion, because the two topmost position is by people of the same religion, and then the third is that same religion, and the fourth that same religion. I mean, I doubt how Tinubu is going to govern. I mean, except it brings in some kind of I don't know. I'm just trying to understand how he's going to do it because there's going to be a lot of suspicion on his government that any little thing to be seen from a religious prison, like. I mean, this whole cabinet is all dominated by number one, number two, number three, number four. So they better look for somebody for number two, and number three to be of the other faiths. So other faiths, if not maybe not Christian, but I doubt if it's going to happen that way because I know at the end of the day they're just going to give one of the position to somebody of Christian, which I think probably could be the speakership, which means Gbajabiamila might lose it or he might just sit that position out. But then if he see that position, then he will just become maybe a majority leader for APC in the National Assembly. and that is in House of Rep.
But a lot of these people living off old glory, because Wale Edun was his commissioner for finance in Lagos State, and that was a good 30 years ago. So what economic understanding does he still have? Probably in his 70s, that is relevant to the times that we live in now, which is entirely a new world.
Well, the thing is, you see, we can say, well, you see, woman, you see, this is what we say when the Bubu was even coming. Likes of Pastor Tommy, who were people that were thinking that those kind of people will feature in his government, but look at what came out. So you see, I'll be surprised if, well, I won't be surprised, let me say, but then I will be surprised if he uses new faces, new people. Should he do that? I would prefer he does that, bringing new people. But can he do that? I doubt it, because these people who have worked for him, you can't just throw them aside. You have to compensate them with some political. People like this Ekiti guy that never did anything in Ekiti State. Ekiti just, I don't know, with all the money collected. This guy, what's his name? That's like to speak English. Yeah,
Fayemi.
Definitely, Fayemi is coming back. But what are these people coming to do? I mean, I was having a conversation recently with a friend. I said, why do most of us come here? We're happy living in countries like this. Is that there's a lot of opportunities. The son of nobody can become somebody here. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. You have to know somebody. You have to be in governance, or you have to be a family member. Your family member must be. So there's no hope of a son of a nobody becoming. So how is that opportunity? There's no equal opportunity in that country. That is what we're lacking in that country. That's why a lot of our people are running out of that country.
You can send me your CV.
Send me your. Why? I don't. I mean, my friend, I'm okay here where I am. My CV for what? What do you want to use my CV for?
To
Minister, we can never tell. You know.
I'm not a political person. I don't want to be in politics because it's going to ruin my image. I don't want to be.
Image
So let me just round up, because I know some of you are itching to want to speak. So my point is that I don't know how. I might believe that maybe he's looking to be chief of staff to Tinubu. That is Badabi Amela. But my point is how that position. I mean, I don't know what is going on, because we're just looking at what's going on here. But will he leave his speakership? Is it part of the game that he's going to abandon it? So somebody from some other region, say Northwest, because Northeast and they have a position already, which is in person of Shetima. So the Senate president should be from somewhere from the south, at least should be from southeast or south. That's what I'm looking at. But then speakership in the House of Rep should be maybe from northwest or north central. So we shall see how that plays out. So which means Badabi Amela might lose his position, and if he loses that position, it means he doesn't want to be as a.
It's highly unlikely that he's going to be the Speaker of the House again.
Like, that's what I'm saying. But is that what?
He's going to become the majority leader.
But then, I mean, how could he be somebody who is formerly Speaker now be majority leader?
That is it. That he cannot be the Speaker anymore.
I know he cannot be the Speaker. That is why
he's going to be the majority leader there.
So maybe that's why the speculation that he wants to be the Chief of Staff.
No. I can tell you categorically, it's not going to be Chief of Staff to Tinubu. Forget it. It's not going to happen.
Okay, we shall see that. But then I'm thinking it's not going to be that too. But I'm still.
It's too weak, isn't it? It's too unfair for.
It doesn't have that. Yeah. For me, it's not this kind of person that can confront Tinubu and tell Tinubu to his face that this is. Fashola will be the best.
Fashola still remain number one.
Yeah,
you can never tell.
But then, do I think Tinubu can bring another people? He can because this is political horse trading. If you that's what they say. If Fashola is not careful, they will scheme him out because a lot of people are they are trying to influence Tinubu to bring them in and all of that. So we're surprised that he might bring in new people. That would be a surprise to me if he brings in new kind of people that we've never had in governance. But I would doubt it if he ever does that. But I want to be surprised.
I think Fashola will probably be the Chief of Staff. I think he has a very good shot to be that one.
Yeah, well, we can only speculate about that. But for me, I think Fashola will be the best.
Fashola or Gbajamila, there's nothing wrong with one of them being Chief of Staff. But for my own, but Jamila is too weak for that position. It's too,
it's
it's
not.
too weak for that
kind of
position.
question.
But
Yes,
for the
yes kind of
fact,
question.
If you really want to
Fashola
get
is
the
contesting
superstar,
for the position, I think he will not get it. Because Tinubu, if everybody knows Tinubu picks his candidate. You don't put a bidding out like you come and bid for it. So if they are bidding, that means they are already out of the league. So that's my own take.
Was it not Tinubu's chief of staff in Lagos State? Fashola.
He was. Yeah, but he cannot use him. It's not a must that you must use him again as a chief of staff for the
It's not a
federal.
must. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with him. It's not a must. But the point is, this time whereby he's trying to form his cabinet, you can imagine the kind of lobbying that will be going on behind. That is why I said people like Badabia Miller, even though he doesn't want to become a chief of staff, is a tool in the hands of the lobbyists to bring in people. They will use, because of his closeness to Tinubu, they will use him to convince Tinubu that, oh, make me a minister, make me this. A lot of people want to go through him. I think he's going to make money from it, I'm sure.
Personally,
hold on, Remy. Let's bring Patrick in. Yeah, Patrick, come
I
in.
just want to I'm not adding so much. I just want to bring up something that Rational Mind said. He said we must come to a point in the country where the son of nobody will become someone, right? I'm sure he said we must come to a point in our country where the son of nobody can become somebody.
Exactly, I said that, yeah.
Okay. You see, the son of nobody must position himself. Who was Fashola's father? His father was nobody now. He has become somebody. Who is Fayemi's father? His father was nobody now.
No. Don't say this.
Who was Goodluck Jonathan's father? Who was Goodluck Jonathan's
father?
No, hold on.
Wait, now let me finish. Now you have been talking since. Now I've been listening. Wait, let me finish.
It is not entirely true what you are. This is what people do a lot.
Rational mind. Okay,
go on, please.
What I'm saying is that Nigeria is already a place where the son of nobody can actually become somebody. But the son of nobody must position himself. In America, the son of nobody can become somebody, but he cannot become that somebody if he does not position himself. That's what I'm saying. It's happening in Nigeria.
Now, but the people you are using as an instance,
who was Tinubu's father?
Hold on, no. Oh, you see, this is what you people do a lot. You see, when we reason this our logic.
Hold on. You know that question you asked, who was Tinubu's father? I think that is a question that the obedience are especially interested to find an answer.
Exactly. Who was Babangida? Who was Buhari's father? Who was Obasanjo's father? Who was Shagari's father? Who was
MK Abiola's father?
Who was MK Abiola's father?
Guys,
who was
we are standing logic in the head here.
You see, the son of nobody has always become somebody in Nigeria. But if the son of nobody stays back, and say son of nobody must become somebody, so you just be complaining, and everybody will become somebody except the son of nobody.
Let me reply, because I have to go very soon. You see, the point is this: what the only area I agree with you is that people have to position themselves, regardless of who you are. Either you're a son of nobody or son of somebody. But the instances, the example you were citing, those examples do not hold water, because these people you're talking about, they are privileged in some ways.
Because they position themselves.
Yeah, they position themselves. I get it. Hold on, I get it. Yeah, I get it. But the way you are using it is that these people already, they are in the limelight. Like Fashola was a big lawyer already in Lagos.
He was
a big. You said what?
But he became somebody now. He became a big lawyer from
if you know the Fashola family, no, you don't know. You don't seem to know the Fashola family. Yeah, I know they have ancestry to Ekiti State. But what I'm saying is this: if you go to behind somewhere in Eric Moore, there, I know where Fashola stays in Eric Moore. I have a friend that lives what's the name of this area there? Yeah,
so it was
very
a
close
big
to
lawyer.
one of those. There are these blocks of schools, government schools in front of his
government college, Eric Moore. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's government college, Eric Moore. But there are schools. I don't forget the name of those schools. So where on that street where he lives, I know where Fashola lives in Lagos.
Okay.
So I have a friend that lives very close by there. He's very close to speak. So anyway, so my point is this: that the Fasholas, you might say maybe they're not politically active as such pre-1999, but they are also people in the sense that all their children that bears Fashola in some ways they have connections. Maybe in banking, in law, and whatever. They are like that. So I'm telling you, the son of
you are saying
nobody.
they were not nobody.
Hold on, that's what I'm saying. The son of nobody, in the sense that from grass, he rise to grace.
Yeah.
We do not have that opportunity in Nigeria for people like that.
We have now.
We do
Look
not.
at Jonathan.
We do not. That's what I'm saying.
Can we come in the conversation?
Yeah, come in, Fatai. Let Fatai come in. Come in, Fatai.
Yeah, I mean, I was waiting to Rational Mind to land, because you can't argue with Rational Mind. His position is set, so the conversation is not going to go anywhere. There's nowhere in the world where, everybody in life needs a leg up. Everywhere in the world, even in that America, there you don't just become somebody from sleeping from homeless.
In your room.
There's nobody who made a homeless person and turned and become president. Even in America there. So you position yourself, as Patrick said, in life, and then you get a leg up also. If you have a leg up, it's faster for you. But nobody's gonna pick you up from the street and make you minister. If that's what we are talking about, we are all just deceiving ourselves.
It's wider than that. I understand what you guys are saying, and I agree with you guys what you just said. You have to position yourself. But the wider point I'm making is that thing that will shoot you to that position whereby you position yourself is lacking in Nigeria. How many people can afford? How many poor person can afford to send their kids to university? And even as Nigeria university is so backward, and it's still like, compared to what we pay here, maybe it's still like nothing compared to. How many people can afford to send their kids? How many of the parents are gainfully employed to be able to get their kids into university system of Nigeria? How many?
Rome is not built in one day. Rome is not built in one day.
You said what?
Rome is not built in one day.
Thank you very much. Rome. You see, when you people use this kind of favorite line, it's
there's
just,
no way you people.
No, don't give me that. Don't give me that.
Every time you people. Who are you people? Who are you people?
I mean, you batified.
What? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you batified.
I think Rational Mind, the assumption you are giving here is not right.
How's it not right?
Can you define what you mean by ordinary people? You want him to go and pick somebody in the street? You must build your resume.
No.
These people has been a lawyer. Some people have been working in the bank.
Okay.
Some people they have different job or whatever career they are into.
I totally get you.
Tap into them. I don't understand what you are trying to say.
The point I'm making is this: that there isn't. Okay, look, why are many people jackpying?
Anybody can japa. They did this topic last 2 or 3
They don't have to. Hold on, my friend.
That's the history of humanity.
They don't have to be. Hold on.
Japa is part of the history of humanity.
Hold on.
You know we're all japa. You know we're all japa here too. Every single one of us on this platform.
Exactly. Why? Because there isn't much opportunity. Some of us.
That's not the reason why some of us came here.
Is that what?
That's not the reason why some of us are here.
That's not the reason. When you know, why did you leave your bank? Hold on, Patrick. Why did you leave your banking? Despite you said you were a big banker in Nigeria, why did you leave there and come here and start having kids? And I'm not sure. I don't know if you have your kids before Nigeria or yet. But some of us have our kids.
I had my kids in Nigeria now.
Okay, fine. But you brought, either you have them there or you have them here. But you brought them here so that they could have future, they could take advantage of.
No, if I've been in Nigeria, they will still have the future now.
She just in Nigeria.
No, my father I was raised in Nigeria. I have a future now.
Can you make it personal, please? Can we go back on point, please?
All right.
The point I'm making is, okay, let me use myself. Why do I come here? Most of us, like I say, that applies to many of us. Because we want the opportunity that our kids can have a better life than what we had back home.
Yeah, but nobody's arguing against
this. The wider point I'm making
nobody's
here,
arguing against the point.
So my point is this. The wider point is they don't have to be in governance. They don't have to be appointed by
Tinubu. A question for you before you go.
Related to nobody
being
somebody.
Us that everybody that is schooled in Nigeria, they cannot have a good life or they cannot be successful.
By the last estimation that they gave, they said 40 million people are unemployed in Nigeria or underemployed. That's the last statistics. I think a huge chunk of these people, or if not a quarter chunk of these people, are university graduates.
Okay. The question I asked you did not answer me. The question I asked you is very simple. Are you telling me a lot of people that stay back in Nigeria, they are not successful? Whether they are well read or not, Is that what you are
A
telling
lot
me?
of them.
All right. Respond to that rational mind, and then I want us to go back to Tinubu's cabinet.
Yeah,
But
so
respond to that.
a lot of them want to run on tó bá fún wọn ní visa, fún wọn ní invitation kó wá síbí báyìí, wọ́n máa já kúrò Nigeria. I mean, what are you people talking about? Usually we just talk as if you were just divorced. I mean, you divorced of what is going on in that country. Like people are not really suffering. I give you an instance. I have friends in Nigeria that are doing well, but I tell you, they are asking me, okay, just send me an invitation. You just send my kids. I want to send my kids here for schooling. I just need them to stay with you. I mean, that kind of a thing. I have a lot of them. What are you talking about? The thing
No,
is,
we are not talking. We are just saying, where are you tying the argument to? What are you tying the argument to? What are you tying the argument
my argument
to?
is
We
this.
all know the state
We want
of
to create a
Nigeria.
society. Hold on, my friend. We want to create a society where the son of nobody will have an opportunity to position himself, like Patrick and every other people say, which I rightly believe, that you have to position yourself to be somewhere, like especially in governance. But I'm saying that thing that in the first instance that will shoot you to position yourself is lacking. If Tinubu is coming or anybody is coming, let them make that possible. Like that credit system he's talking about. If he really can do it, bring it about. Bring it on. Bring it whereby so people can go to school, they can get a loan. But then the question is, even if they get that loan, how are they going to repay that loan? Because there's no job for them. So create that job. See, it's a lot of there's a host of things that Tinubu needs to fix, or whoever is coming in to fix, to really get us to kickstart that economy of that country. So, in conclusion, when it comes to what I'm talking about, we need to create a venue whereby people can have opportunities. This jackpotting that we're jackpotting every time, people it will slow down. And we can even bring some of our brains back to Nigeria. When we create an environment whereby people can flourish, they know that they can get the justice for whatever they seek from the justice system. If we can create that, I tell you, the country will move forward and people will come back. And then lastly, on this this cabinet issue, I'll be surprised if Tinubu brings in new people. Do I think he should? Yes, he should. But do I think he will? I doubt it. Because, like somebody have already said, that's my position too, he needs to compensate people who helped him. You cannot bite the finger that fed you. If he doesn't want them to, number one, derail his government, and number two, and then maybe work against him in second time, if ever he has to, even if he ever finish first time. So, in conclusion, that's what I want to say, one man. I know there's so many things I want to say, but let me allow other people to speak.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Babati's voice in. And Babati, Rational Mind came up with a formula of 60-40. So I somewhat agree with that formula, 60-40. But then where should the weight of that divide be? So we're talking about the traditional politicians that he owes an obligation for reasons that they contributed to his evolving into the Nigerian president. So he owes them in terms of political patronage. So that's one. But he also promised to the youth space in his acceptance speech when he received his certificate of return that I hear you loud and clear and I will respond, which is to say that there will be a real influx of youthful and energetic faces in his cabinet as well. So how does he weigh that balance, 60-40, if we go with that formula? Which one should be the 60 and which one should be the 40? And then also, should his chief of staff, do you imagine that he will go outside of Yoruba land to pick his chief of staff? But Jabe Amila and Fashola are just in for that space. Babati.
Oh, thank you, woman. Okay, let me address the first question, the 60-40 ratio. Clearly, I hope he borrows from the OBJ playbook, because one thing that we can all agree that OBJ did the first time was he kind of went outside the box, even though he still had people that helped him get there. He had the Ngozis, he had, and he also looked into people from the diaspora as well. So I would say 40 should be for people that helped him in the party. Your Fasholas, your El-Rufais, of course, they should have a place in his administration. And also the youth, not the Kogi governor kind of youth, though. That's not the kind of people that we want in the government. But it should be a mixture of technocrats, but not the number one requirement, the number one qualification has to be, they have to be competent. And they have to be put in positions where they're capable of functioning or performing to the optimum level. Just don't say because somebody won or somebody supported you, you put them in where they have no, experience or area of expertise. They don't know anything about that sector. So the number one requirement has to be that that individual actually has to be very competent. There has to be a work experience, and they must fit in, and they must have a vision as well. And whatever vision that they have coming into your own government, it has to align with whatever you want to do in the country. So, number one, they must have the experience. Number two, they must be competent enough. Number three, they must have a vision, and it has to fit in with what you believe. So, for the people that you talk about, these 40%, I mean, they're experienced politicians as well, technocrats, some of them. So El-Rufai, ideally, you will want him in. You might not love him. Is that guy that you buy off season in soccer that you might not like, but you need him in your camp, in your own football club, not because you really want to use him, but to prevent him from playing for the other side. So you need him in your government. I mean, we can all agree that Fashola needs to be in government. The Benjamin Amila thing, I'm kind of confused on that one because I thought he won elections in the House. So I don't even know why he's fighting for any position at this time. Fashola, like I've always said, is my own candidate to be chief of staff. Because let's remember, Fashola, Tinubu didn't really want this guy back for second term. People forget. And this guy got people to rally around him in Lagos because he performed. And he got the powers that be to convince Tinubu in Lagos. And that means it's very persuasive. It has that backbone. And that position is very important. I would prefer that your chief of staff, there are two key positions in any government, that they have to be somebody that you can trust. Your chief of staff and your the attorney general of the country, they have to be two people that you can trust. So I would prefer Fashola to be that. But left to me, the other 60% is not just looking for youth only. That's not enough. I want technocrats. I want experts. If they're a professor in Chicago, get them. If they're one doctor in the UK, get him. Wherever they are in the world, get them to come help the country. So I'm not really concerned about them being youthful. It has to be not youthful, but not youth, but youthful. They must be experienced. They must be qualified. Bring them in. Let's look beyond the shores of Nigeria and bring Nigerians from diaspora.
Is that your expectation of what will happen? Do you think that is exactly what he will do? Because my suspicion is that he will have a very youthful and new face cabinet.
Right. It will still have this 40%, like the way you put it. But I think the 60% will be people that we probably don't know. But I think half of that will be from diaspora. I think I'm not saying that I have any sign or any indication for that, but I believe strongly that it's going to look outside of the box and bring people from diaspora in to help out. But it's going to be a mixture. But I love the way this is going, because if it does that, that creates competition, right? Everybody wants to prove their worth to Tinubu. So that if you bring the youth in, they have to prove that they have value. So, but where we have a 2/3 of the cabinet being youthful, like I don't see that happening. But I think they will be youthful, but not youth, not the 40, probably in their 50s. Somebody with 10 to 15 years of work experience that is proven across the world, but mostly the UK and the US. I think it's going to be focused on those two countries to bring in people in. But for chief of staff, my preferred candidate is Fashola. That's my guy. I just dabbed that guy.
What sort of gender split do you imagine will satisfy you? What sort of gender split will satisfy you in the Tinubu cabinet in percentage terms?
But one man, to be honest with you, I don't care if they're 100% female. I just don't want all this forthwith feminists.
Yeah, but do you think there should be? Do you think there should be an affirmative action in that space? Do you think we need affirmative action?
No, we don't. We just need qualified people. If they happen to be female, so be it.
But sorry, because we run a patriarchy, and if there's no affirmative action, then qualified or not, the women will always be hemorrhaged.
Okay. So will you be okay with the 50-50% split? Would that be something that you would advocate for?
If it's competence led, would you object to that? If it's competence led,
I will not. I just will not accept to have this because there happens to be this kind of agenda from the West towards Africa, where they are using this so-called feminist movement to want to change pastors in Africa. And if you're a woman coming into that government, you have to understand that we're Africans. And if you are buying into this Western idea of third wave feminism, destroy all men are evil, I don't want you in government. You must respect the family structure as a woman coming into this government. Once you have all this third wave ideology or kilo kunyoshi, all this kind of mindset, I don't want you in government. So that's my concern. Just don't have that mindset of those crazy third wave feminism. Even if you put all females, I don't mind. It's okay. Just believe in the family structure. Don't buy into that Western ideology when it comes to society. Then we won't have any problems. That's all. I won't.
All right. And in terms of the chief of staff, which will be the most you'll interact with, do you have the is it almost an inevitability that it will have to be a Yoruba person? And are you advocating for? You did say Fashola, did you?
Right. That was once Tinubu won. That was the first thing I said on your platform. That is because it has to be somebody that is the gateway. That's the person that determines who comes in and goes out. That is one can argue that's the most powerful person in your cabinet, right? The chief of staff is probably the most powerful. It has to be somebody that you've worked with, that you can trust, that can push back, can object, can also advise you, can look you straight in the eye and say, "Oh God, you are messing up. This is what we should do." So people are talking about it was the chief of staff in Lagos. Forget that one. It's also been the minister for 8 years, right? He's a super minister, for God's sake. He's a lawyer as well. So there's no limit to what he can do because he has the state level experience. He has at the federal level. He's handled 3 key ministries. He's a sitting lawyer as well. So he knows the inner workings of at the federal level, and he can better relate to state governors as well because he's also a former governor. So he checks all the boxes. He checks all the boxes. So you need someone that has that kind of experience. I would not object to bring somebody else in, but who would that person be in this political climate that you feel like Tinubu can trust? I don't see anybody else. Like people said, and I agree, but it's too agreeable for my liking. I don't think he can push back if Tinubu wants something. So I think Fashola would be the one that I think he can trust.
You know, we've been looking for a role to satiate the Southeast in the Tinubu administration, and all of the key positions are blocked off from them. They don't have people, APC Southeasterners in the Senate, and the House of Reps. It looks as though that's been allocated to, is it the Northwest space or something? So do you imagine that Tinubu may go rogue and make his chief of staff somebody from the Southeast? And if he did, would that satiate that space?
Well, man, give me a name, because you're making this fun. Give me a name. What do you think he will pick from the Southeast?
You know, because there's no criteria. He can pick pretty much anybody, can't he? So he can just maybe. What about Rochas? Rochas will go.
Really, the best they would get would be maybe Secretary of State. That would be something that I think we will see of high value. But no, you cannot gamble that kind of post, that very critical post, to an area where you're not sure you'll get loyalty. It's about loyalty when it comes to that position. So I don't know the name that will come out from that place. I mean, he met with the Okoro Chado. I think he went to his house. I saw that video. But he's in the Senate. So, and he wants the Senate presidency. So that that was something that I am interested in that power shift dynamic, or how he organizes his cabinet. But I don't see him going to the point where he puts somebody from the Southeast as chief of staff. This is not about tribal, or I just feel like Fashola is just better. It's not really about the tribe or they being from Lagos. He's worked with him. He has experience. I mean, come on. The guy, look at his resume, for God's sake. Who else do you have from South that can match what Fashola has? For that, there's nobody. I don't see anybody. Give me you give me a name. maybe if you bring up a name, I can say.
I can't think of one either that is APC and but rounded off enough mentally to, because you need a balanced, non-controversial person that doesn't come with too much baggage.
And you can't take out Okorocha from the Senate because you need him there at least to be some kind of chief whip or something, majority leader, something. You need him, so you can't take him out. So I don't really see what they have on that. But I think this will rival one man. I think this cabinet will rival that first time of OBJ. That first time of OBJ really had some big wigs that were really, qualified.
Yes, strictly competent.
Yeah, so I think this will rival that as well. It will come on with experience, and that is what I'm looking forward to. The youthful part of it, I'm not sure. Not in terms of age, but youthful, maybe late 40s or 50s. But I don't see anything lower 40s. I don't see that happening in the Tinubu administration. I don't see that happening. But it would be interesting to. Let's also not forget, because we're discussing cabinet, he also has special advisors as well. That is open. That's a very powerful. They are powerful seats as well. So we just want to see who he surrounds himself with. But any lady, woman that he brings into the fold, I need to check your cultural value and family values. I'm very keen on that because I've been reading what's going on in Africa in this Western plot.
All right. You've opened that space. So let me play you this, Babati. We are still on the Tinubu's cabinet, but twice now you've spoken about the Western influence on the African space. So let me play you this and just get your reaction to it. Maybe a couple of people who may or may not want to react to it, and then we go back to the Tinubu cabinet. But watch this. This was in Ghana.
Madam Vice President, you have made clear that the message of this trip is centered on a collaborative future. At the same time, the Biden administration committed to calling out any foreign government that advanced anti-gay legislation or violates human rights. All three of the countries that you are visiting on this trip have advanced or proposed anti-gay legislation. Ghana has proposed a bill that would imprison those that engage in same-sex intercourse. Gay sex remains a crime in Tanzania, and same-sex relationships are outlawed in Zambia. What have you said to the president and plan to say to other leaders on this trip about this crackdown on human rights?
I'll start. I have raised this issue, and let me be clear about where we stand. First of all, for the American press who are here, you know that a great deal of work in my career has been to address human rights issues, equality issues across the board, including as it relates to the LGBT community. And I feel very strongly about the importance of supporting the freedom and supporting and fighting for equality among all people, and that all people be treated equally. I will also say that this is an issue that we consider, and I consider, to be a human rights issue, and that will not change. The president and I had a conversation on this very topic, but the conversation was not about China as much as it is about the enduring and important direct relationship that the United States has with Ghana and with African nations. I will tell you that we are very clear, and I will speak for myself and on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration, that the relationship between the United States and this continent and African leaders is an important one. There's a historical basis for the relationship, not to mention as we look forward, as all governments should, and recognize the unachieved, as of yet, opportunities that exist going forward. The median age on the continent of Africa is 19. Think about what that means in terms of potential. Think about the fact that by 2050, 1 in 4 people occupying a place on Mother Earth will be on this continent, and what that means. The trip that I have taken to come here, being here, is about recognizing the incredible opportunity with a sense of optimism about what we do.
All right, Babati. So just briefly on that, there seems to be this somewhat aggressive pushing of this LGBTQ agenda on the African continent. Also, of course, being a conservative traditional space. Is that the bracket area of what you were talking about this Western thing being pushed upon us?
Right. Yes. Thank you, one man. That's and if you pay attention to what she was saying, even though she was using what you would refer to as diplomatic language, it was almost like she was bullying him. If you pay, it was almost like a bullying into like something like, listen, this is what we're going to do. This is how it's going to go. This is what we like. This I wasn't too comfortable about the way she was. She was very condescending, to be honest with you. But Ghana has to be very careful. They have to be very careful because you have all this year of return. Now they are issuing, they are giving all these Americans coming back home, quote unquote, they're giving them visas, they're giving them citizenship, and they're giving them passports. That has consequences because when you have, the alphabet community, when it start coming to your country, then they're gonna start pressurizing your country. You see what's happening already. They have all these bills in the legislation that they want to pass to ban that. Why do you think Biden? Why do you think Kamala Harris showed up? Because you have a lot of Americans moving to Ghana now. The money is moving there now, and if you want more money from America to flow over your country, you have to play ball. So I don't know how long Ghana can hold on because the same guy, the same Kufuor guy, the same president. If you hear him 3-4 years ago, it was very stern. It was very stern. It was very
militant,
very militant against this LGBTQ thing. But now it's kind of backpedaling a little bit, and I feel that he might compromise. If you look at other African countries, I think in Uganda they passed a law a few weeks ago against this same movement. So I just don't want us to lose our African values. And it's interesting that Kamala will come to Africa talking about democracy. Democracy means the will of the people. Sovereignty, right? They have the right to vote for what they want. It is their country. It is their right. And as of now, this year, one man, being LGBTQ is not a human right. I want people to go look at that. They failed to pass that vote because they couldn't get the numbers. As of now, under the UN Charter, it's not a human right to be that. They failed to pass that because they couldn't get the vote. So you cannot. So that's the issue that they're having. They want to get more countries to buy into it, to vote for it, so that they can make it. Because once they make it a human right, then they can come against you with sanctions and all this financial penalty stuff. So that's what they're planning. So I worry for Africa that Africa has to hold on strong, because this is some kind of slavery. It's not like cultural imposition all over again. Do what we want. Or we
what do you think it's all about? Because it seems so random. This and they've been doing it since the days of Goodluck Jonathan. By the way, remember this was one of the things that Obama of all people held against Goodluck Jonathan when he signed that law that banned same-gender coupling in Nigeria. But then they are going after the Kenyans aggressively. All the Kenyan government they're all being what is it all about? Especially this topic that they seem to want to. Why do they want to turn us all gay in Africa?
Woman, you heard what she said. That the mean average age will be 19 years old. So this guy, they've studied the landscape. They know exactly what they're doing. Now you see, more money is pouring into Nigeria in terms of music, in terms of movies. You're gonna have more opportunities coming into Africa, but that comes with a price. That comes at the cost. I was reading. So I was watching this interview on WOI TV, and they were interviewing this lady.
Is that not the Indian platform?
Yeah, she was. They were interviewing this lady in Uganda, and she said she runs this NGO, right? She runs this NGO, and they were willing to give that NGO over $400,000. And they were discussing. And the last day when that offer was about to close, one man, they said, "Oh, by the way, we forgot to tell you one thing. We are looking for a child that has come from like a homeless child with no parents, just for we need them for advertisement." Like, what do you mean? And it turns out they were actually looking for they were looking for binary, like a fluid, gender fluid young black lady to use. I said, what do you mean by that? They're like, oh, for you to get the money, we need you to find us a gender fluid young lady that we can use for campaign. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna, because you want to give me money. So they are pouring in funds into these NGOs in Africa. So you start hearing all this, equality rights, free for all, free spirits. Even churches are buying into it, but they are funding those organizations with real cash. Man, there's money in those. If you are promoting those things on the content, there's money in it. So that's what there's this. I wouldn't say they want to turn into, but I've heard people say, oh, it's some kind of war population control. I think there's more to that. It's almost Luciferian in nature. Don't let me go into that spirituality right now on your platform. That's the way, because so they want to break the African spirit itself. They want to change the family dynamics on that. They want to change that, where you have subsistence men. I've had so much stories about in Lagos on your after hour show. People are discussing what's going on in Lagos that is even open now. That in Lagos and Abuja, it's all open now. It's not even hidden anymore. So, but there's a push for it from the West. So I don't know how long our people will be able to resist money. You know how we behave when we see money. So I don't know how long we will be able to resist this, but I hope that we can stand firm. So when I brought up that thing with the cabinet earlier, is that if women that studied in the West, they might buy into this because they might so I don't want that in the Tinubu administration. So if you are pro LGBTW QWZ, we need to know. You must be.
What's the Z, by the way?
I don't even. It's confused. Still searching.
I know LGBTQ.
QI.
What's the I?
Inquisitive. That means you're very fluid. You can go from L to G to So yeah.
Is that not bisexual? Is that
no? Because you can be pedophile. You can love kids.
Today. Oh no! Don't say those words.
Sorry.
No, carry on. Yeah.
So you know. By the way, one man. Let me just shock you, because unknown to many people, in America there's no age limit for marriage, right? You can get married to a 10-year-old and it's legal in 20 states. And you can have sex and
but you cannot consummate it, though. I don't imagine.
No, actually, yes. I'm telling you, if you go to
but you have age of consent. Do you not have age of consent?
It's a very but my whole point is that there are all these great.
That's not true, Babati.
No, there's no age. No, go look it up. You can get married to. There's no. Okay, bro. Right now, Google it. There's no age of consent for marriage.
No.
If their father signs off for no, just look it up. I'm not.
I don't know about looking.
No, look it up now. I'm telling you.
Different states with their different law.
I said 20 states. No, I said 20 states. 20 states. If you go to Missouri now, you can marry a 12-year-old.
I don't know about Missouri.
Okay, but let me just stay on the African topic before.
In your state of Texas, at what age can you get married?
No, I'm in Boston. I'm in Massachusetts. I'm not in Texas.
Okay, Massachusetts. At what age?
No. Those. Okay, let me say the African. Let me go to American stuff. But anyways, they are trying to bring some of these weird practices.
No, I thought you were saying that in America you can marry at any age.
I'm saying age of consent.
Age of consent.
There's no limit to it. That's general broad. Now, each state will not define what
age of consent in the state where I live is 16 years. It's 16 years. So I don't know what you mean by that. There's no limit. I don't understand that. Anyway, continue what you.
Okay. Anyways,
sorry. Just one brief question on that. Is it a federal stance, or is it left to the states to determine age of consent?
They have all these laws. See, America is people always think that we have all this binding laws that bring us together. No, like man, if you live in like a tribal land now, okay, if you live on tribal lands, even though they're in America, there are still laws that they have that is specific to their own people. So if I go walk, there was a time I was working in a hospital on a tribal land, right? They have, even if you have like rape cases, sometimes they will still call in their chief, and the chief will determine whether or not the police can even investigate that, even though it's a rape case, and that is their own thing on their own land, and it's still America. So you have all this. So people always asking that because it's America, they have all these federal laws that no, states still have powers on some things. So tribal lands, if you're like a militia too, if you have lands as a militia, they have their own compound. They do what they want there. Like for like maybe Utah, for instance. Now, if you have all this, the Mormons, they have all these religions laws or exceptions for them. So across the board, it's not all. It's not. There's no uniformity for everything. There are some certain exceptions based on maybe your race, that would be Native Indians, or your religion, maybe a Mormon, or you practice that maybe in Utah, for instance. So there's some few exceptions to the law in the country. So it depends on where you live, like Nekoko was talking about earlier. So it depends on the state where you are.
All right. Let's bring it back to Tinubu's cabinet. And you were saying, or did you disagree that it necessarily his chief of staff has to be a Yoruba person?
It has to be the most competent. And interestingly, the person just happens to be Yoruba one man. I'm not because people are like, because you're Yoruba. No. Just look at it. There's no. You give me a name. What name do you have? There is nobody. If you give me a name, that I would say, okay, maybe.
Somebody is suggesting Festus Keyamo in the comment section. Festus Keyamo
as what?
Chief of staff.
To be doing what?
To be advised to be the gatekeeper.
No, that one is like an attack dog now. It does not fit that. You need someone that is. Come on, whoever I put that out there is just being serious.
But you need somebody that is combative for that role, do you not?
No, you need someone that is very combative, but is very laid back and well calculated and very experienced, tempered, like that they can control their emotions, because you are dealing with people from all sides, your own party, the opponent's party. Do you think Festus Keyamo can deal with this? If Dino Milai is attacking Tinubu now, he will go off now. No, you need someone that is laid back and knows their responsibility. And
it lacks the finesse. It lacks the finesse of the job.
I mean, it's like do you know what it reminds me of? It's like a Tinubu, to be honest, which is like someone that dies, like Omo school ni Festus Keyamo. Like a street dude that went to school somewhere, just find a way in. So that's the kind of, you don't want that kind of person as a chief of staff. That's not the kind of person you want. That would not. But once again, Fashola would be my own. But interestingly, we never talked about who do we want as the Attorney General of the Federation. That is a very important post that nobody is discussing. Who would be the ideal choice?
I think that will be the aspiration of Festus Keyamo, but for reasons that you've already discounted him from the chief of staff, that discount is to Mushite Podulare from Ajegunle sort of.
Yeah, but by the way, you can see in the comment section, Joel was talking about even in Tennessee, you can marry young geese. You see that woman?
That's right. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's just leave that alone for now. So I want a more robust cabinet. We need to have more people from the diaspora. One man, now, you live in the UK. What Nigerians are doing here, my God, we need them back in Nigeria. I'm telling you, we need them. Do what OBJ did. That was like, we need you in Nigeria. Bring them back home. We need them, please. So if you can find anybody from anywhere in the world that has, in fact, one man, I would prefer to have somebody that is trained abroad to run the CBN, for now, whatever, World Bank, whatever.
We had that with Kemi Adeosun now, not to run the CBN, but she was an excellent finance minister until they got her because she was too rigid.
One man, she was an amazing commissioner of finance. She went almost 200. She almost tripled the state's income now. She was a brilliant commissioner of finance. That's how they got her to go to the federal level, because she was so good at the state level. So we need those kind of people that can come in, that understands how the world really works. So she run finances. For power sector, please bring somebody from abroad too. If you have expertise, there are areas that I want people that have expertise from the diaspora. If you're power sector, finance sector, transportation, yes. If you run something crazy stuff abroad, come back home. We need you. That would be my transportation, power, economics. So I also want to see is economic advisors. They have to be diaspora. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to bash Nigeria. I think in Nigeria, don't get me wrong, though. I just feel like you need that world exposure to the world. Someone that has that kind of, we need that. In fact, you know what? For agriculture, interestingly, I know Akinwumi is busy right now at the African
Development Bank.
You can bring back Yabo Obasanjo. I know you don't like Obasanjo or whatever, but that woman's resume is one man. If you have time, go and study Yabo Obasanjo's resume. It is insane.
Why must economic advisor necessarily be in diaspora?
No, I'm saying no. I was specific about the areas I wanted. I didn't say all of them. You have for various.
No, economic advisor.
Yeah, but in terms of knowing how the landscape is globally, because they have experience working on all these world banks and being from World Bank, African Development Bank, they have hedge funds managers that might someone that those kind of exposure to, because they can get you the money, they can get you the funds, they know where the resources are, they have the connections. So they had that world exposed. They were exposed to the Western world, the Eastern market. They know the inner workings of how this thing works. So I feel like that experience will come into play. But for agriculture, one man, I mean, go just study what that Yabo has. She had like two PhDs and veterinary, and she's a professor. I mean, she's a former senator as well. So if they will let her come back, I know she's teaching at in Wake Forest now, university. She is something that I would recommend for agriculture. That would be something that I would prefer.
All right, but let's bring in some of the new voices that are joining us, and a voice that is almost certain to be totally new to the space. Big Daddy Shebi. Big Daddy Shebi. I hope your character is as expansive and as enriched as that name, Big Daddy Shebi. So Big Daddy Shebi joins us. Good to meet you. So come into the conversation wherever interests you the most.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Yeah, I'm so much interested in the tech space. And then what I'm looking for in this new dispensation under Tinubu is going to be more emphasis on the tech space. I want someone that, I don't know the ministry under which that belongs. I think it's Ministry of Information. We should shop for the best ed in that space, because I've done a number of courses in India, and in one of my courses, the instructor made me to realize that the Indian tech space, that the Indian government actually made conscientious effort in making sure that they're forced to reckon with in that space. I think what we should be thinking about now is how to actually have a data center, something like the cloud environment. We have big players like AWS, Azure. We only have one in Africa. I think what should be targeting now is to have at least one in Nigeria. When I started programming some years ago, when you get stuck and then you go on Stackflow, the names you'll be finding there are names like Krishna,
Mandip.
Mandip, yeah. A couple of years now, like two or 3 years ago, I've started seeing names, Nigerian names, especially coming from the Yaba axis.
Yes, I was just waiting for you to pause in your thing. I wanted to highlight that they've already started to clear the ground. Ajande Koko and I had this rather robust argument even about that Yaba space. They were getting rid of all of the tenants there to create that tech hub that you're just saying in Yaba.
Yeah. Now you see names like Yemi, Uche, and then that's actually an area that we should work on, because when you look at the GDP of India, what comes into the IT space in India is 3 times what we get from oil. If we can shop for the best ed We have them all over the world, in India, in Canada, in the UK where I live, in the US as well. We can shop for the best in the ICT industry so that we can actually make some gainful improvement in that area. And I don't think we are we're short of proper resource in that area. And also in terms of the cabinet that we are looking forward to seeing in the next couple of months.
Just to bring you into that space, how would you see, or how would it sit with you, El Rufai as the National Security Advisor? Can you see him in that role?
Yeah, he's got the experience. He's been the governor of Kaduna State for the past 8 years, and based on what he has faced with the challenges he had with security issues, he can actually apply that knowledge to on a national scale. But I think it's not a square peg in a round hole. It actually fits. It can actually do very well in that space. But one thing that can count against him, he doesn't have the security experience, but that does not really mean if he has the managerial skills, he can do it. And I think someone that could play a covert role in the what's it called in the security space is Mustafa. Is understanding, Mustafa, he works for Abacha at one point.
Yeah, from ADC. Yeah, that guy's
his understanding of the West African geopolitics is top notch.
You can't put him.
No, he talks a lot of fabled nonsense. You know?
I know.
You want to reach the level of Tinubu'S?
I know, but yeah, I just like the guy. His understanding of the West African sub-region. I think the problem we've had in terms of security in Nigeria is because we've not been actively we are not actively involved with West African geopolitics. The days when Nigerian ECOMOG was in Ghana, was in Sierra Leone and Liberia, we hardly had issues of Boko Haram. We should lay emphasis on being a force to reckon with within the West African sub-region. I think our foreign policy should be in that area. Yeah.
What about his role in the Kudirat Abiola thing? Is that one of the things that recommend him? You know, this was the guy that did away with Kudirat Abiola.
Maybe I got because the guy can speak. I actually got sold on this guy during the what's it called? Okuta panel. Yeah, I got sold.
Oh yeah.
And then I don't know. Well, I just like him. I like it should not be working covertly underground to guide like espionage. I think he'll be good at that. Gathering of information, and that is what is actually lacking in the Nigerian security infrastructure. So
yeah, but you will add conspiracy to the information now. It will dilute the information.
Yeah, I just like him for some reason. I don't know. The tech space is what we should explore because it's a gold mine. It's something that we can make a lot of money in because in the 21st century, what we should be thinking about is not about resources exploration. Well, it should be driven by knowledge. And in the context of the 21st century, IT, information, especially digital economy, is the way to go. And Nigerians should not be left aside. So we should the government, the new government should focus on shopping for the best ed. We should focus on having a very strong digital penetration into the country. We should be thinking about having a broadband penetration as well. And we should have at least one data center, cloud data center, maybe Azure, AWS, or Amazon. Those are the things that we should focus on. The return on investment will be astronomical.
Shebi, let me ask you, what about the one they have in the Atlantic, that data center? And they have the broadband coming from Africa.
That's not a data. That's a data center. That's like physical. That's an on-prem.
No. But the one they were running from Europe into Africa, that cord, I forgot the name, under the sea.
That it's still work in progress, but we still need to like put more effort in actually making Nigeria the digital capital of Africa. We have the resource, we have everything that can actually put us in that position.
So, Oman, if you mind if I engage Shelby for a second.
No, of course, carry on. We are listening.
So, because that fiber optic thing that they run. So, I believe that they did the ceremony where they said, oh, they have it here now. So, from that point on, what kind of investment do we need to make it a reality? What you speak of, since we have it now, they already have the broadband in Nigeria right now. But what do they need to do to expand that and make it what you want it to be? Just want you to explain to us, please.
What we need to do with that it's only in Lagos. There are some other commercial nodes that we can do. Port Harcourt is a new place that can actually make investment on, but it's just like a drop in a mighty ocean. We still need to work more. But what I'm still really talking about, that one is more on the prem, but the world is moving to the cloud now, where when you use cloud technology, companies are going to use that cloud. They have the ability to downsize or upscale. We only have one data center, cloud data center in Africa now, and it is only in South Africa. In India, they've got two. In Europe, we only have two, one in England and one in. If Nigeria can position themselves to actually leverage on cloud computing, which is the way to go, it will help small-scale industries start up to do a number of things. The fiber optic stuff is
another space. Sorry, another space that Big Daddy Shebi. So another space that I thought Nigeria that we've not really explored that we should explore. Is that telephony space. When you call your bank or your a mobile phone provider and your call gets routed to India, etc., and then you are speaking to some guy who sounds like Mandeep, but he tells you his name is Roger. I feel that we should be in that space too. Or that service telephone thing that they do in India. We speak English better than them, and I think that they've already gone past that phase. So do you think it's because I've always thought that is something that should be in Ibadan, some telephone center, some call center thing that we run from Nigeria globally.
I always thought of that, but the problem is our image is something that has been put in
419,
419, yeah. Because at times when you walk in the office, the Nigerian king, the Nigerian the Nigerian prince.
The Nigerian prince.
It's really, I think I've worked with a number of Nigerians there, and I know they come with different credit cards, they buy stuff, and like the image is really bad.
Don't expose us now.
I will not expose you. Sorry. Yeah. So it's the image, but we've got a huge pool of resource to draw from. We are better than them when it comes to communication skills, but for some reason we are not actually. The bad eggs among us have actually put our image into disrepute. Unfortunately.
Okay, so Shelby, but I see all these offices springing up in the VI area, the Microsoft, the Googles, and they are like
the Googles. Yeah, it's a drop in the mighty ocean.
Right.
We still we have options like plethora of options to choose from. Indians actually they've taken over. If you look at the top vendors in the IT industry like Linux, Unix, Solaris, Oracle, they all have their headquarters in the UK. The Prime Minister of UK, Sunak's dad, is the owner of Infosys. Ratan Tatas used to be in automobile. Now they are doing consulting. We hardly have such in Nigeria. These are areas that we can actually make proper inroad and beat India. Give India a run for his money. We are not doing that at all.
Yeah, but are you talking 50 years or something like that? India
it's something that is achievable within 8 years. If we have
no.
Like 2007, 2009, when I go on Stackflow, I always see Indian names. But now I'm saying Uche. Nigerian kids write good Python codes. They write correct C#, Java.
Okay, I mean,
we have the technical
you are talking tremendous. You are talking tremendous fintech expansion. It's not somebody writing Python or writing on Java, I mean, some programming language. But tremendous. India has been expanding in its these decades. Not yesterday they became dominant in this
Okay,
situation.
for Fatai, sorry. Okay, let's say we can't catch up to India, but how can we at least get to the point where we're at least competitive?
And Africa,
If not 50 years, just say, okay, at least we have something in Nigeria now. Can we do 10 years? Maybe not to their level, but at least we have something.
But these things, it's not really about the image. You know, it's if the environment, these are largely led on by entrepreneurial skills in this industry, fintech and everything like that. I also go back to the point that Patrick was making about people positioning themselves. You know, if you have tremendous amount of people who are positioned in the area, I mean, we can have one brilliant kid, but I mean, to compete, you don't need one brilliant kid. You need 1 million, because to write to this coding is not something somebody just write. You a code to say hello.
Requirements, yeah.
Yeah, to say, oh, hello, welcome. Maybe 10 programmers writing it. Because one comma in the code you can't compile. You can't compile it. So you need tremendous. So if the government provide the leverage, like many people getting into coding, education, everything like that. So in a couple of decades, we will start opening up to that area. But government interest in fintech is really the key to all these things. But it's not we're going to overtake India.
No, you cannot overtake India.
No, it's just to take a slice of the market now. It's not to
slice of the market.
For the African space.
For the African space, yes. we are not doing badly. No, I'm not really into. I work as a programmer. I don't see the bad view. I work like a proper technician. But from the feelers, we are, especially during this incumbent regime, this present government, we have made tremendous stride. Before it used to be Kenya, but now Nigeria has taken this. We have startup companies like
Nigeria, especially in Africa, what do they call it, unicorns or whatever? The biggest fintech unicorns are in. I think in
Flutterwaves
Africa,
and
maybe
then the rest.
Yeah. We have most of them in Nigeria, especially in Lagos. So I mean, actually, no, it's not a drop in the ocean. Microsoft, we have a Microsoft base right there in Lagos. When Microsoft is not coming to you if you are not already on the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. If the government takes tremendous, look, a Buhari administration, I don't think they have tremendous. I don't think they understand.
No, I think it was Osinbajo that actually took on the initiative and was able to expand the Yaba space.
Yeah. You could see an administration led on by Osinbajo going in that direction. You could see, to some degree, Tinubu going in that direction. But I hope Tinubu expands in that direction.
We should explore that space. Okay, but I don't know the time limit that we can.
Shelby, the new space that you guys want. Do you think that we should also revamp the system of our education to meet up with the current global demands in terms of teaching kids to fit into what is required, obtainable now to fit into that, whatever you guys are talking about?
I think we need to adjust the school curriculum, because I've got a 10-year-old boy now who is doing Baiju to learn programming as gaming. We should change our curriculum to fit into the context of the 21st century. Because at the moment, gone are those days when you go to uni and you study stuff like sociology, and then all you learn is Marxist theory, Karl Marx, blah, blah, blah. But now, if you go to unis in the UK, now if you're studying something like sociology, they will add a bit of data science to it, because you have to. It has to be data driven, artificial intelligence. There's no graduate you see in the UK now, whether you're studying anthropology or you're studying, you still see a bit of information technology in it, like IT, at least you'll be able to use Excel, intermediate level. We should get to that position.
No, they are even using R. They are even
using R. Yeah, they are using R, Python. They are
because you have to collect the data to Yeah. You have to be able with data science.
Data science. I think that's the way Nigeria should go now. We should not just be using the 19th
No, we
century
need to have
literature.
But brother, we need to first have schools before. I think they are still writing exams. What is a mouse? You have to write what is a mouse in the exam. You have to define what is a mouse.
Can I bring you back to politics now, Shelby? So
what is a mouse? One
man, no. Shelby, the political space itself. So who do you think can better, like, if you have to find someone like, because I said Fashola for chief of staff now, for that tech ministry, who do you think, or what do you think they can do?
It should be someone from the diaspora.
There
who has
one man. Thank you, guys. Shelby, you know what I'm saying.
Who has a bad view of how things work within the IT space in one of the Western countries, Canada, US, and the UK. Those are I think the one under Jonathan, to me, she's only a project manager. She's not really techie, IT. What's her name? Mobolaji Johnson? I've forgotten her name.
Which position?
Minister for ICT or Minister for Information under Jonathan.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, she speaks,
but the one we have now is this Pantami. Is it not just some fundamentalist?
That one doesn't really fit that. No. We should shop for that person who actually has a bad view of how IT works, how we can translate the technology into business and fit it into and find a way to apply it to business cases or business requirements. It should come from the diasporans. And then one guy that actually in Galilee, the spokesperson for Tinubu.
Yes, the Arab-looking guy. The
Arab-looking guy. And then for SGF, definitely is going to be Fashola because he's got the executive experience. He's manned many ministries in 8 years. Yeah, SGF, he should be in. And he's got a very good synergy.
I think it will be a northerner.
A northerner. And then one thing that we should think about in this new government is that it should have a very good spread across the 6 geopolitical regions of the country. We should not
Shelby, like I said, who cares? Just get the best, most qualified, most ready to go that has a vision. I don't care where they come from.
No, it's not done that way. It must have a spread.
I know, but here's my point. I know, but those because we want to give them over there, they must meet some kind of threshold first before you say that.
I'm looking at something. If the Southeast lost the Senate presidency to South-South, anyone that loses will probably be the secretary to the federal government.
I don't think they will lose it though.
They might lose it to South-South. They might.
They will. They will. Akpabio will be your Senate president. I think they're going to give it Southeast.
But the Southeast is too big.
No, because the guy that is most qualified for that has kind of killed his own
because it would have been better if they voted him in Southeast. But Ojo Zakali have a lot of people against him.
Yeah. You mean Akpabio is more qualified than Ojikalu?
No,
are you saying Akpabio is more
I would have rather preferred them to twist their rules so that I can see Umari there.
But you can't have the first time.
No, Umari will not. I think Ojikalu will be Senate president.
If they twist their rules, does that not make a case for Shiomole? Who will be the ideal candidate?
No, don't want to say.
To me, I think Umari is better than.
Shiomole is a newcomer now. They are not going to make him first day on the job because go and be president.
Nah. Yeah, but they said to twist the rules now.
I don't see any big difference between.
But we should not sideline them. We should not sideline the Southeasterners.
But guys, you forgetting one name.
Ojikalu will be your Senate president to Babati.
No, for Fatah, you're forgetting one name. What about what's his name? Okorocha. Isn't APC for me?
No, it didn't win.
Okorocha will not be. Bro, are you trying to troll me now? Babati, are you trying to troll me now?
No, I'm just trying to figure out where you're thinking, that's all.
Even the Southeasterners don't want him to be Senate president.
Akpabio is your guy. Akpabio is really going to
Akpabio, the way
I don't see how Akpabio will beat Ojikalu. I don't see how Fabio
Kanu,
logically has emotional Emilio come behind him.
Is no, look at the way he was again. No, this guy didn't want it was not for Tinubu, it was Paul Lawana during the primaries now.
Yeah, apart from that, he didn't really work for that party.
He didn't campaign for him at all now. He didn't campaign for Tinubu at all.
He didn't get nothing.
Come on, why are they gonna
life is difficult. Tinubu has gone to prostrate for his Tinubu has gone to prostrate for his mom now. That means he will be Senate president. So it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. He has gone to Dobale Mama. I think Brother Remy, you said you know for sure that Badabia Mila will not.
No, Badabia Mila will never be the. Will never.
Why do you think so?
I have a lot of reason for saying so. If you look at,
do you have inside? You said it like you have inside information.
Even if I have, I won't tell you for now.
You told us the last time now, Remy, when you were reporting directly from the Situation Room of APC.
But I don't want to tell you now because it's I don't. But I will tell you why it will not be because first, he does not have the experience, and he does not know. As you can see, he is not totally highly dependent like Fashola. And if you want to be chief of staff to any governor or president, you must know how to balance the game. Does he really understand Nigeria like Fashola? I don't think so. Although he controls the house.
But I don't understand where this balancing is coming from. When
Nigeria is a dynamic country with a lot of vested interest.
But you're not serving Nigeria, you are serving the president. Loyalty is higher
you are
on the
serving the president, but you are meeting different groups. Everybody comes through you. So you must know how to handle
it. I know. For instance, me, look. If you want to be, it's like your PA. If like your PA, you say your PA has to know everybody around. No, have to be able to protect you. I would choose
what is against Badabia Mila is that why did he contest if you know he has other position in mind?
Because maybe if he doesn't get it, you don't lose your job, and for a bird in hand is worth it.
So he cannot just relinquish the post and then choose. No. I think it's not going to work that way.
I don't know what is the complication while he's still in the house. I don't know how that affects it. But if it doesn't affect it, I think Tinubu will try.
I don't think Tinubu. I really want Tinubu to pick a very competent, highly educated, and knows everything about finance for a finance minister. I really want a woman.
So what if they bring back Kemi Adeosun? Would you say if they bring her back?
If they can pardon him, I'll be very happy. She's good.
She was. I mean, forget federal, but that state level. God,
she's good. She's good.
Even in that money that Abosu was spending, that was her now. She
even when you look at the first time of Buhari, she really did a very good job. Who?
Betty Edu for Minister of Health.
Probably they are looking at what do you call it? Women's minister, or probably she can go for Minister of Health.
No, she will be health now. Actually, she's the face of the youth that you people are talking about. She's young.
Apart from that, they also have a lot of young women around the parade. That you guys.
So she will be a good image for the administration as a youth.
They have a lot of young women. They even have this Abiola's daughter with them.
Chundu.
Afsat.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah. Afsat. Not Afsat. He's more younger than I forgot the first name.
Probably was Hafsat not the one campaigning for Yahaya Bello?
Yahaya Bello, yeah.
I think it's that one. So probably one of the maybe assistant spokesperson or whatever. It's going to be there in the media team.
When I hear Abiola's daughter, I think only Tundu.
Would you say is she pretty? That Tundu, is she pretty?
Oh man,
I like her style.
Her English is good.
One man
Yeah,
has
no.
that girl. One man has been person with that girl for a year. I've been
You know, I'm just you know, she's one of those type of women in life that you wonder if they are pretty or not. She could be very pretty, but when you know what the father looks like. But let's quickly escape that space and go to and bring Dewale into the conversation. So Dewale, good of you to join us. We're talking about the composition of Tinubu's cabinet, and people are already jostling for positions. So names are coming up and they are indicating intentions towards positions. So we're trying to see if they fit. The position that Ganduje seems to be after is the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. So do you see that Minister for Abuja, Gandola?
Give it to him. That's what he wants. Give it to him. That cabinet is just third-tier position in the cabinet. It has no, I would say, minister without portfolio. Give it to him. That's what he needed. If that's what he wanted. Can you hear me? One more.
Yeah, we can.
If I were Tinubu, I'll just give it to him. Minister of Federal Capital is a minister with no portfolio per se.
But it's unfair to people that baggy people in Abuja. That can't you just find somebody that is from there? Those EDGs. Why do we always ignore them? Why can't you just put them there now? Just give them their position.
An indigene of Abuja.
Yes, no, baggy in those areas that were carved out for that area. We always ignore them now. They never get anything. We just come on, give it to them now.
Well, you know, I think the Nigerian constitution stipulates that president should pick candidate from each state and as a minister. But you can't. Well, you know, federal capital is not actually a state. So, and you can say because, you know, for that started as a federal capital, then the indigene must be the.
No. I'm saying that they carved it from the neighboring states, right? It spread across 2 states, right? So from that state that they came from, the Baggy people, for instance, Abuja soaked into Niger. So you can get people from there now.
Baggy is kind of like close to Yoruba land, right?
No, Baggy I believe, it's
Niger.
Going towards the west of what is now Abuja. Yeah.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, but you know, I mean, if I was once minister of FCT when he was making a difference, but to me, I don't really. I mean, I don't know what if Tinubu really wanted to toe that line. That's fine, that's fair, but you know, FCT minister is just not really, you know, that jumbo ministerial position that anybody would kill for. You know what I mean? But you know. But if that's what he wants, give it to him. But I think I'm of opinion that Tinubu will rather choose, you know, technocrat or somebody the politicians could trust, other than, you know, putting those old faces in his cabinet and it would look like, you know, nothing ever really.
You know, Dewale, we were just talking about the balance of that space. So he owes political checks to a lot of people that's helped him get into power. But he doesn't want to repeat all the old faces that people did. Imagine Ganduje with this reputation. We saw him pocketing dollars. So he wants. There's some rather crackling noise coming through. But he wants to. So he owes them for what they've done for him to bring him into power. But he doesn't want the whole of the face of his administration looking like the face of previous administrations. So he needs fresh blood. So when we were trying to strike the balance in terms of percentages, how much of his government, his cabinet, should be fresh blood, and how much of it in percentage terms should be the old stalwarts?
You know, that argument is valid because, you know, it will look like a recycle, you know, process. But I think it can also, you know, depends on the level of persuasion it can, you know, it can give to these politicians that have helped him. But you know, most of these politicians also have Portuguese, you know, that are kind of like mentoring and all that. So they could also, you know, front for them instead of just appointing them to be the minister, you know. And those people will also they'll be calling them daddies, you know. It's possible, but it just depends on the level of how you can truly persuade them. But if he goes with, you know, the old style of appointing ministers based on political affiliation, it will look as if nothing really changed. And I don't think Nigeria really want that this time, especially with what is going on now. With Nigeria kind of like having, I won't call it dislike, but they're truly tired of having same old people all the time. So I think they can use new faces that will be, answering to them and calling them daddies if it's possible. But who can they trust? But as a president, his first cabinet will determine, how serious Tinubu administration will be, and if you get it wrong, hey, it will take a while to catch up.
Well, does it not strike you as a curiosity that somebody with Tinubu's reputation, he will be picking the chairman of EFCC? Somebody, the 2 billion van man, will be picking the chair. Is that not is that not the world turned upside down?
You mean the current EFCC chairman or the previous one?
No. I'm working on the basis that all the functionaries of this administration will go with this administration so that he can pick his own team to administer in his own way. And I suspect, so the DSS will have a new person. So do you think Peter Ofanaya should be the DSS chief?
But you and I never really know the depth in which majority of the agencies chiefs are working, you know, for the uh, uh, they are going to work for. Sometimes, okay, let me dive back a little bit. Sometimes these people, they before the Tinubu's administration will take office proper, there are some level of high level delegations, or should I call it pleading, that will go, to them, and just to plead their case, to prove their loyalty to them. And these folks were appointed, by who they know, not just somebody Mr. President just picked them, without having somebody who will give them some sort of you know reference, or So I believe they must have made themselves known to the president elect. So I don't think all of them will go with the current administration. Some of them will be retained and trying to test their loyalty, but they will, it will be long if they are not really proven to be loyal. But I don't expect Tinubu to just, send everybody packing. It will send the wrong signal. I'm sure they usually do. Look at Buhari. Buhari retained Emefiele, right? Uh, I guess he sees that that position as just not a political partisan office, and the holder of that office, not necessarily have to be a politician. So I don't think they're all going to go with Buhari. But then Mr. President will have his own team that will pick those. But I'm super sure that he will be picking people that will be loyal, not just to him but to his administration. So the current chairman of EFCC now is still a young man, but his loyalty might be to the person that appointed him, not necessarily. But you don't want to put everything, change everything, make it look like as if, you're putting your cronies, and corruption is going to be, look like a child play. So I don't expect him to do that anyway. Oh no, I don't expect him to.
Well, what about Wale Edun for finance minister? He did an excellent job as a commissioner for finance under Tinubu's administration as governor of Lagos State. But then Tinubu's administration as governor of Lagos State was what, 20 something, nearly 30 years ago. So do you think he will still have is it still up to the mark in terms of what that role would require?
Wale Edun is still a young man. I think Wale Edun is kind of like academic, if no, I'm not so sure, but I think. But the thing is this: it is obvious that Wale Edun is going to take a front row cabinet position in administration. This is a world uh, international, kind of a person. To me, uh, Wale Edun is still relatively young. And the likes of Wale Edo in his cabinet will show that he's actually serious. Uh, but of course, Wale Edo, you worked with him before, so that's the to that narrative of having the same people that you trust that can do the job for you, rather than go shopping for people that, especially for important position. But what you might be shocked, woman, that you probably may not even appoint him as a commissioner, minister of uh, finance. It's possible. It might just be an economic team, working or advisor to him, working directly with him, not just the minister, advising him and try to checkmate any advice that comes from the minister of finance. But let's go out. I mean, let's see how it goes. But the way it is it's going to appoint him to one special position that has to do with finance, or probably maybe economic or finance.
Do you think Yemi Oshibanjo still has a future in politics?
Why did that person laughing? It's toast. It's done. Why do I say this? Yemi Oshibanjo is 65, 66. By the time Tinubu finishes this administration, he will be getting close to 70, right? So if you have not formed any political structure by now, at this age that he is right now, you should forget about it. It probably will end up going to Unilag to become, a teacher, or go outside the country to be lecturing somewhere. No, his political career is gone, completely gone.
Because he's unlikely to get a portfolio in the Tinubu administration, especially how he... Remember when Tinubu snubbed him publicly after the victory at the primaries? So he's not getting any portfolio, and the presidency is not coming back to the South till another 16 years. So go back to Unilag and start to teach them about tort law and whatnot.
I think seeing Yemi Oshibajo as a vice president of the country, um, and him being an humble person, of course, the optics shows that he's humble. But then I don't expect him to be part of Tinubu administration, first and foremost because him occupying that position as the vice president, it would look like what do you call them?
Demotion.
Not even demotion, or conjure, somebody who already had the number two position. You now looking for cabinet ministerial position. So the only thing now is I can't even serve an advisor because Tinubu won't take it. But I only see him maybe
because Tinubu can't trust him at all anymore, Abi.
I mean, come on, where have you seen most of the vice presidents usually go silent after the administration? I mean, look at Sambo. When last did you hear from Sambo?
They can use him as an envoy now for all these mission trips, like the one that.
I mean, no doubt there'll be some national assignment that
African countries
himself and Buhari, if possible, as long as he can still carry his leg, will be going in on behalf of the country and giving extra code and travel allowances. I don't even say you're going to court with a gown saying yes, my lord, to the judge. It's just
Can you see him in a lecture room? Can you see him?
Yes, I do see him in a lecture room. Doing that part time or going abroad doing that. I see him. Doing. I mean, that was his background before.
Visiting professor, right? Like Soyinka does. Go there for summer, teach once in a while.
Yeah, and then or being a consultant. Governmental consultant. So anything related to constitutional law or something like that. But as far as politics is concerned, forget it. It's gone.
All right. But do you think you'll be able... Go on.
One man, can I get a couple of words? Go to sleep.
Yeah, go. Yes, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, brother. Well, I think Ganduje is very smart. He wants Abuja. It will be puzzling all the guys in Abuja. The landscape in Abuja, all the blue, the change, everything.
Dollar.
Shake everybody up.
But
Now
honestly, what is Abuja? The Minister of Abuja does? What did he do?
I can see why they call him Gandola. He will make a lot of dollar in. I mean, there's a lot of headquarters moving into Abuja. The space, giving people spaces or whatever the environment. I think
Since there's
you
no
can hold
mayor
the
in
people
Abuja,
around.
there's no government in Abuja. The only position you can appoint is a minister to be in charge of the city, right?
It's Abuja that turned no Ribadu that brought him into limelight now. If you know how to manage space.
No. Being a minister of FCT, it's a lot is involved. You know the budget that goes to FCT every year.
That's what I'm saying now.
Diwali, do you forget what Erufai was doing when he was in charge of that Abuja?
What was it doing?
It was demolishing
building.
You control the lands now.
No. Even though he demolished building, it was right because you don't want a repeat of Lagos in a federal capital city.
My brother, any commissioner can do what he was doing then. It was just
no. I won't agree with you. No, I won't agree with you because after El-Rufai, all other entity ministers they never did close to what this guy did. I was in Abuja on ground. Listen. I can tell you about what El-Rufai did. Let's forget about whatever you had recent history you had. But I'm talking about back then. He did a very good job. I lived in Abuja, and I saw what he did.
So
he brought sanity to the planning.
That job function and a chairman of the local government or commissioner in Lagos.
Mine is an architect. You know, everybody's an architect.
Look. When you have Nigeria,
is it an architect? I thought it was a town planner. I thought it is
something like that. Yeah, town planning, architect, something like that. I think something around that line.
Yeah. My brother, I don't just glorify Minister of FCT
built environment,
as a grade A minister. He's just in charge of a city. Just like
it's not about grade A ministry. It's not about being a grade A minister. It's like if you know what you're doing,
What is?
The perfect example is El-Rufai. Abuja shot him to limelight.
Okay.
You see. There's no other capacity that I think Gandola can work except that place because you can't put him under finance. He's going to steal everything. You can't put him under CBN.
Remember, what is it called? Buba Marwa. Buba Marwa once contested for presidency in Nigeria before. You guys remember?
Even Adamawa State Governor, I think contested for it.
So now he was appointed an NDLA chief, just like we have NAFDAC chief and other agencies.
He's doing great, by the way.
But they were all making, statements. They were all doing excellently in those agencies. Why? Because they wanted to prove that they can handle whatever position being given to them. But that does not necessarily translate that position that they are occupying has a very powerful, they could make powerful position without the backing of the presidency. So being an FCT minister, before he was appointed FCT minister, he was, was in a bureau of one bureau, something like that. He was heading before being appointed a substantive FCT.
What are you talking about?
What is the?
He was heading one bureau, something bureau of enterprise or something. I can't remember it now. Then he was appointed as FCT minister.
So what is the point? What is
the point I'm trying to make is this: they could make a difference in whatever position they were appointed upon. That doesn't mean that position is grade A. For somebody overseeing, like a minister of war, minister of health, minister of agriculture, you can't compare that portfolio with minister of FCT. That's what I'm trying to establish. They have a bigger fish to fry, like somebody overseeing just a city. To demolish and to build and to reconstruct is easier.
Abuja is not just a city. Abuja is a capital city where you have all the headquarters, where you have there's tremendous amount of money.
Can you compare that to somebody handling Minister of Works? Can you compare that Minister of Labor having thousands?
Minister of Labor is what is his son? What is his name? What is his name?
There are two ministers now. The minister of what's his name? This guy, this lawyer. It's the minister of
this lawyer, Keyamo.
And then we have the other Anambra
There
State
is a
governor,
minister
former
of
governor.
labor.
Yeah, both of them.
The minister of state is. But what my point is this: yes, it was a minister of FCT, but you can't compare that portfolio with other bigger
So we are not
portfolio.
comparing.
So,
We are
so
not
what's the point?
comparing the
So what's the
portfolio.
point? What's the point? I don't really understand. Ade, what's the point?
The point is that they can dash Ganduje, that FCT minister, because it is not a grade. I call it grade. It's not grade A. It's grade C ministerial position. It has no effect on the whole entire country. It's just overseeing the affair of FCT simply because FCT is not a state. So it's like
But
commission.
must the FCC minister come from the north?
Not necessarily they can dash whoever they want. Babati raised a suggestion earlier that they could pick somebody from Baggy or the junior person from. They can choose whoever they want. It has no effect if somebody in Ondo State or somebody in Adamawa State. They can.
I think the current minister is a Yoruba woman. I think deputy minister.
And what is the impact of that minister in somebody in Lagos? Somebody.
Well, I get your point. We get your point. You're right. That's true.
You can dash him if you don't.
But we
don't.
It's not about the money and the influence. That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about. Not exactly.
Yeah, because there's a lot of allocation to that.
There's a ministerial position that you cannot play with. You have to have a round peg in a round hole, like Minister of Health, Minister of Education. Finance minister has to know his onions. These are the things that will, put the administration in the front line. And if they fail, to prove that they're capable, then the president failed. Unlike somebody who is just saying, and I think it's high time they eradicate this second minister. Minister of state for what? If a country as big as America,
it's necessary for federal character because the constitution requires that you must have a minister from every single state. But the government is situation, they want ministers that fits their profile or their agenda. So in order to balance the legal requirements, I think that's why they have that minister of state.
Yeah, but with that, it's easier. Eliminate those junior ministerial positions, then break some other ministers into maybe 2 or 3 and name them differently. And then put people there. Then the 36 will be fulfilled. 36 quota will be fulfilled. But if you're still having picking 2 people from each state, the incoming administration needs to run a lean government because the country doesn't even have money. I mean, you won't speak well that they are coming and they are being extravagant in the first place. In the face of this austerity, you are being ostentatious. Ostentatious. You cannot be doing that because people will perceive your administration as being unserious. So break some ministry down. How can one person hold 3 portfolios? Minister of Power, Minister of Works, Minister of whatever. Break it down if possible. Split one office, especially Minister of maybe agriculture or Minister of even Minister of Science is still attached to. I think they now have a Minister of Science, right? I'm not so sure.
And technology, yes.
But isn't it linked government? Just one person having the 3 portfolios instead of 3 people. You should say it should be linked if you come.
Yeah, but when you now have one senior minister and junior minister, is that not that's not linked? But yes, it is possible. But just to fulfill that 36, that quota of picking, candidates from each state is what I'm trying to justify here. If it's possible. So at the end of the day, you will have people that will work, not people who just stay in their house, kind of like all day, cross their no. People that will end up having gray hair on their head if they don't. That's the kind of system administration it should be running.
All right. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, even the likes of Keyama should, he's still young, but people like Ngigi he's not coming to the administration anyway because it doesn't seem that they are in good chance when it comes to politics, but I think it might be friend. But Keyama and the younger people like that will benefit. I mean, I'm expecting younger people in Tinubu administration, younger people in 30s and 40s.
Like where? Like in what role? In which?
Uh, I mean, when Tinubu was a governor, he was in his 50s. A majority of people in the cabinet then were relatively young. I mean, this current governor was in his 30s then. Uh, Even the oldest people then in his cabinet were, you know, hardly you find somebody in their 50s there. So I'm expecting that he will surround himself with the younger generations, to advise him at the same time because the world has moved beyond just, like I always say, agriculture. Yeah, we can have agriculture, to feed the nation, but at the same time, people are moved to, they've moved, away from agricultural production. They're moving into, uh, 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 what do you call it, science and innovations and all that. Yes.
That's not true.
All right, let's
Well,
bring Oriola into the conversation. Oriola, come in, yeah.
Well, that's not true. We eat.
I
Where do you
mean,
get
don't
your
get me
food?
wrong. It's important. I'm not saying it's not
Yeah,
important.
but the way you
It's not.
said it,
eh,
it
but
just doesn't
no,
add
no,
up.
no. Okay, it maybe I should have said in a way that we cannot just focus on food production only.
What's
Uh,
wrong with that?
yes.
Because a lot of countries actually make huge money from that.
So
Ukraine, part
okay,
of Ukraine economy,
how rich is
what is
Ukraine,
it?
my brother?
It's not part
Um,
of a major part, not a
How
part.
how
I
rich
think
is
I think
Ukraine?
I,
How
I I
rich
think
is
they're
Ukraine?
about 80% of the global wheat space or something.
exactly.
Yeah,
Something.
it's
That's
a
what I'm
Yeah,
major,
saying.
major.
but
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's
that's
take
not major.
cognizance of this,
Wait,
guys.
that's not major.
Those no,
No,
look,
I think it's major. I agree with
I'm not
you. I
saying
think it's
it's
not
not
just a
major,
part; it's a major
but if
part.
you look at the countries that
Even
the
United States as
income is
well.
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Most of this food consumption in Americas are not going to America. Okay, so
What? Okay. What do you mean?
majority
What
of
do
the
you?
food was sourced, with around all the South American countries. Okay, most of the countries that are being prospered today, majority of them are moving away from food production and other because there are people that can do that for them. How
All
much
right.
will it
So
cost them?
So
wait,
no,
I don't.
nobody is moving away.
I do not agree with what
Netherlands,
you said.
Netherlands, one of Netherlands' major this thing is food product is agricultural stuff.
Yeah,
But
because
Nobody's going to
we
move away
can
from
have
food
yeah, because
we are
if
production.
you
not
look
even
at it,
producing enough to serve the domestic
And
well,
that's why
how
market.
come
we
we can't
need
work?
more
Yeah, let's
agriculture.
work on that. We
We
don't just say
can, but
that. Oh,
we
why
cannot
do
neglect
we?
other sector because economy doesn't grow, in
We
one
know, but
proportion.
don't just
It
say it the
has
way
to
you
be
said it. Like it
how
just
because I
doesn't
said we
matter.
should move away from agricultural production only. We
No, I'm
cannot put
not
all
saying we
our
should
eggs in
focus
one
on just
basket.
that, but I'm
Okay, how
saying
did I
that
say that? That it was only I'm talking about we should abandon agriculture and move to science. Is that what it shows that I
yeah,
said?
that's how it came out.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm
cannot
talking.
abandon agriculture now.
No, wait. Maybe what I should have said is that yes, we cannot abandon agriculture because that is the engine of the country. The country has to be fed, right? But at the same time, we should not neglect other sector. Energy is there, science is there. Today,
True.
now we have younger people that are coding, that are building technologies and all that. Then we should be empowering and those younger folks because who I mean 40 years ago in Nigeria, who knew about coding? Who knew that the computer can be programmed? Who knew they can build
Wait, what
even
do
a
you need
website?
that for? Because everybody has
What
been
do you
saying
need that
stuff
for?
like that. Wait, give me a minute. I mean, everybody has been saying that. I feel like we lose focus. Like, if you want something to work, you have to have idea first. Like, oh, this is what I want to do. Then you find, then you get together things that will make that things to happen. You're just saying. I feel like Nigeria number one problem is electricity. What can we do to solve that? Why don't you put that problem to the university and entrepreneurs instead of you want to do someone just mentioned about server. Where's the electricity to run that? There's so many things that
So
we are
the
not
electricity,
focusing on the basic. Agriculture is there.
the
We can
electricity
do
you're
palm
talking
oil, we
about,
can
is it
do
going to become
corn, we
food
can
on
do
the
so
table
many
for
things,
people?
rice, beans. we're not even like a superpower in that.
My brother,
How
hold
are we
on one
going
second.
to?
Hold on one second. The agriculture, I mean, the electricity you are talking about is also science, right? It's not going to turn
Yeah.
to food on the table for people, right?
But
Because
we have kids in school already that
yeah,
can
but
make that a project.
hold
Don't
on,
I mean we just
hold on.
I feel like we just
Agriculture production is fine. Once we're able to produce, we get fed, right? But we also need science. We also need science. Most of the things you see in advanced world are made by science. All right. People don't just sit there and say, "Oh, yes, you invent, then you power by science, and you
yeah,
make
so
it in a
agriculture
larger
is not
production."
made by
So the
science because United
electricity
States
we're
made so
talking
much
about is not
food,
going to
but
become
it
food
just
for everybody.
all like they're not artificial anyways. I just feel like I understand what you're saying, but I feel like we failed to tackle like the main problem. The
What is the
main
main problem?
problem. We already have kids in school. What is big deal? The president comes in, is like, okay, I will University of Lagos, University of Abuja, I will give you this also amount of money within 6 to a year. Get your brightest students to come up with this solution to this,
There
and you
has to
work
be
on that.
government. Government has to be the one doing all that, right? How many
But
can
wait,
government do?
who does it everywhere else?
You know,
Your Google,
all right.
your Facebook, who came up with those?
let
Isn't
me
that like a little project because they now make it bigger? Do you know that DARPA came up with Google? Do you know that the military is the satellite is a DARPA project? Do you know that? Please let us. Well, we don't have to jump. We don't have to become developed first world country in a twinkle of an eye. We don't need that. We already know that if we focus on agriculture, we'll make mad money. Everybody will depend on us. Now focus on generating electricity. From there, we start moving up. Everybody, we just want to become the super something overnight. It doesn't work that way. We already have something that's going good for us. Let's work on that to be perfect.
All right, gentlemen, we don't have Thomas tonight, unfortunately, because of for reasons of work commitment, and I'm hearing echoes of my bed calling. So we want to seek to start to round off. So 3 minutes.
Me speak on anything.
Oh, Ajane Koko, you were so quiet.
I'm here.
We did not hear you.
What man, you know that? Why did you ignore that?
No, of course. So Ajane Koko, we were talking about the cabinet space, and I was actually expecting you to lead that
Why
space.
would you ask me about cabinet? Why not ask me about daddy? We want me to call people daddy too.
Okay.
Baba Ajane Koko, yes, daddy.
Yes, daddy.
Okay, let's
yes,
correct
daddy,
that first.
Yes, daddy. Yes, daddy.
All right.
Thank you, daddy.
Let's have your yes, daddy, and then I want Ajale Koko to really look at that Tinubu cabinet. But your yes, daddy first, Dewale. Let me bring you in properly.
LOP, yes, daddy. OB, yes, daddy. OB one name. Thank you, daddy.
You know, it's that last part that really gets me. That is just that last part. You know,
yes, daddy.
Look at that, my show.
I think I can call you daddy. Yeah. Daddy. Daddy. So that means anybody, any politician always have Godfather. No matter how powerful you are, you will still have one Godfather. And when I listened to that audio, I was like, hey, this life. And then the man said,
a grown man. Come on now.
You know, even myself, I don't even call my pastor daddy. I mean, I know it's about respect, but
I know you can even call him daddy. You can even call him daddy. No,
You
yes,
know,
daddy.
but
Yes,
You,
there's
daddy. Thank you.
there's
Yes. Oh my
you know,
there's
goodness.
danger.
you know what disappointed me was I didn't say that they were in the Mr. Makamoroni father. That they
Yeah,
were.
that kind of style.
You know,
That they
you,
were.
you, you know, you know one thing, woman. You know one thing, woman. I'm a very middle. I always try to find middle ground in everything. You know, I don't despise the man, and neither do I despise Tinubu. But I think the mistake any politician will make is to think that everything said or done, is hidden and nobody would knows about it. Of course, it's glaring in the face. Everybody see, the way he was, visiting churches and seeing those people. But not until I listened to that audio and I heard about this is a religion war, and I was taken aback. Uh, an ordinary opinion would tell you, look, this is about competence, this is about character. But when did the politics become religion war? And ordinary person that kind of liked him and want him to be the president of the country and all that, they are doing that innocently, believing that he will make a good president, and they were campaigning for him. They voted for him massively, and then you are now saying, look, it's about Christians, it's about religion war. And the person you are talking to on the phone too also concur with you. And this is the same person that will go to church every Sunday and preach about religion tolerance and preach about oneness in the country. I was taken aback. I was surprised. And that speaks to the fact that politicians have been traveling around, I mean
Can I ask you
abroad
a
now.
question, Ade?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, if like what you're saying now, going by what you're saying, if we're to look at it from that point of view, that is not a religious war. What would you because considering what Tinubu did, is that not does that not suppose that there's something here? And now, what was the reaction of the what's it called of the Christians in the first place? Was it this Obi matter when Tinubu went Muslim? What was the reaction of the Christians generally? What was it?
When
Remember?
Yes, when Tinubu went Muslim, of course, he was trying to exploit the vote of the Northern because majority of them were Muslim, and we all know if Tinubu had picked Christian, he would not be president elect today, and he knew that he wouldn't have the vote if he pick a Christian. So he chose the region, the Northeast, where he knew that he would be able to pick a Northerner first and foremost from that region, and predominantly their religion then are Muslim. So at the end of the day, he played that card not simply because he want a Muslim, but someone who could give him vote. I mean, look at the map itself; it shows that Borno gave him the vote, right? Not necessarily the religion of that individual. Remember Babashir and the like, they were all saying, oh, but if he had picked Lalong, if he had picked Babashir, he would not be president elect today. And when he was campaigning, he never for once said, oh, this is about Muslim, this is about Christian, this is about religion. He never said that, right? Well, maybe he said that in the closer that the audio never leaked, but this pattern, this particular one is dangerous in the sense that he actually attests to the fact that this is about religion, not just about picking a candidate that practices certain religion, but this is about religion. To me, it just shows the
Well, the point
level of
I'm making, the point I'm making is that it's not just Obi that started this whole Muslim, this religious thing. I'm saying the reaction of the people themselves. We saw the reaction of Nigerians. I mean, especially the Christian part of Nigerians who say, oh, they don't go Muslim. Oh, yeah. Are we not saying it? Is it not? So what I'm
yes,
trying to say
yes,
to you is that it is not just
yes.
Obi. It is what the people, the mood, the sentiment in the country that he was no doubt
Yeah,
he was
but
playing on,
not
so he
not
was
not
riding
to
on that
come
feeling
from
too.
a candidate himself.
I totally get
we,
it.
we,
I
we, we
understand. It
we
should
all
not have
get
come
it.
from.
We all get it. Even if they said it in the closet and not in the public, we all get it. But not being spoken by the candidate himself. There's a possibility that your followers, even your sponsor, will have authorial motive, right? And you appear in the public. Optic is number one thing. You have to get it right. But when you yourself now confirming what people are already thinking, I mean, Tinubu was once a governor, right? He had Muslim and Christian in his cabinet. So, and Obi himself was a governor, right? And him governing from a Christian state. But this time around, it's that dynamic is different. It's different when the candidate himself say the people would have been able to denounce it, but if no Okonkwo that was saying, oh yes, if we say this, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a defenseless thing, because yesterday I was on the Dr. show, people couldn't defend it, because how would he say that?
Question.
It's not religion war.
Question. So what should our traditionalists do?
No, forget about traditional. They don't have no position in politics.
Whoa. You can't just throw them out in the garbage like
this
that.
is not even about traditionalism. This is about pushing religion on the side. Yes, you could have. I mean, Jonathan was a Christian, right? When he was a candidate seeking for position, he was gallivanting, junketing around and going to churches and all that, right? But you cannot exploit religion to the point that you even make it so glaring to everybody to know that, okay, it's not going to work out. It's not going to play out. I mean, we've seen it not just now. We've seen it during the Jonathan's time too. But it's unfortunate when I listened to that audio. Honestly, it broke my heart. That yes, it's possible that he was trying to use Christian votes, but not to the point that he will be kowtowing to all these pastorpreneurs around, including my pastor, Pastor Adeboye. They're all pastorpreneur, because it's about the highest bidder, all of them. Because himself was a godfather when Jonathan was in position. You remember the aircraft that was seized because with money inside
South Africa.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
And then it's even a divisive politics, especially in the Southwest. I've had Muslims and Christians living in harmony for centuries. In any family in the Southwest, you see equal number of Christians and Muslims. I remember growing up during Salah, we see our Christian cousins.
And traditionalists as well, because I'm one.
Not trying to work that division.
Because the other man just make it seem like we don't matter.
To separate us is counterproductive. It's divisive at best.
The Jihadi Yoju always spoke to this and this confirmed it, right? That he was exploiting religion and all that. The politics of religion is not always end well.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate.
All right, we couldn't even go around with the other topics. I was waiting to other people to
I don't know why we are I don't know why we get ourselves too worried about this. What Obi said in secret. I mean, what formed the basis of our politics in that country are two factors: ethnicity and religion. If you cannot find yourself playing that politics, your national politics, along those two lines, you cannot win election in that country. And that was what was the strength that drove this guy presidential bid, and all of them as well. Tinubu, all of them. So this guy said it in secret, was begging a religious father that has membership across the country. So why are we trying to hold him responsible for that statement, because as if others did not play the same thing. Every one of them are guilty of what that guy said in secret. Every one of them. like Rational Mind said, Tinubu is the one that started this religious, political drive by having a Muslim ticket, Muslim ticket. The war started with Tinubu choice of vice president of the ticket of the APC. So I don't get it. Your country doesn't. You guys don't. You guys. I mean, doesn't worry yourself on issue that can help that country to develop or take that country out of the problem that we are facing in that country. But religion, ethnicity, that is what have been the basis of your political drive in that country. So, what is it that Obi has done wrong? What have they done wrong?
But to me, Muslim ticket is not it's not the first person to do it. We had a Christian ticket in 1979.
What was the reason for that?
Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Philip Omiadi are both Christians. And in 1993, Kingibe, and no noise was made about that.
No noise was, yes. But
so why should it be in the 21st century that we should be complaining about that?
Oh,
it's about winning strategy.
Oh, it's a winning strategy. Oh, okay. So when Obi was telling that man, please help me do it, what strategy was Obi achieved?
Obi also is doing winning strategy now.
What was Obi's strategy?
He called it a religious war.
He called it religious war because he called it religious war. So the one that started the Muslim, what was his strategy? What was he trying to achieve?
That was a political
because
move.
It knew he cannot win election if he didn't take up on religious tickets.
But it wasn't saying it like that though. It didn't come out right and say it like that.
The intention of picking him, but the intention was not to.
Tinubu ticket is a religious ticket.
Man,
a political move.
Well, exactly. I would say political, but it didn't come out right and say exactly what Peter was saying.
It's a religious ticket undermining the existence of Christians.
Wait, but that's the only way it can win. That's the only way it can win in the north.
Okay, so when this guy was telling this man, please, for God's sake, daddy. What has the word you are saying?
It's two-faced though. It's two-faced. It will come outside and say something else, but it will stay behind closed door and say
all of them are the same. They are doing this.
There's a distinct difference, though.
Look, if we can manage to get secret meeting and strictly destruction.
Can I just interject really quick? I ask you a question.
The Islamic, what do you call it? Islamic sheikh, or what do you call it in the north? You will find addressing them the way Obi has addressed that man.
Do you think if Tinubu had said this is a religious war when he picked Shetima, do you think he would have become a president-elect?
Good question.
Do you think if what?
If he had said this is a religion war during the campaign, do you think when he picked Shetima, do you think he would have become a president-elect?
Why won't he? Won't you, Yoruba, still vote for him?
That's a good question.
This strategy of religion war because majority.
No, but why are you dodging the question?
Because majority of the Christians in the Southwest voted for Obi because of what being said and what they were told in the church.
Oh, okay.
So in the Southwest, we had minority Muslim in the Southwest, right? Minority Muslim. Majority of people in the Southwest are Christian or the traditionalist sort of. But the thing is, if Tinubu had said, "Oh, after picking Shetima and said, oh, this is a religion war," which religion is he fighting? His wife is a Christian. He himself is a Muslim. You will have lost that ticket straight up.
Number one,
let's give Peter Obi a little. Let's give Peter Obi a little breakdown. It's not the religious war is the issue. The issue is daddy. Yes, daddy is really the point. Why will a grown man be saying yes, daddy, daddy?
There's a way you deny something. We all know it's about Christian Muslim.
Yes, mommy.
But sometimes it's just
yes,
you don't
mommy.
And someone leaked that audio. You see, that was the reason why politicians always travel abroad to have their meetings.
If a video like this have been discovered before the election against Tinubu, number one, Tinubu will deny it and his team, and you, Batifier, will have joined them denying it, defending it.
It's yet to be leaked. If he leaks, we will criticize him too.
Why are you doing this? No, seriously,
what?
No.
Okay, Daddy, we've heard you.
Number one, they will deny it, and you, Batifier, you people supporting him will have followed them in defending and denying it. That no, this is obedient that brought out this video. This video, people can do anything to ridicule Tinubu.
You know what I think Spina is rubbing up on you. I think Spina is trying to corrupt you a little bit. Yeah,
it's not corrupting me. This
is what Spina will say. Yeah, this is not what you usually say.
So would I even say this?
Hold on, let us balance it. Let us balance everything. Both sides, Batifier and this thing, both of you have a way of defending indefensible. I am not one of you. I don't support Tinubu and I don't support Obi. You know where I belong. But you both yes, I am Showore. Both of you politics the same way. Defending your ridiculous candidate to the end and defending with everything and lie all the way through and defense of defending indefensible. That is what we know, both of you, that both of you are very good in defending indefensible. So Tinubu will deny it and they will say, oh, we didn't do it. And you guys will jump into, no, Tinubu is not a president. Look at his wife, he's a Muslim. Why would he say his wife is a Christian? Why would he say he want to wage war against? Has Obi not denied this ticket now? I mean, this audio?
He hasn't. No.
No, I'm talking his team. I've started denying it.
No, they have not denied it.
Actually, the person that published it wrote to them, but they give them 24 hours or 48 hours. They never responded. I saw Kenneth Okonkwo tweet. He confirmed it in his tweet, and that's why Batifier, Obedient are going at his throat now, because he shouldn't have even come out.
What did he say? What Okonkwo
said? Some bunch of.
What did Okonkwo say?
He confirmed that it was authentic. That's what he said.
He was trying to rationalize, what being said. The conversation.
So there's no way they are denying this. That's the point.
Wow. So only people that see the way Obi team did not deny it. Where it's all over the media, where Obi media teams have come out to deny it. So many.
I don't get it. I said they have denied this thing.
Many people are to deny it. I don't understand which TV people are watching or which news people are reading.
You know what? I agree with you. They denied it in Benin. That's where they denied it. I agree with you. It was in Benin that they denied the whole.
They have denied it. So look, let's forget both of you side are just the same.
Because you are because you're saying that him picking Shetima was some kind of religious attempt to take over Nigeria. That's the way you're making it sound. And I'm saying that it was more of a political move than a religious move. So you can't compare both.
It was reason of religion.
No, it was not. It was religion for political.
Religion that drive the politics of the North.
But
So you cannot.
but it wasn't good to pick them to dominate Nigeria because they are Muslim now.
It's for a reason.
So
Hold on, one guy. Kenneth Okonkwo wrote. Hold on, guys. Kenneth Okonkwo wrote. He said,
Let me ask him, please.
Our
Are you
attention
saying
has
that,
been.
Diwali, please? Are you saying that Tinubu and Shettima are coming to impose Islamic beliefs on Nigeria? Is that what you're saying?
Let me tell you this.
No, just be honest.
Hold on now. Let me respond. We in the South, we know the religion we pay. In the East, in the South, and the Southeast, they are predominantly Christian. In the Southwest, we are this thing 50-50. And nothing can change that. In the North, Muslim religion overshadowed that of Christian. And this ticket, and the Christians are complaining about that in terms of political appointment, in terms of this thing, and other relevant position in their community and society. They are relegated by the Muslim. So these people have been crying over this thing, and this ticket will further strengthen the Muslim over there to relegate these people to the ground. This is a religious war. This is a religious war ticket. What are you mean? It's a religious war ticket because that the politics of the North.
So to clarify, to clarify with you, Tinubu came in, picked Shettima to spread Islam and dominate Nigeria. That's what you are just saying right now.
Not to dominate Nigeria, but to dominate the North, to consistently strengthen the Islamic religion over the Christianity in the North.
Wow. But Tinubu met with the reverends in Abuja to explain himself.
Let us face the reality.
But
why must you allow religion card to overshadow your politics?
So if a Christian Northerner is vying for presidency,
why must we allow religious card or religious, reason or whatsoever to overshadow the politics over there all the time? The reason to win is to get the vote of Muslim majority. What's wrong with the Christian? So the Christian in that place doesn't matter to them. They don't care.
So if the other way around,
if you have choosing,
I thought the word choice is the problem.
Choosing Christian, it wouldn't
the choice
have
of word.
Why must it be like that?
The choice of word is the problem.
If a Christian Northerner is
not human being, are the Christian over there not human being? Are they not living together? Are they not neighbor? Are they not brothers and sisters over there? Why must you pick a Christian and because of that you can't win election? Why? What is responsible for that?
Wait, but his incompetence. He said he chose them based on competence.
This is the indefensible we are talking about.
But if the Northerner is a presidential candidate,
to tell us that we don't have
a Muslim in the South
than Shettima.
Wait, you need to pick someone you can work with, someone that has competence. So I think that's the reason why. I think we don't need to overthink this.
So forget about Obi'S.
I'm really amused that you have this position because you just said that Nigerians vote based on ethnic and political divide. Then you say that you're surprised that he did the same thing just to win. I don't know. Maybe tonight I don't know your viewpoint. That kind of strange. I'm sorry. It's not what I was thinking.
Those of you will defend.
I'm not defending. I'm not defending. Trust me, I'm not defending.
You will
Babajale Koko.
Koko.
It doesn't even make any difference whether Tinubu is doing religion or no religion. They are all bunch of the same feathers.
That is
But
what
the
we
bottom
have
line is that nobody should come around now and start acting like they're the angel Gabriel around.
All right, let's hear from Ajanle Koko about the Tinubu cabinet. Maybe that will get us the 5 likes that will tip us over the 100 mark. So I'm sure the Ajanle Koko fans tip us over the 100 likes mark as Ajanle Koko now. So when we were discussing that, and I was expecting you to come in all the way through, so I thought maybe you were busy. That's why we couldn't hear from you. But we hear from you now. The composition of Tinubu's cabinet. So Rational Mind came up with a theory with a formula of a 60-40. So now the stalwarts that are ushered Tinubu into the presidency, he has an obligation to them for them to get positions. So a lot of those names, you'd expect that they will get positions. Those Gandujes, El Rufais, etc., Fashola, etc. But I think Nigerians are tired of these now recycled names that have cycled. Somebody was just telling us how El Rufai started as the FCT minister and worked his name to the Bureau of something, the ones that were selling government assets, and then he migrated from there to Kaduna State 2 terms. So people are getting tired of these names and they want to see fresh faces, but there's an obligation to that space. So what sort of formula system do you expect in terms of balance? What would satisfy you in terms of new faces and traditional faces, the mix of Tinubu's cabinet? Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, I don't know. I cannot predict any new faces that Tinubu will bring into his cabinet. What I know is that those that you see around him across the country are the people that work hard to win the election for him. And I believe that he will try as much as possible to compensate them and compensate them so that we can have their political base strongly behind him. So, but I will expect Tinubu to have competent hand in some key areas of the economy. It's central bank governor. Might not be any one of these politicians.
I'll tell you who is targeting the central bank governor is Bagudu, the governor of whichever state, the one that was helping Abacha ferry money out of Nigeria that the Americans are chasing, is now jostling to be the central bank governor.
I want to tell you, Tinubu will not pick any one of those politicians for the central bank governor because he will want somebody that a top and a world-class economist. It might not even be a banker, or maybe it could be a banker slash economist that it will put there at the central bank governor. Because now our monetary policy has been implemented by the current central bank governor. Is achieving no result. It's not stimulating the economy at all. So if we want to have somebody that is competent, somebody that have that international appeal, somebody that IMF can trust, somebody that international, and other international finance organization can trust to hold that position. And the Ministry of Finance I don't believe you want to have any one of these politicians there as well. You might want to bring back that lady that was sacked by this thing.
Kemi Adeosun.
Kemi Adeosun. You might want to have him there, or somebody here that can have that that is very competent, that can manage the economy well as well, and the fiscal policy well as well. So other positions like Minister of Defense, Minister of Communication, and all those yes, we will give it to the politician. But those key areas that can drive the economy, the oil and gas sector, it might not even give them as well. You might want to give it to somebody that knows how to, somebody that can, what am I trying to say? Somebody that can...
someone that has a good understanding of the space.
A good understanding of that space. Somebody that can, turn that sector that is not working now to a sector that can transform, that can be the basis of our economic transformation. Because if we can get it right there, in that sector of oil and gas, that sector of oil and gas is that can form the strongest revenue generating base for that country. Once we can get it right, we will get every other thing right.
Do you think it should privatize that sector? The article proposal. Do you think it should privatize that sector?
No, it cannot be privatized. If you privatize it, then you will lose it all. Everything. You will. There's a way we can manage it and bring in investors, make it attractive to investors, and have it transform in such a way that we can, deliver the product that is more needed in the West, like the gas. The West are desperately looking for gas now. So how can we deliver our gas to the West? How can we make that sector competitive against, other competitors around the world? How can we penetrate the international market? That is, who is that person that can manage that place, that know how that sector work, a relationship with, the international world, and make it attractive, and and bring Nigeria to a state of competition with other big power in that sector in the world. Russia, that the backbone of Russian economic power is their oil and gas. If you take that sector out of Russia, Russia will become one of the most useless countries in the world. But Russia have been able to use their comparative advantage in that sector in the world to hold the West to the jugular. they've been able to use that sector to fight against the West sanction, the sanction of the entire West against Russia. Russia has been able to diversify their economy. They have been able to look for other markets around the world, China and India. You know, they've been able to look for other markets around the world, and they are doing good. So, can we do same thing too? Yes, we can do it, but we need somebody that have the knowledge of how that sector work and a relationship with, the international player in that sector. So Tinubu Tinubu cannot play politics with that. If you play politics, and I believe he's a smart guy, I don't see him playing politics with oil and gas sector, central bank, finance ministry. Those three positions, those are the three positions that can take Nigeria out of this economic mess we found ourselves, and competent hand, people that, people that can really get it right are people that he can appoint for those three positions, and I believe he will. He can do that. Magic for that country if he can have three.
Do you expect him to hold on to the petroleum ministry for himself, which is what our presidents traditionally do?
No, he shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do that. He should demonstrate, look, I am different from others, and like he has been preaching that he is the backbone of his politics is teamship. That is what he has been preaching, that my strength is teamship. So he should demonstrate it now. If he hold on to it, he won't be able to manage it. He will fail like others. But have people manage.
One man. Man, why do you think he should hold on to it? Why do you think he should hold on to the portfolio of
because that's the purse string of the country, and traditionally presidents tends to hold on to that because they use it for patronage, don't they? To reward people with oil blocks and whatnot.
The last time I checked, the last time I know about Obasanjo never hold on to that.
Did they not?
He did not. No.
No, Obasanjo did. Obasanjo was the one that started it.
Oh, you hold on to petroleum ministry?
Yes.
No, he had He had one person in charge first. Then the first time he said no. But the first time he was running, he had a petroleum minister. The first time around. Second time he said yeah.
But then why they say, because I can't remember about Obasanjo holding on to that, because I know he had a petroleum minister.
He had it under his control when he was.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yes, he had it under his control when he was there directly.
But then we've seen that those people who don't hold on to it, we saw how it plays out. There is liberalization of that sector. But when they hold on to it, there's a lot of shadiness that goes behind, because somebody wants to hold on to it, and maybe like your woman said, for patronage. And how does that work for the economy of that country or that sector? So the other president that I know that liberalized it and let somebody else hold on to it, even though we know there were lots of corruption, but we saw how that sector, how it functioned. Because when you talk about Obasanjo, I can't even remember Obasanjo about, but then I want to assume that, like you said, that's what happened. So if that's what happened, but then, hey, I don't know what to tell us. But then, one man, Tinubu should leave it. Let somebody else whom he trusts to hold on to that position for him. Not for him, because if we have a lot on the plate, you have to coordinate. You know what? I don't know if you understand the magnitude of what he's inheriting. He's inheriting almost 130 billion debt, which I know is very small compared to the Nigerian size of Nigeria, the population of Nigeria. But now, this guy is coming in to fix a lot of things. So just give it out to somebody whom you trust, who will be your eye.
103.
But then before you know it, they were going to add another $30,000. I mean, there's $1 billion on it again. So I mean, he's coming in to fix a lot of things. So he should just take that off his plate and give it to somebody that he can. I mean, with Fashola working by his side, he can have an oversight on that person, rather than just like you said, have a patch. I mean, keep it
the gas deal is what's going to make or mar his administration, and the gas space is under the petroleum ministry, and that's where the money is now in Nigeria. The gas.
But then he has to divest, because mind you, he has taken Owando. Tinubu has taken Owando. His brother, I mean, whether he's his brother, maybe I don't know how the guy is to him. Tinubu guy.
The name was Edmond Dakuro for 2. So for his 8 years, it was petroleum minister for 6 years, and for 2 years he had Edmond Dakuro as his petroleum minister. Obasanjo, just to clarify what you were saying.
For 2 years, you said?
Yeah, about 2 years he had somebody else, but 6 years out of 8, it was everything. Obasanjo was everything for 6 years, but 2 years he had Edmond run it for him.
Oh, okay. I don't know of that. I know that's new to me. Yeah. I thought he had oversight on. I mean, somebody had oversight on that for him. So, but you're telling me this now. Just saying that for the first time.
Just 2 years, but for 6 years he was completely in charge for everything. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Thanks for that. So, Tinubu must demonstrate his teamship ability, and he must let somebody competent handle that oil and gas sector. All he needs is achievement. He himself have a clear understanding, a very wide knowledge as well, how the oil and gas sector works, because he has worked in that sector before. Before he joined politics, he was the treasurer and chief auditor of Mobile Nigeria Limited. So, and he has worked with some other, oil company before as well. He handled Aramco. He worked for Aramco or something. So he have a clear understanding of how that sector works. So, and I don't think it will disappoint us by not having a competent person that can run that sector. So all we just need to do, we should expect from him is to have somebody there that can transform that oil and gas sector and make us a competitive with other player in that sector in the world. So once we can achieve that, our economy we get back on track, and our economy will start to boom again, because that is the strongest source of our foreign exchange. If we can get that sector right, our economy will bounce back, and if we get that right, that is fetching us that forex. We get the central bank that can manage that forex well and come out with a very good monetary policy that will stimulate the economy, and we have the right person in the finance ministry that can as well package a fiscal policy for us. All of these work simultaneously. Nigeria will come on top again. So I will expect him to do that justice for that in those three positions. And for the chief of staff, I will go for Fashola above Gbajabiamila or any other person. The reason because for Fashola is that Fashola is a very serious minded and a very hard worker person as well. And Fashola and him have been coming a long way. Even before he joined politics, Fashola was his lawyer, and he worked with him as his chief of staff when he was governor of Lagos State. So that trust has been there, trust of friendship, and that work relationship is there. So I don't see him not giving it to Fashola. I will have, Gbadabi Abula, and he can give Gbadabi Abula as well an advisor on legislative matters, presidential advisor on legislative matter, giving it to Gbadabi Abula. So Gbadabi Abula can build that bridge between the presidency and the.
What about Wale Edun for finance minister? Is that a natural fit? Is that? Can you say that?
Well, Wale Edun is a smart guy too. I don't know if you want to have him there, you can have him, because he worked with him as well as finance commissioner in Lagos, and he's a smart guy. So if you want him there, I don't have problem as long as he's a smart guy. No doubt about it. So, but
El Rufai wants to be the national security advisor. If he's able to get that post, would that be the first time we are seeing somebody without a military background getting that slot?
I'm not sure if that is the position that we give. What do you call it?
El Rufai.
El Rufai. I'm not sure, because what experience does he have in military? What background does he have in military? What kind of advice can he give the president of military? He doesn't have no background knowledge in military operation or strategy or whatsoever. So I don't think that those people coming up with that slot for him, I don't think they got it right. It might be, it might want to give him the secretary to the federal government. Secretary to the federal government is that represent the headship of civil servant, federal civil servant. And that's a very powerful position. So that might be what you want to give El Rufai. So I don't know about, maybe somebody that must occupy a military advisor must be a retired military officer or a retired intelligence officer. That is the person that can really occupy that position. This time, Tinubu have to realize that it is not politics that can get that country right. It's competence that can get us right. If you have competent people in the right position, you can start solving the problem from day one. From day one, it will start solving the problem of that country. Because people that are competent have that knowledge of, the position they are occupying and how to tackle the problem and that surround that. The position they occupy. So it is not politics; it's competence. And he has promised the country that he wants to appoint people. How did he say? He said he will not. He's not appointing on national unity, but national competence. How did he describe it? I can't even remember that phrase he used. He said, not government of national unity, but government of national competence. I think I got it right. He said, I want to appoint government of national competence. So that is the way forward in that country now. People of competence occupying position, strategic position at the federal level, and they can start driving that country, put that country on the right track. So, Gbajabi Amila should occupy special advisor on legislative matter, so he can help him to build the bridge between the presidency and the legislator, so that at any time the president want to pass his budget or get anything done via the legislative arm of government, Gbajabi Amila will be in charge to facilitate that and get that done as quick as possible, because he have a very strong relationship with the legislator across the country now. I mean, for being the speaker for the past 8 years, and his colleagues love him. So it should, that is the position for Gbajabi Amila, special advisor on legislative matters, and Fashola for how do you call it, for chief of staff. Yeah, because Fashola is a very reliable guy. He's a hardworking guy. He's competent, and the president can go to sleep without worry, or travel out of the country without worry that the job will not be, or go on leave without worry that the job can be get done as quick as possible, because Fashola has been around him. He know the way he think. He know what he can do. He know what he cannot do. He know what he will expect him to do at the right time. So without even getting the president to give him go ahead, he know what the president wants, and he can get it done. So that's the way I mean that's the way I see it, one man. I believe that's what I will be looking for. I want Fashola as the chief of staff, Gbajabi Amila as the special advisors on legislative matters, and all those other three key positions handled by men of competent men of impeccable character, people of high integrity, people that know how economy works around the world. Yeah, those are the things that I'll be expecting from him. One man.
All right, brilliant, Ajale Koko. So brilliant. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So, gentlemen, with your permission, I must just go to bed. So thank you for the session. A real delightful one. Let me acknowledge the people that have done the super chats before we wind down. Aldi, who has been joining Ayo with some frequency, he goes into that space just liberally. So that's Ayo, of course, still retaining his spot. That's Ayo there. Alexander Gomez registers his presence with a super chart. Ayo continues to assert his dominance of that space, and Ayo comes back in again. Thomas Adedeji, he joins them only for RB to have another punt. So thank you, RB. RD. So RD then just decides to rattle it off, and he rattles it off as he often does. So thank you for all that. And then we acknowledge, of course, Ayo's buy the coffee thing. Let's just do that. And there it is. So there it is. So there it is. So thank you everyone. We will reconvene tomorrow to take it up all over again. Apologies to the people who didn't really get to flesh out. Did somebody want to come in? Oh, Babati, did you want to come in?
I'm on call till 3 a.m. So I was hoping.
Yeah, you were waiting for Thomas, but
I'm going to be here by myself. Thank you, one man. Okay, thank you.
Yes, or do you want to take it over, and then I can leave you to it if you want me to.
No, I don't know how to work the videos and those.
Well, you just have to build your own conversation. But I think people are just bailing out anyway. I can tell that Rational Mind is driving somewhere. So when he is on his way to a destination, But Big Daddy Sheppy joins us. Hopefully, he joins us again tomorrow.
I can talk, but then if it's okay, but then if you want to shut down, no problem. I'm okay with it.
No, it's only really who is going to shut it down after you are done. Otherwise, it'll just continue to run. Because as soon as
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So we reconvene for tomorrow, and just as I invited that, as soon as Ajan Lekoko starts talking, they should tip us over the 100 likes mark. So maybe I should keep Ajan Lekoko talking, and then we get to 200 because they've tipped us over. The Ajan Lekoko fan club have tipped us over the 100 likes mark.
One man, you didn't talk about the BRICS now.
The what?
Thing. I don't know if you people were talking about it when I was in the background.
The big countries.
The BRICS country, yeah, the BRO, whatever.
No, yes, we can talk about that. But what India is actually doing? Let me show you the thing again that opened up that space. It was this article actually. So it says India will trade in rupees going forward, ditching the United States dollars. So it says India has decided to offer its currency, the rupee, for trade to countries experiencing a shortage of United States dollars. It says this move is aimed at reducing dollar demand and protecting its economy from global shocks. Countries such as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Egypt have shown interest in trading with Indian currency. So the Indian currency now entering the currency space as a major international, because of course, most currencies really, they are just domiciled within their domestic space, and that is where their transaction is. And any transaction out of their domestic space often dollarized. But India now wanting to rival the dollar by internationalizing its currency. It says this move is aimed at reducing dollar demand and protecting its economy from global shock. Countries such as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Egypt have shown interest in trading with the Indian currency as they face dollar shortage due to various economic factors. So I wanted to open up the conversation to that space, how these things impacted, and then it led us then on to the BRICS space, and then to the MEAN space, Malaysia, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. So that was the one that transmuted into BRICS. But then that BRICS, that currency space, it tied in with this clip that I saw earlier. So that's really the marry up of those two spaces. Was what led me to wanting to present it for your consideration. So this, listen to what this man has to say.
Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. Makes African and third world debt different from the American debt. Number one, America is never going to pay its debt. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in U.S. dollars. Africa has to earn the U.S. dollars. The only way it can earn the U.S. dollars is not to be assassinated for growing its own food and becoming independent, doing something that the United States does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank, the International Bank for IBRD, the World Bank, is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. Makes African and third world debt different from the American debt.
So it is the marry up between those two spaces that really made me, So it's the marry up between those two spaces that really made me present it, and then the conversation then transmuted into BRICS narrative. So that was it. Rational Mind.
So you see, for me, let me just give my take on that real quick. I read that article yesterday on the coming together of these countries to form what they call BRICS. I think it's always been in existence, but I think they took it further when India said it's ready to let its currencies to be used. But I think Nigeria and China once had that pact or that kind of sort of agreement sometime back. Was it during Jonathan, or was it any part of Buhari's regime, whereby they said Nigerians could come buy stuff in China with the Chinese yen. They just have to swap their naira for yen rather than go also for dollars. Most of the things that we consume in Nigeria, foreign products that we consume from China. It's from China rather. So we can as well just buy the stuff from China rather than just go. Rather than just go get it from America and all of that, and then we have to change it to dollars. So I don't know how they. So, but what I'm trying to say is this: that does India has what it takes? I doubt it. India's financial system is not as sophisticated as the United States here, and that is the edge that U.S. is having over many other countries. Because if you look at the U.S. economy, not as if it's insulated, but they have regulations, real regulations that regulate their financial system here, that makes it so like something you want to mess with. You cannot mess with. Like we talk about currency manipulation, which is what China was grappling with. So many countries were saying that China was manipulating their currency. Does it mean that the United States doesn't manipulate their own currency? Well, kind of, it might, but it's what I'm just trying to say is just the transparency with the US dollar. That is why US has that edge over India. So I don't know what India has to offer less developed countries like them. She want to say, okay, you can use my currency to trade. Trade what? What reserve do they even have? They even have the reserve. They have the reserve in dollars. And I don't just understand. But the only thing I see about this coming together of this 5 or 6 nations in these 6 countries is that they want to rival, because you look at it, Russia is in the mix. The posture of Russia towards the United States and also China too. They're trying to like this war that is going on in Russia now. The Russians want to make it whereby the currency of reserve will not be US dollar. They can bypass that US dollar financial system whereby they have to trade with the US dollar. Like now, some of their weaponry now, they cannot buy weaponry from some countries, but they have to go to like North Korea to buy their weaponry from North Korea. So one of those rogue states. So I think it's being spearheaded by China and Russia, just so they can trade within themselves. Brazil, these countries that are from the BRICS, so that way they can invade U.S. Financial system, whereby they will be able to sanction them. So I think that's just what the whole thing is all about. Because I don't see what India has to offer. But how would that affect Nigeria? Well, it definitely will affect Nigeria because we have problem with trading in dollars. Most of our people have to go source dollars to go abroad and buy stuff like in China or Malaysia or that country, Turkey. But if they can trade with the local currency of that country by passing dollar, maybe that will resolve the issue of this forex in Nigeria. That's the only good side I see Nigeria should tap in there. But we just have to see how this plays out. But what I just see is just a rivalry that Russia and China is trying to bring about in relation to the United States and their allies, so as to bypass them, so that in times of when there's a war between Russia and the West, they know that they can always evade US and the other Western countries like Western Europe. They can evade their currency and get whatever they want to prosecute whatever war they're fighting. So I think that's just what it is for me. That's how I see it. That's how I read it. I don't see any economic value as such for less developed countries like Nigeria, apart from maybe you trade with India, you go to India and buy stuff, or you go to China. But I don't know what India has to offer when it comes to that. That's all I have to say one time. Are you there, one man? Hello?
Hello?
Am I the only one here?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm done talking. I don't want to sound like maybe I'm the only one talking here. I just thought you guys can contribute.
But I want my in-law.
No. No, I actually enjoy that stuff because it's something that we need to address. Because even if you have a country that we have all these policies, if we don't fit that monetary policy where we've been expected by funding countries, we're not full of. So then that needs to be addressed.
You see, Nigeria has to be careful too, because you see, we don't want to give. This non-alignment of Tafawa Balewa is what we should have been playing all through and through. We don't want to align with any of this country, because if you align with this so-called China, Russia kind of alliance, we will get some repercussion from it, from the US, United States, and their allies. And we don't want to vex this trading partner.
Okay.
We want to be like in the middle.
Spinner, let me ask you. That thank God you brought this up. You know that Dangote refinery, there was this debate of they have to sell in dollar because America does not want them to sell in naira. So I don't know, that's which we're discussing. Well, you have something, but they want you to sell those things in dollar because that's why they are hiding their own debt. But I'm like, how can you have a refinery in your country and you're selling in dollar? We should be selling in naira.
I think that's why I'm actually sold on Tinubu. I think there was one interview he granted in the build-up to this election where they asked him that the exchange rate of naira to dollars is like 500, 600. And then he answered the question in a satirical format where he said, are we actually spending dollars? What we spend in Nigeria is naira. It might sound funny, but I could actually discern some kind of a person who is ready to like actually challenge the hegemon. And the second question he answered was about the climate change, where he likened Nigeria to the church rat in charge of Holy Communion and stuff like that. I think he wants to like I don't know, like want to like make Nigeria to be somehow independent of the Western hegemon, something like that. That will have come with a repercussion. But he wants to like situate Nigeria in a position where we can call our soul our own. That is the subservient, the surrender to developed world dominance will be like what is difficult to do at the moment. But it's
you see, is it L I'm speaking there? You see, the problem with our leaders is that they're not strategic. We don't have leaders that are strategic. Tinubu gets in there now, he does his own. Another person comes in there. So you see, if we are strategic, we have a strategic plan as to what path are we charting for our economy and our foreign policy and all of that. If we have, I don't know. You see, that's why we don't have think. Even though we have think tank in the person of this national strategic whatever in Kuru Jos, Plateau State or whatever it is. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that we don't have a plan, a master plan like this is what we want to achieve. You see, if we become economically vibrant, we can rival United States. We can negotiate with them. We come on the negotiating table. But right now, we have to do or for them. We have to do like Mumu for them to get it first. But then the point is that how are we achieving that? Do we have leaders that can really achieve that for us? Because everybody comes in there, does his own. This one comes here and does his own and go. That one does and go. And then another person can change the whole policy. So if we have a blueprint, so this is what we want to get to. This is what we want to achieve. It's also X number of years. Nobody should derail from it. You can only just come and choose a new kind of a way of achieving it, but it must be that's the focus. So if we look at this. I'm giving an example now. Look at Dubai. Where was Dubai many years ago? But you know that now Dubai negotiates with the United States. I mean, United Arab Emirates. They negotiate with the United States because the United States sees them as a rival when it comes to economic power.
But
so that is it. But how did they get there? They were doing move for America. They got
but where lies the leverage? Is it oil and gas? Is it where lies our leverage? Because you must have leverage to negotiate, right? Spinner.
Yeah, you're right. That is it. That's what I'm saying.
But where's the leverage? Where is the leverage?
That's what the problem is, Babati. That's what the problem is. How do we leverage on what we have? Because this one comes. He talks to me like we were talking about somebody making himself the president and making himself at the same time Minister of Petroleum. I mean, how do you even reconcile that? People comes here and mess up the whole oil and gas sector. They were stealing millions of barrels of oil under his watch. They could not even do anything about it. So you see, we need to have leaders that are focused, leaders that with vision. You see, let me not start talking like as if I'm an expert, but I'm just giving you my own view.
I know.
Yeah, so.
Shelby, coming. Shelby, go ahead.
But probably could be that, in every of these countries, European countries, they have principalities on their own, and they have some sort of unseen governing bodies all that we see in the UK, for example, the Labour and the Conservatives, they still see a driving force behind them, unseen. The same thing with the Republicans.
One man, you all know, you're
Democrats.
talking, we can hear you, one man.
And
Yeah,
Democrats,
I'm talking to.
and the Democrats in America as well. For every election cycle, you still see the Democrats and the Republicans. They still go to somewhere. For example, I think there's this Jewish body. I've forgotten the name. They still like seek support for that one.
I want to suggest one man that if you want to go to bed, you can just shut it down from your place there. So we remain in the studio and be doing our stuff.
Okay. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah. So you just shut down.
All right.
So remain. Yeah.
All right. Let's do that.
Okay.
So we don't really have that.